Chapter 11 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Olman. A prisoner. On leaving the Propator, Beric further informed his comrades of the offer that Petronius had made. "And you think he will keep his oath?" Boadicea asked. "I am sure of it," Beric said. He had been sent out by Rome to undo the mischief Suetonius and Decianus have caused. His face is an honest one, and a Roman would not lie to his gods any more than we would. "But you ought to have made terms with them, Beric," Boadicea said. "You ought to have made a condition that you should be allowed to stay. It matters not for us, but you are the chief of all the Iceni who are left. In the first place, Boadicea, I was not in a position to make terms, seeing that I am a captive and at their mercy, and in the next place I would not if I could. Think you that the tribesmen would then accept my counsels to leave the fens and return to their homes? They would say that I have purchased my life and freedom from the Romans, and had agreed to betray them into their hands." "No one would venture to say that of you, Beric." "You may think not, Boadicea, but if not now, in the future it would be said that, as before I was brought up among the Romans, so now I had gone back to them. No, even if they offered to all of us our liberty, I would say, 'Let those go who will, but I will remain a captive.' Had the message come to us when I was free in the fens, I would have accepted it, for I knew that, although we might struggle along, we should be finally overpowered. Moreover, the marsh fevers were as deadly as Roman swords, and though for a year we had supported them, we should in time, perhaps this year when the summer heats come, have lost our strength and have melted away. Thus, had I believed that the Romans were sincere in their wish for peace, and that they or desired to see the land tilled, I would have accepted their terms, because we were in arms and free and could still have resisted. But as a captive and conquered, I scorned to accept mercy from Rome." By this time they had arrived at the house where the other captives were guarded, and Beric repeated the terms that Petronius had offered. "They will not benefit us," he said. "We are the captives of Suetonius, and being taken with arms in our hands warring against Rome, we must pay the penalty. But for the sake of our brethren I rejoice. Our land may yet be peopled again by the Iceni, and we shall have the consolation that, whatever may befall us, it is partly our valour that has won such terms from Rome. There are still 1,500 fighting men in the swamps, and twice as many women and children. There may be many more lurking in the fens to the north, for great numbers, especially our northern districts, must have taken refuge with the Brigantes. Thus then there will be, when we have all returned, be a goodly number, and it is our defence of the fenlands that has won their freedom for them. We may be captives and slaves, but we are not dishonoured. For months we have held Suetonius at bay, and 2 Romans have fallen for every Briton, and even at last it was by treachery we were captured. None of us have begged our lives of Rome. We fought to the last, showed front when we were but 20 against 2,000. It was not our fault that we did not die on the field, and we can hold our heads as high now when we are captives as we did when we were free men. We know not what may be our fate at Rome, but whatever it be, it will be a consolation to know that our people again wander in the old woods, that our women are spinning by their hearthstones, that the Iceni are again a tribe, and that it is we who have won this for them." An enthusiastic assent greeted Beric's words. "Now," he said, "we must choose the 4 who shall carry the message." "I said those most sorely wounded, but since 4 are to go they can care little who are chosen. Most of us have lost those we love, but there are some whose wives may have been elsewhere when the attack was made. Let them stay, and let those who have no ties save that of the country go to Rome. Only 2 men were found whose families had not been on the island when it was attacked. These and the 2 most seriously wounded were at once chosen as the messengers. The next morning the whole of the captives were escorted to the temple, which was but a small building in comparison with the great edifice that had been destroyed at the capture of Camalodunum. Here Petronius and all the principal officers and officials were assembled. Sacrifice was offered, and then Petronius, laying his hand on the altar, declared a solemn peace with the Britons, and swore that, so long as they remained peaceable subjects of Rome, no man should interfere with them, but all should be free to settle in their villages, to till their land, and to tend their herds free from any molestation whatever. Beric translated the words of the oath to the Britons. Petronius then bade the 4 men who had been chosen stand forward and told them to carry his message to their countrymen. "Enough blood has been shed on both sides," he said. "It is time for peace. You have proved yourselves worthy and valiant enemies. Let us now lay aside the sword and live together in friendship. I sent orders last night for the legions to leave their forts by the fenland and to return hither, so that the way is now open to your own land. We can settle the terms of the tribute hereafter, but it shall not be onerous." After leaving the temple, Beric gave his messages to the men, and they at once started under an escort for the camp, the officer in charge of them being ordered to provide them with a boat in which they were to proceed alone to their countrymen. That evening Petronius sent for Beric and received him alone. "I am sorry," he said, "that I cannot restore you and your companions to your tribe, but in this I am powerless, as Suetonius has captured you, and to him you belong. I have begged him as a personal favour to hand you over to me, but he has refused, and placed as we are I can do no more. I have, however, written to friends in Rome concerning you, and have said that you have done all in your power to bring about a pacification of the land, and have begged them to represent to Nero and the Senate that if a report reach this island that you have been put to death, it will undo the work of pacification and perhaps light up a fresh flame of war." There had indeed been an angry dispute between Suetonius and his successor. The former, although well pleased to return to Rome, was jealous of Petronius, and was angry in seeing that he was determined to govern Britain upon principles the very reverse of those he himself had adopted. Moreover, he regarded the possession of the captives as important, and deemed that their appearance in his train as proofs that before leaving he had completely stamped out the insurrection, would create a favourable impression, and would go far to restore him to popular opinion. This was, as he had heard from friends in Rome, strongly adverse to him in consequence of the serious disasters and heavy losses which had befallen the Roman arms during his propraetorship, and he had therefore refused with some heat to grant the request of Petronius. The next morning the captives were mustered and were marched down to the river and placed on board a ship. There were 6 vessels lying in readiness, as Suetonius was accompanied not only by his own household but by several officers and officials attached to him personally, and by 200 soldiers whose time of service had expired and who were to form his escort to Rome. To Beric, from his residence in Camalodunum, large ships were no novelty, but the Britons with him were struck with astonishment at craft so vastly exceeding anything they had before seen. "Could we sail in those ships to Rome?" Boadicea asked. "You could do so, but it would be a very long and stormy voyage, passing through the straits between 2 mountains which the Romans call the Pillars of Hercules. Our voyage will be but a short one. If the wind is favourable we shall reach the coast of Gaul in 2 days, and thence we shall travel on foot." Fortunately the weather was fine, and on the 3rd day after setting sail they reached one of the northern ports of Gaul. When it was known that Suetonius was on board, he was received with much pomp, and was lodged in the house of the Roman magistrate. As he had no desire to impress the inhabitants of the place, the captives were left unbound and marched through the streets under a guard of the Roman spearmen. Gaul had long been completely subdued, but the inhabitants looked at the captives with pitying eyes. When these reached the houses in which they were to be confined, the natives brought them presents of food, bribing the Roman guards to allow them to deliver them. As the language of the two people was almost identical, the Gauls had no difficulty in making themselves understood by the captives, and asked many questions relating to the state of affairs in Britain. They had heard of the chief Beric, who had for a year successfully opposed the forces of Rome, and great was their surprise when they found that the youngest of the party was the noted leader. 2 days later they started on their long march. Inured as the Britons were to fatigue, the daily journeys were nothing to them. They found the country flourishing, villages occurred at frequent intervals, and they passed through several large towns with temples, handsome villas, and other Roman erections similar to those that they had sacked at the capture of Camalodunum. "The people here do not seem to suffer under the Roman rule at any rate," Boadicea remarked. "They appear to have adopted the Roman dress and tongue, but for all that they are slaves." "Not slaves, Boadicea, though they cannot be said to be free. However, they have become so accustomed to the Roman dominion that doubtless they have ceased to fret under it. They are, indeed, to all intents and purposes, Roman. They furnish large bodies of troops to the Roman armies, and rise to positions of command and importance among them. In time, no doubt, unless misfortune falls upon Rome, they will become as one people, and such could no doubt in the far distance be the case with Britain. We shall adopt many of the Roman customs and retain many of our own. There is one advantage, you see, in Roman dominion. There are no more tribal wars, no more massacres and slaughters. Each man possesses his land in peace and quiet." "But what do they do with themselves?" Boadicea asked, puzzled. "In such a country as this there can be but few wild beasts. If a man can neither fight nor hunt, how are they to employ their time? They must become a nation of women." "It would seem so to us, Boadicea, for we have had nothing else to employ our thoughts. But when we look at what the Romans have done, how great an empire they have formed, how wonderful are their arts, how good their laws, and what learning and wisdom they have stored up, one sees that there are other things to live for. And you see, though the Romans have learned all these things, they can still fight. If they once turn so much to the arts of peace as to forget the virtues of war, their empire will fall to pieces more rapidly than it has been built up." Boadicea shook his head. "These things are well enough for you, Beric, but we have lived among the Romans and learned many of their ways. Give me a life in which a man is a man, when we can live in the open air, hunt the wolf and the bear, meet our enemies face to face, die as men should, and go to the happy island without bothering our brains about such things as the arts and luxuries that the Romans put such value on. A bed on the fallen leaves under an oak tree, with the stars shining through the leaves, is better than the finest chamber in Rome, covered with paintings." "Well, Boadicea," Beric said good temperedly, "we are much more likely to sleep under the stars in Rome than in a grand apartment covered with paintings. But though the one may be very nice, as you say, in summer I could very well put up with the other when the snows lie deep and the north wind is howling." They did not, as Beric had hoped, cross the tremendous mountains, over which, as he had read in Polybius, Hannibal had led his troops against Rome. Hannibal had been his hero. His dauntless bravery, his wonderful resources, his cheerfulness under hardships, and the manner in which, cut off for years from all assistance from home, he had yet supported the struggle and held Rome at bay, had filled him with the greatest admiration, and unconsciously he had made the great Carthaginian his model. He was therefore much disappointed when he heard from the conversation of his guards that they were to traverse Gaul to Massilia, and thence take ships to Rome. The Roman guards were fond of talking to their young captive. Their thoughts were all of Rome, from which they had been so long absent, and Beric was eager to learn every detail about the imperial city. The day's marches, therefore, passed pleasantly. At night they were still guarded, but they were otherwise allowed much liberty, and when they stopped for 2 or 3 days at a place, they were free to wander about as they chose. Their great stature, fair hair, and blue eyes exciting more and more surprise as they went further south, where the natives were much shorter and swarthier than those of northern Gaul. One of the young officers with Suetonius had taken a great fancy to Beric, and frequently invited him to spend the evening with him at their halting places. When they approached Massilia, he said, "I have some relations in the city, and I will obtain leave for you to stay with me at their house while we remain in the town, which may be for some little time, as we must wait for shipping. My uncle is a magistrate and a very learned man. He is engaged in writing a book upon the religions of the world, and he seldom remains long at any post. He has very powerful friends in Rome, and so is able to get transferred from one post to another. He has been in almost every province of the empire in order to learn from the people themselves their religions and beliefs. I stayed with him for a month here 2 years ago on my way to Britain, and he was talking of getting himself transferred there after he had been among the Gauls for a year or two. But his wife was adverse to the idea, protesting that she had been dragged nearly all over the world by him, and was determined not to go to its furthest boundaries. But after the events of the last year he has given up that idea. I know it will give him the greatest possible pleasure to converse with one who can tell him all about the religions and customs of the Britons in their own language." Massilia was by far the largest city that the Britons had entered, and they were greatly surprised at its magnitude and at the varieties of people who crowded its streets. Even Boadicea, who professed a profound indifference for everything Roman, was stupefied when he saw a negro walking in the train of a Roman lady of rank. "Is it a human being, think you," he murmured in Beric's ear, "or a wild creature they have tamed? He has not hair, but his head is covered with wool like a black sheep." "He is a man," Beric replied. "Across the sea to the south there are brown men many shades darker than the people here, and beyond these like lands inhabited by black men. Look at him showing his teeth and the whites of his eye. He is as much surprised at our appearance, Boadicea, as we are at his. We shall see many like him in Rome, for Pollio tells me that they are held in high estimation as slaves, being good-tempered and obedient. He is hideous, Beric. Look at his thick lips, but the creature looks good-tempered. I wonder that any woman could have such as one about the house. Can they talk?" "Oh yes, they talk. They are men just the same as we are, except for their colour." "But what makes them so black, Beric?" "That is unknown, but it is supposed that the heat of the sun, for the country they inhabit is terribly hot, has in time darkened them. You see, as we have gone south the people have got darker and darker." "But are they born that colour, Beric?" "Certainly they are." "If a wife of mine bore me a child of that colour," Boadicea said, "I would strangle it. And think you that it is the heat of the sun that has curled up their hair so tightly?" "That I cannot say. They are all like that." "Well, they are horrible," Boadicea said positively. "I do not think that the earth contains such monsters." Soon after the captives were lodged in a prison, Pollio came to see Beric and told him that he had obtained permission for him to lodge at his uncle's house, he himself being guaranteed for his safe custody there. Accordingly they at once started together. The house was a large one, for, as Pollio had told Beric by the way, his uncle was a man of great wealth, and it was a matter of constant complaint on the part of his wife that he did not settle down in Rome. Passing straight through the atrium, where he was respectfully greeted by the servants and slaves, Pollio passed into the tablinum, where his uncle was sitting writing. "This is the guest I told you that I should bring, uncle," he said. "He is a great chief, young as he looks, and has given us a world of trouble. He speaks Latin perfectly, and you will be able to learn from him all about the Britons without troubling yourself and my aunt to make a journey to his country." Norbanus was an elderly man, short in figure, with a keen but kindly face. He greeted Beric cordially. "Welcome, young chief," he said. "I will try to make your stay here comfortable, and I shall be glad indeed to learn from you about your people, of whom unfortunately I have had no opportunity hitherto of learning anything, save that when I journeyed up last year to the northwest of Gaul, I found a people calling themselves by the same name as you. They told me that they were a kindred race, and that your religion was similar to theirs." "That may well be," Beric said. "We are Gauls, though it is long since we left that country and settled in Britain. It may well be that in some of the wars in the south of the island a tribe, finding themselves overpowered, may have crossed to Gaul, with which country we were always in communication until it was conquered by you. We certainly did not come thence, for all of our traditions say that the Iceni came by ship from a land lying due east from us, and that we were in an offshoot of Belgae, whose country lay to the northwest of Gaul. The people I speak of," the magistrate said, "have vast temples constructed of huge stones placed in circles, which appear to me to have, like the great pyramids of Egypt, an astronomical signification. For I found that the stones round the sacrificial altars were so placed that the sun at its rising threw its rays upon the stone only upon the longest day of summer." "It is so with our great temples," Beric said, "and upon that day sacrifices are offered. What the signification of the stones and their arrangement is I cannot say. These mysteries are known only to the Druids, and they are strictly preserved from the knowledge of those outside the priestly rank." "Spare him today, uncle," Pollio said laughing. "We are like, I hear, to be a fortnight here before we sail, so you will have abundant time to learn everything that Beric can tell you. I will take him up now, with your permission, and introduce him to my aunt and cousins. You will find them in the garden, Pollio. Supper will be served in half an hour. Tomorrow, Beric, we will, after breakfast, renew this conversation that my feathered-brained young nephew has cut so short. My aunt Lesbia would be greatly surprised when she sees you." Pollio laughed as they issued out into the garden. "I did not see her until after I had spoken to my uncle, and I horrified her by telling her that the noted British chief Beric, who had defeated our best troops several times with terrible slaughter, was coming here to remain under my charge until we sail for Rome. She was shocked, considering that you must be a monster of ferocity, and even my pretty cousins were terrified at the prospect. I had half a mind to get you to attire yourself in Roman fashion, but I thought that you would not consent. However, we shall surprise them sufficiently as it is." Lesbia was seated with her two daughters on couches placed under the shade of some trees. 2 or 3 slave girls stood behind them with fans. A Dalmatian boar hound lay on the ground in front of them. Another slave girl was singing, accompanying herself on an instrument resembling a small harp, while a negro stood near in readiness to start upon errands, or to fetch anything that his mistress might for the moment fancy. Lesbia half rose from her reclining position when she saw Pollio approaching, accompanied by a tall figure with the hair of a golden colour clustering closely round his head. The Britons generally wore their hair flowing over their shoulders, but the Iceni had found such inconvenience from this in making their way through the close thickets of the swamps that many of them, Beric among the number, had cut their hair close to the head. With him it was but a recurrence to a former usage, as while living among the Romans his hair had been cut short in their fashion. The two girls, who were 15 and 16 years old, uttered an exclamation of surprise as Beric came near, and Lesbia exclaimed angrily, "You have been jesting with us, Pollio. You told me that you were going to bring Beric, the fierce Briton chief, here, and this young giant is but a beardless lad." Pollio burst into a fit of laughter, which was increased at the expressions of astonishment in Lesbia's face when Beric said in excellent Latin, "Pollio has not deceived you, lady. My name is Beric. I was the chief of the Britons, and my followers gave some trouble even to Suetonius. But you are not the Beric whom we have heard of as leading the insurgent Britons. There is no other chief of my name," Beric said. "Therefore, if you heard aught of good or evil concerning Beric the Briton, it must be related to me." "This is Beric, Aunt," Pollio said, "and you must not judge him by his looks. I was with Suetonius in his battles against him, and I can tell you that we held him in high respect, as we had good cause for doing, considering that in all it cost the lives of some 1,200 legionaries before we could overcome him, and we took him by treachery rather than force." "But how is it that he speaks our language?" Lesbia asked. "I was a hostage for 5 years among the Romans," Beric said, "and any knowledge I may have of the art of war was learned from the pages of Caesar, Polybius, and other Roman writers. The Romans taught me how to fight them." "And now," Pollio broke in, "I must introduce you in proper form. This is my Aunt Lesbia, as you see. These are my cousins, Aemilia and Ennia. Do you know, girls, that these Britons, big and strong as they are ruled by their women. These take part in their councils and are queens and chieftainesses, and when it is necessary they will fight as bravely as the men. They are held by them in far higher respect than with us, and I cannot say that they do not deserve it, for they think of other things than attiring themselves and spending their time in visits and pleasure." "You are not complimentary, Pollio," Aemilia said, "and as to attire, the young Romans think as much of it as we do, and that without the same excuse, for we are cut off from public life, and have none save home pursuits. If you treat us as you say the Britons treat their women, I doubt not that we should show ourselves as worthy of it. Now I ask you fairly, Aemilia, can you fancy yourself encouraging the legionaries in the heat of battle, in seizing spears and shield and rushing down into the thick of the fight as I have seen the British women do?" "No, I cannot imagine that," Aemilia said, laughing. "I could not bear the weight of a shield and spear, much less use them in battle. But if the British women are as much bigger and stronger than I am, as Beric is bigger and stronger than you are, I can imagine their fighting. I wonder how the Britons could withstand our troops. But now that I see one of them, there is no difficulty in comprehending it. And yet you do not look fierce, Beric." "I do not think that I am fierce," Beric said, smiling, "but even the most peaceful animal will try and defend itself when it is attacked." "Have you seen Norbanus?" Lesbia asked. "He has seen him," Pollio replied, "and if it had not been for me he would be with him still, for my uncle wished to engage him at once in a discourse upon the religion and customs of his people. I carried Beric away almost forcibly." Lesbia sighed impatiently. The interest of her husband in these matters was to her a perpetual source of annoyance. It was owing to this that she so frequently travelled from one province to another, instead of enjoying herself at the court in Rome. But although in all other matters Norbanus gave way to her wishes, in this he was immovable, and she was forced to pass her life in what she considered exile. She ceased to take any further interest in the conversation, but reclined languidly on her couch while Pollio gave his cousin a description of his life in Britain, and Beric answered their numerous questions as to his people. Their conversation was interrupted by a slave announcing that supper was ready, and Lesbia was relieved at finding that Beric thoroughly understood Roman fashions and comported himself at table as any other guest would have done. The girls sat down at the meal, although this was contrary to usual custom, but Norbanus insisted that his family should take their meals with him, save upon occasion of a set banquet. "It seems wonderful," Ennia said to her sister later on, "that we should have been dining with the fierce chief of whom we have heard so much, and that he should be as courteous and pleasant and well mannered as any young Roman." "A good deal more pleasant than most of them," Aemilia said, "for he puts on no airs, and is just like a merry, good-tempered lad, while if a young Roman had done but a tithe of the deeds he has, he would be insufferable. We must get Pollio to take us tomorrow to see the other Britons. They must be giants indeed, when Beric, who says he is but little more than 18 years, could take Pollio on his arm and walk away with him." In the morning, accordingly, Pollio started with his two cousins to the prison, while Beric sat down for a long talk with Norbanus in his study. Beric soon saw that the Roman viewed all the matters on which he spoke from the standpoint of a philosopher without prejudices. After listening to all that Beric could tell him about the religion of the Britons, he said, "It is remarkable that all people appear to think that they have private deities of their own, whose interest themselves specially on their behalf, and aid them to fight their battles. I have found no exception to this rule, and the more primitive the people, the more obstinate is this belief. In Rome at present the learned no longer believe in Jupiter and Mars and the rest of the deities, though they still attend the state cemeteries at the temples, holding that a state religion is necessary. The lower class still believe, but then they cannot be said to reason. In Greece, skepticism is universal among the upper class, and the same may now be said of Egypt. Our Roman belief is the more unaccountable since we have simply borrowed the religion of the Greeks, the gods and their attributes being the same, with only a change of name, and yet we fancy that those Greek gods are the special patrons of Rome. Your religion seems to be the most reasonable of any I have studied, and approaches more nearly than any other to the highest speculations of the Greek philosophers. You believe in one God who is invisible and impersonal, who pervades all nature, but having formed so lofty an idea of him, you belittle him by making him a special god of your own country, while if he pervades all nature, he must surely be universal. The Jews, too, believe in a single God, and in this respect they resemble you in their religion, which is far more reasonable than that of nations who worship a multiplicity of deities. But they too consider that their God confines his attention simply to them, and rules over only the little tract they call their own, a province about 100 miles long by 30 or 40 wide. From them another religion has sprung. This has made many converts, even in Rome, but has made no way whatever among the learned. Seeing that it is more strange and extravagant than any other, it has, however, the advantage that the new God is, they believe, universal, and has an equal interest in all people. I have naturally studied the tenets of this new sect, and they are singularly lofty and pure. They teach, among other things, that all men are equal in the sight of God, a doctrine which naturally gains for them the approval of slaves and the lower people, but upon the other hand brings them into disfavour with those in power. They are a peaceful sect and would harm no one, but as they preach that fighting is wrong, I fear that they will before long come into collision with the state, for were their doctrines to spread, there would soon be a lack of soldiers. To me it appears that their views are impracticable on this subject. In other respects they would make good citizens, since their religion prescribes respect to the authorities and fair dealings in all respects with other men. They are, too, distinguished by charity and kindness towards each other. One peculiarity of this new religion is that, although springing up in Judea, it has made less progress among the Jews than elsewhere, for these people, who are of all others the most obstinate and intolerant, accused the founder of the religion, one Christus, before the Roman courts. and he was put to death, in my opinion most unjustly, seeing that there was no crime whatever alleged against him save that he perverted the religion of the Jews, which was in no way a concern of ours, as we are tolerant of the religion of all people. But Suetonius attacked our sacred island and slew the priests on the altar, Beric objected. That is quite true, Norbanus said, but he had nothing whatsoever to do with religion, but was simply because the priests stirred up insurrection against us. We have temples in Rome to the deities of almost every nation we have subdued, and have suffered without objection the preachers of this new doctrine to make converts. The persecutions that have already begun against the sect are not because they believe in the Christus, but because they refuse to perform the duties incumbent upon all Roman citizens. 2 of my slaves belong to the sect. They know well that I care not to what religion they belong, and indeed, for my part, I should be glad to see all my slaves join them, for the moral teaching is high, and these slaves would not steal from me, however good the opportunity. That is more than I can say of the others. Doubtless, had I been fixed in Rome, the fact that they belonged to these people would have been kept a secret, but in the provinces no one troubles his head about such matters. These are, to my mind, matters of private opinion, and they have leave from me to go on their meeting days to the place where they assemble, for even here there are enough of them to form a gathering. So long as this is done quietly, it is an offence to no one. The matter was discussed the other day among us, for orders against Christians came from Rome, but when the thing was spoken of, I said that, as I believe members of the sect were chiefly slaves who were not called upon to perform military duties, I could not deem that the order applied to them, and that as these were harmless people, and their religion taught them to discharge their duty in all matters save that of carrying arms, I could not see why they should be interfered with. Moreover, did we move in the matter? Did these people remain obstinate in their faith? We might all of us lose some valuable slaves. After that, no more was said of the matter. Now tell me about your institution of the bards, of which I have heard. These men seem not only to be the depositors of your tradition and the reciters of the deeds of your forefathers, but to hold something of a sacred position intermediate between the Druids and the people. For some hours Beric and his host conversed on these subjects. Beric learned more than he taught, and wondering much at the wide knowledge possessed by Norbanus. It was not until dinner was announced that the Roman rose. I thank you much, Beric, for what you have told me, and I marvel at the interest that you, who have for the last 2 years been leading men to battle, evince in these matters. After 5 minutes of such talk, my nephew Pollio would begin to weary. I was fond of learning when I was in the household of Caius Muro, but my time was chiefly occupied by the study of military works and in military exercises. Still, I found time to read all the manuscripts in Muro's library, but I think I learned more from the talk of Cneius Nepo, his secretary, who was my instructor, than from the books, for he had travelled much with Muro and had studied Greek literature. Pollio had returned some time before with his cousins. "I would have come in before to carry you away," he whispered to Beric as they proceeded to the dinner table, "but it would have put out my uncle terribly, and as I knew you would have to go through it all, I thought it as well that you should finish with it at once." "I am glad you did not," Beric replied. "It has been a great pleasure to me to listen to your uncle's conversations, from which I have learned a great deal." Pollio glanced up to see if Beric was joking. Seeing that he spoke in perfect good faith, he said, "Truly, Beric, you Britons are strange fellows. I'd rather go through another day fighting in your swamps than have to listen to Uncle for a whole morning." As they sat down he went on, "The girls are delighted with your Britons, Beric. They declare they are not only the biggest but the handsomest men they ever saw, and I believe that if your Lieutenant Boduoc had asked either of them to return with him and share his hut in the swamps, they would have jumped at the offer. The girls both laughed. "But they are wonderful, Beric," Aemilia said. "When you told us that you were not yet full grown, I thought you were jesting, but I see now that truly these men are bigger even than you are. I wish I had such golden hair as most of them have, and such a white skin. Golden hair is fashionable in Rome, you know. It is scarce, except for those few whose mothers were Gauls who have married with Romans. It is the nature of man to admire the opposite to himself," Norbanus said. "You admire the Britons because they are fair, while to them, doubtless, Roman women would appear beautiful because their hair and their eyes are dark." "But Beric had not said so, father," Aemilia said, laughing. "I am not accustomed to pay compliments," Beric said with a smile, "but assuredly your father is right. I have been accustomed for the last 2 years to see British maidens only. These are fair and tall, some of them well nigh as tall as I, and as they live a life of active exercise they are healthy and strong." "That they are," Pollio broke in. "I would as soon meet a soldier of the Goths and one of these maidens Beric speaks of, when her blood is up. I have seen our soldiers shrink from their attack when, with flashing eyes and hair streaming behind them, they rush down upon us, armed with only stones and billets of wood that they had snatched up. What they may be in their gentlest moments I know not, and I should hesitate to pay my court to one, for if she liked it not she would surely make small difficulty in throwing me outside the door of her hut." "You are too quick, Pollio," Aemilia said. "Beric was about to compare us with them." "The comparison is difficult," Beric said, "but you must not imagine our women as being always in the mood in which Pollio has seen them. They were fighting not for their lives, but in order to be killed rather than fall into the hands of your soldiers. Ordinarily they are gentle and kind. They seem to Pollio to be giantesses, but they bear the same proportions to our height as you do to the height of the Roman men." "I meant not to say aught against them," Pollio broke in hastily. "I meant but to show my cousins how impossible it was for you to make any comparison between our women and you. All who know them speak well of the British women, and admire their devotion to their husbands and children. Their virtue and bravery you might as well compare to Libyan lionesses with a Persian cat as the Briton women with these little cousins of mine." "But the Persian cat doubtless its lovable qualities," Beric said smiling. "It is softer and gentler and better mannered than the lioness, though perhaps the lion might not think so. But truly your Roman ladies are beyond comparison with ours. Ours live a life of usefulness, discharging their duties as mistress of the household, intent upon no domestic cares, and yet interested as ourselves in all public affairs, and taking a share in their decision. Your ladies live a life of luxury. They are shielded from all trouble. They are like delicate plants by the side of strong saplings. No rough air is blown upon them. They are dainty with adornments gathered from the whole world, and nature and art have combined alike to make them beautiful. All of which means, Aemilia," Pollio laughed, "that in Beric's opinion you are pretty to look at, but good for nothing else." "I meant not that," Beric said eagerly, "only that the things you are good for are not the things which British women are good for. You have no occasion to be good housewives, because you have slaves who order everything for you, but you excel in many things of which a British woman never so much as heard. There is the same difference that there is between a cultured Roman and one of my tribesmen. Human nature is the same everywhere," Norbanus said. "Fair or dark, great or small, it is modified by climate, by education, by custom, and by civilization, but at bottom it is identical. And now, Pollio, I think you had better take Beric down to the port. The sight of the trade and shipping will be new to him." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Olman. School for Gladiators. As the vessels carrying Suetonius, his suite, and captives sailed up the Tiber, it was met by a galley bearing the orders of the Senate that Suetonius was not to traverse the streets with an armed suite and captives in his train, but was to land as a private person, that the soldiers were to march to the barracks on the Capitol line, where they would receive their arrears of pay and be disbanded, and that the captives were to be handed over to a centurion, who with his company would be at the landing place to receive them. Pollio took the news to Beric, who was on board the same ship, the rest of the captives being with the soldiers in the vessel which followed. "I am rejoiced indeed," he said, "for though I knew that the general would not receive a triumph, I feared that if he made a public entry it was possible there might be a public outcry for your life, which would be our custom have been forfeited had there been a triumph. I doubt not that the hand of Petronius is in this. His messages would have arrived here weeks ago, and it may be that letters dispatched as much as a month after we left have preceded us. Doubtless he would have stated that his clemency had had the desired effect, and that all troubles were at an end, and he may probably have added that this was partially due to your influence, and warned them that were you put to death it would have a deplorable effect upon your people, and might cause a renewal of trouble. Suetonius is furious, for he has hoped much from the effect of his entry, with captives in his train, would have produced. He has powerful enemies here, scarce a noble family, but has lost a connection during the troubles in Britain, and Suetonius is of course blamed for it. You and I know that, although he has borne himself harshly towards the Britons, the rising was due to Catus rather than to him, but as Catus is a creature of Nero, that blame falls upon Suetonius." "It was the deeds of Catus that caused the explosion," Beric said, "but it would have come sooner or later. It was the long grinding tyranny that had well nigh maddened us, that drove Caractacus first to take up arms, that raised the western tribes, made all feel that the Roman yoke was intolerable. The news of the massacre of the Druids and the overthrow of our altars converted the sullen discontent into a burning desire for revenge, and the insult to Boadicea was the signal rather than the cause of the rising. It is to the rule of Suetonius that it is due that hundreds of thousands of Britons, Romans, and their allies have perished." "The fault of Suetonius," Pollio said, "was that he was too much of a soldier. He thought of military glory and left all other matters, save the leading of his troops, in the hands of his civilians. Petronius is a general, but he has distinguished himself more in civil matters. 2 generals have been sent out with him to lead the troops if necessary, but he has been chosen as an administrator." "They should have sent him out 10 years ago," Beric said, "and there then would have been no occasion for generals." They were now approaching Rome, and Beric's attention was entirely occupied by the magnificent scene before him, and with the sight of the temples and palaces rising thickly upon the 7 hills. Massilia had surprised him by its size and splendour, but besides Rome it was only a village. "Rome would do well," he said to Pollio, "to bring the chiefs of every conquered country hither. The sight would do more than 20 legions to convince them of the madness of any efforts to shake off the Roman yoke." "I will see you tomorrow," Pollio said as they neared the landing place. "I shall see many of my friends today and get them to interest themselves in your behalf. I will find out for you where Caius Muro is at present. Doubtless he too will do what he can for you, seeing that you lived so long in his charge." For Beric had not mentioned to his friend aught of the manner in which he had saved Muro's daughter at the sack of Camalodunum. As soon as the centurion came on board, Pollio recommended Beric to his care, saying that he was the chief of the party of British captives, and that during the journey he had formed a close friendship with him. "I shall not be in charge of him long," the centurion said. "I have but to hand him over to the governor of the prison. But I will tell him what you have said to me. He must now go on board the other ship and join his companions, for my orders are that they are not to be landed until after dark." Pollio nodded to Beric. This was another proof that it was determined the populace should not be excited in favour of Suetonius by the passage of the captives through the streets. Beric rejoined his companions. "Well, Boduoc, what do you think of Rome?" "I have been thinking how mad our enterprise was, Beric. You told me about the greatness of Rome, and from the first predicted failure, but I thought this was because you had been infected by your Roman training. I see now that you were right. Well, and what do you think is going to be done with us?" "It is evident there is going to be no public display of us, Boduoc. Suetonius is at present in disgrace, and we shall be either sent into the school for gladiators or set to work at some of the palaces Nero is building." "They may do what they like," Boduoc said, "but I will not fight for their amusement. They may train me if they like and send me into the arena, but if they do I will not lift sword, and I will bid my opponent slay me at once." There was a murmur of assent from some of the others, but another, who said, "Well, I would rather die fighting anyway than work as a slave at Roman palaces," found a response from several. The next day they were marched up to Nero's palace. Surprised as they might be by the splendour of the streets they traversed, and by the grandeur and magnificence of the palace, they betrayed no sign whatever of their feelings, but marched through the vast halls with their wealth of marble and adornment with calm and unmoved faces. At last they reached the audience hall, where the emperor was seated, with a throng of courtiers behind him. Nero was 25, but looked older, for his dissolute habits had already left their marks upon his features. He had an air of good temper and a rough frankness of manner that had rendered him popular among the mass of the people, whom he courted by every means in his power, distributing with lavish hand the wealth he gained by confiscation and spoliation of the rich. The Britons bowed deeply before him, and then stood upright and fearless. "By Hercules," the emperor said to the consular standing next to him, "but these are grand men. No wonder Suetonius had had such trouble in subduing them. And this young man is their chief? Truly, as Petronius said in his letter, he is but a lad. You speak our language too?" he went on, addressing Beric. "I was brought up as a hostage among the Romans," he replied, "and was instructed in their language and literature." "Then you should have known better than to rise against us, young chief." 2 years ago I was but a boy, Caesar," Beric replied, "scarce deemed old enough to fight, much less to give an opinion in the presence of my elders. I was well aware that the struggle must end in our defeat, but when the chiefs of my nation decided for war, I had aught to do but to go with them." "But how is it then that you came to command so many, and became in time the leader of so large a band?" "It was because I had studied your military books, and knew that only by an irregular warfare could we hope to prolong our existence. It was no longer an insurrection. We were simply fugitives trying to sell our lives dearly. If Suetonius had offered us terms, we would gladly have laid down our arms, but as he simply strove to destroy us, we had, like animals brought to bay, to fight for our own lives. The moment Petronius offered to allow my people to return to their homes and pay tribute to Rome, I advised them to submit. So Petronius tells me, and he has said much to excuse your conduct. I would I could enlist this band as my bodyguard," Nero said in a low voice, turning to his consular, "but the Praetorian guards are jealous of their privileges, and none save a Roman can be enrolled in their ranks." "It would be dangerous, Caesar. The Praetorians are well affected to your majesty, and in these days when there are so many ambitious generals at the head of armies, it would be unwise to anger them." "Then we will send them to the schools to be trained. Send this lad with the 4 best of the others to Scopus, and divide the rest among the 3 other schools. The Romans have never seen such men as these in the arena. We must not spoil it by matching them at present with men whose skill more than makes up for their want of strength. 2 years in a school will make marvels of them. The lad will want more than that before he gains his full rank and strength, but he will some day turn out such a gladiator as Rome has never seen, and if after a time we can find no champion to withstand him, we can match him against the lions. I will myself get Scopus orders concerning him." So saying, he waved his hand. The guards closed around the captives, and they were led away. "What is it all about, Beric?" Boadicea asked. "We are to go to the school for gladiators," Beric said, "but as the emperor considers that you will all need 2 years' training at the exercises before you will be fit to appear in the ring, we shall have time to think matters over. Much may happen before that. Nero may be liked by the mass of the people, but he is hated and feared, as I hear, by the upper classes. He may be assassinated or overthrown before that." "I don't see that it will make much difference to us," Boadicea grumbled. "I don't know that it would. At any rate, we have time before us. We shall be well taken care of, well fed, and have plenty of exercise. Before now the gladiators have shaken Rome to its centre. What has happened once may happen again." As they passed along the streets of Rome, the news that a party of fair-haired giants was being escorted under a guard spread rapidly, and a crowd soon filled the streets. Windows opened and ladies looked curiously down at the procession. Beric marched at the head of his party, who followed 4 abreast, and their air of calmness and self-possession, their proud bearing, and the massive strength of their figures roused the admiration of the multitude, who, on learning from the guards that the captives were Britons, greeted them with shouts of approval. So thick became the crowd before they reached their destination that the Roman soldiers had difficulty in forcing their way through. As they turned into the street in which stood the great school of Scopus, the crowd at once guessed the destination of the captives. "By all the gods," one of the lookers-on said, "these fellows will furnish us with grand sport in the arena." "It is a shame to turn such grand-looking men into gladiators," a woman said. "What, would you like to pick a husband out among them, dame?" The first speaker laughed. "I would not mind. At any rate, I would prefer any of them to such an ill-looking scarecrow as you," she retorted. "It is bad enough when they kill off some of those Gauls who are far too good for such work, but the best of them I have seen in the arena lack 6 inches, both in height and breadth of shoulder, of these Britons." "Ah!" the man grumbled. "That is always the way with women. They think of nothing but strength. Why shouldn't we? Men think of nothing but beauty." And so, amid a chorus of remarks, for the most part complimentary, the Britons strode along, surrounded by their escort, till they reached the entrance to the school of Scopus. The master, attracted by the noise in the street, was standing at the entrance. He was a broad-built man, but without an ounce of superfluous flesh, with muscles and sinews standing up in knots and ridges, and evidently possessed of extreme activity as well as strength. "Nero has sent you 5 fresh scholars, Scopus." "By Hercules," Scopus said, "they are splendid barbarians. Whence come they?" "They are Britons." "Ah, yes, Claudius brought back a few with him, but that was before I was here. I would say they were all a few years younger. They are in their prime now, and to make a man first class one should begin with him young. This youngster here is just the age. I warrant me there will not be many who can hold their own against him when I have trained him." "He is their chief," the centurion said, "and speaks our language as well as you do." "That is good. I can speak a little Gaulish, but there is always trouble with newcomers from out of the way countries when we have no one who speaks their language. Well, I will leave them with you. They are in your charge. I have the other 15 to divide among the other schools. I will take care of them," Scopus said. "There is good feeding and good drinking here, and no one runs away. There is nowhere to run to. That is one thing. Still, what could a man want more than to be well housed and well fed, and have the companionship of plenty of good fellows? Don't you think so?" And he turned to Beric. "It is of no use asking for more if one is not likely to get it. Certainly we might do worse." "Well, follow me," Scopus said. "I will introduce you to your comrades." Beric and his companions took a hearty farewell of the others, Beric telling them that doubtless they would have frequent occasions of meeting. He then followed Scopus into a large hall. Here some 40 or 50 men were assembled. Some were swinging weights round their heads, others were engaged at gymnastic exercises. 2 men, under the direction of an instructor, were fighting with blunted swords. One great fellow, armed with a sword and shield, was hotly pursuing an active man a little over half his weight, carrying a trident in one hand and a net in the other, amid the laughter of a group watching them. At the entrance of Scopus and his companions the proceedings were arrested. "Here are some fresh hands," Scopus said, "who have come to fill up the vacancies made in the games 10 days since. They are Britons, and I should imagine will require a lot of training before they are fit for the arena. One of them talks Latin. The rest, I fancy, will have for the present to content themselves with the companionship of you Gauls, who are, as I believe, of kindred race, though it seems to me that either you must have fallen off in size, or they have increased since you separated." Some 7 or 8 Gauls stepped forward and addressed the Britons, and the latter, glad to find men who could speak their language, responded heartily. The gladiators were of many races. Besides the Gauls there were 4 or 5 Goths, some Iberians, lean swarthy men, Numidians, fleet of foot, lithe and active. These were used more often for contests with wild beasts than in the gladiatorial conflicts, for which they lacked strength and weight. Parthians and Scythians, together with a score of natives of Italy, Romans and others who have taken to the profession of gladiator as they might have done to any other calling. "Now," Scopus said to Beric, "you are free of the place. There are no prisoners here. There are regular hours and exercises, but beyond that your time is your own, to walk in the city, to see the shows, or to remain here. As you see, all here dress somewhat after Roman fashion, so that as they go abroad they may not be stared at. There is no obligation that way, but it is more comfortable. There are upwards of 100 schools in Rome. Some are larger than mine, some smaller, but there is not one that stands higher. When one of my men enters the ring, the audience know that they are going to see a good sport. Do we have to fight against each other or against strangers?" "Against strangers," Scopus said, "when there is going to be a show day. So many schools are warned to send 3 or 4 men, as the case may be, and the master of ceremony matches them against each other. Sometimes there may be 10 couples, sometimes 40 or 50. It depends whether it is a great occasion or not, and of course each school hopes to see its champions win. That fellow you saw running with a net, he is a Scythian, and so quick and nimble that he always gets away and is ready for a throw again before his opponent can overtake him. He is a great favourite of the public, for he has been in the arena 12 times and has always conquered. What do you consider to be the best weapon, the trident or the sword? If a man is active without being strong, I should make a retiarius of him," Scopus said. "If he is strong without being active, he would naturally fight with sword and buckler. Then there is the caestus, but the Romans do not care for that. though to my mind it is the finest of all the exercises, for that both strength and activity are required, but it is not bloody enough for the Romans. Perhaps the thing that demands the greatest skill and nerve and strength at the same time is to fight with beasts. However, we settled none of these things at first. After a few months' training we see what a man's capabilities are and what himself has a fancy for. I always let a man choose, if he has any very strong wish in the matter, for he is sure to succeed best in that. There are many who, even with all my care, never turn out first class. These are reserved to fight in what may be called general contests, which have become popular lately, 10 against 10, or 50 against 50. On 2 or 3 grand occasions there have been as many as 1,000 engaged. For these no particular skill is required. It is one side against the other. Lastly, there are few who turn out so useless that it would be a waste of pains to try to make anything of them. These are sent to the galleys or to the public works. "You never find any unwilling to learn?" Beric said. "Not one," the man said carelessly. "A man has to defend himself, and even with blunt swords he will get awkward cracks if he cannot protect his head. Besides, in the arena a man's life depends upon his skill, and the conquered is sure to have no mercy shown him unless he has borne himself well. Therefore each man is anxious to learn. I have had a few obstinate fellows, for the most part Goths, who would do nothing. I simply send them down to the galleys, and I warrant me that they are not long in finding out what fools they have been, and would give a good deal to exchange their beds of hard boards and their coarse food for a life of pleasure and freedom here." "As long as it lasts," Beric said. "Yes, as long as it lasts, but with all its dangers it is likely to last as long as that of a galley slave. What with bad food and hardships and toil, and the taskmaster's whip and the burning sun, a galley slave's life is a short one, while a skilful gladiator may live for many years, and in time save money enough to set up a school as I have done." "Were you a gladiator once?" Beric asked. "Certainly I was, and so were all the masters of the schools, except perhaps a few Greeks whose methods differ from ours. I was 10 years in the arena, and fought 35 battles. In 30 I was victorious, in the other 5 I was defeated, but as I was a favourite and always made a good fight, the thumbs were turned up, which, as you may know, is a signal for mercy." "Are you a Roman?" "No, I am a Thessalian. I took to it young, having got into trouble at home. We have blood feuds there, and having killed the chief of a house with which my people had a quarrel, I had to fly, and so made to Pola. Thence I crossed to Brundisium. I worked there in the dockyard for a year or 2, but I was never fond of hard work of that sort, so I came on here, entered a school, and now, as you see, I am master of one. A gladiator who distinguishes himself gets many presents, and I did well. The life is not a bad one after all." "It must be hateful having to fight with men with whom you have no quarrel," Beric said. "You don't feel that after the first minute or 2. Scopius laughed. "There is a man standing opposite to you with a sword or a trident, and you know very well that if you do not kill him he is going to kill you. It makes very little difference, after you once face each other, whether there was any quarrel between him and you beforehand or not. The moment the fighting begins there is an end of all nonsense of that sort. What is an enemy? A man who wants to do you harm. The man facing you is going to kill you unless you kill him. There cannot be a worse enemy than that. After all, it is just the same with soldiers in a battle. They have no particular quarrel with the men facing them, but directly the arrows begin to fly and a storm of javelins comes singing through the air, you think of nothing but of trying to kill the men who are trying to kill you. I thought as you do before I entered the arena for the first time, but I never felt so afterwards. All these things are matters of usage, and the gladiator after his first combat enters the ring with just the same feeling as a soldier marches to meet an enemy." Beric was silent. He had no doubt that there was some truth in what Scopus said. His own experience of battle had shown him this, but he was still determined in his mind that, come what would, he would not fight for the amusement of the Romans. But it was of no use to say this now. It might be a long time before he was required to enter the arena, and until then he might as well apply himself to gaining strength and science in arms. It did not seem to him that there was any possibility of escape, but he might at least take to the woods, stand at bay there, and be killed in a fair open fight. The next morning the exercises began. They were at first of a moderate character, and were only intended to strengthen the muscles and add to the endurance. For the first 6 months they were told that their work would consist only of gymnastic exercises, lifting weights, wielding heavy clubs, climbing ropes, wrestling, and running on foot. Their food was simple but plentiful. All adopted the Roman custom in order to avoid observation when they went abroad. Being a strong body and individually formidable, they were free from the rough jokes generally played upon newcomers, and when after 6 hours of exercise they sat down to a hearty dinner, the general feeling among them was that things were better than they expected, and the life of a gladiator, with the exception of his appearances in the arena, was by no means a bad one. Pollio called in the afternoon as he had promised, and had a long talk with Beric. "In the first place, I have some bad news for you, Beric. Caius Muro remained here but a month after his return from Britain, and was then sent to command the legion in the north of Syria." "That is bad news indeed, Pollio. I had looked forward to seeing him. I have made sure that I should find one friend at least in Rome." "It is unfortunate indeed, Beric, for he would have spoken for you, and might have obtained a better lot for you. I hate seeing you here," he said passionately, "but it is better than being executed at once, which is the lot that generally befalls the chief of captives taken in war. Scopus is not a bad fellow when things go well, but they say that he is a fiend when his blood is up. He is one of the finest fighters we ever had in the arena, though he left it before I was old enough to go there. I knew him well, however, for I used to come here with my elder brother, who was killed 4 years ago in Africa. It is quite the fashion among the young Romans to go the round of the schools and see the gladiators practising, and then when the sports come on they bet on the men they consider the most skilful." "A fine sport," Beric said sarcastically. "Well, you see, Beric, we have been bred up to it, and we wager upon it just as you Britons do on your fights between cocks. I never felt any hesitation about it before, because I had no particularly personal interest in any of the combatants. After all, you know, life is dull in Rome for those who take no part in politics, who have no ambition to rise at the court, and who do not care overmuch for luxury. We have none of the hunting with which you harden your muscles and pass your time in Britain. Therefore it is that the sports of the arena are so popular with our class, as well as with that below it. You must remember, too, that the greater portion of the gladiators are captives taken in war, and would have been put to death at once had they not been kept for this. I do not say that they have anything to complain of, Pollio, but I am sure that most of them would much rather perish in battle than be killed in the arena." "Yes, but it is not a question of being killed in battle, Beric. It is a question of being captured in battle and put to death afterwards. It may be the fashion some day or other to treat captives taken in war with generosity and honour, but it certainly is not so at present, either with us or with any other nation that I know of. I don't think that your people differ from the rest, for every soul who fell into their hands was slain." "I quite admit that," Beric said, "and should have no cause for complaint had I been slain as soon as I was captured. But there is something nobler in being killed as a victim of hate by a victorious enemy than to have to fight to the death as a holiday amusement." "I admit that," Pollio said, "and though since Nero came to the throne there has been an increase in these gladiatorial displays, methinks there are fewer now than in the days before the empire, when Spartacus led 20,000 gladiators against Rome. There is one thing, if the creed of those Jews of whom Norbanus was speaking to you ever comes to be the dominant religion, there will be an end to the arena, for so averse are these people to fighting that when placed in the arena they will not make even an effort to defend themselves. They do not, as do the Goths sometimes, lower their swords and fall on the points. Suicide they consider wrong, and simply wait calmly like sheep to be killed. I have been talking with some friends over the persecutions of 2 years ago, just after I left for Britain, and they say it was wonderful to see the calmness with which the Christians meet death. They say the persecution was given up simply because the people became sick of spectacles in which there was no interest or excitement. Well, Beric, are you ready to go out with me? You will not be ashamed to walk through the streets with a gladiator, Pollio." "Ashamed? On the contrary, you must know that gladiators are in fashion at present, Beric. The emperor prides himself on his skill and consorts greatly with gladiators, and has even himself fought in the arena, and therefore it is the thing with all who are about the court to affect the society of gladiators. But as yet you are not one of them, although you may have commenced your training for the arena. But fashion or not, it would have made no difference to me. You are my friend, whatever evil fortune may have done for you. The only difference is that whereas, had you not been in fashion, I should have taken you with me only to the houses of intimate friends, as I did at Massilia, now you will be welcome everywhere. Besides, Beric, even in Rome a chief who has kept Suetonius at bay for a year, and who is moreover a Latin scholar accustomed to Roman society, is recognized as being an object of great interest, especially when he is young and good looking. I am glad to see that you have adopted clothes of our fashion. They set you off to much better advantage than does the British garb, besides attracting less attention. I hope that you are not going to take me today to meet any people, Pollio. I want to see the temples and public buildings. It shall be just as you wish, Beric." For hours Beric wandered about Rome with Pollio, so interested in all he saw that he was scarce conscious of the attention he himself had attracted. From time to time they met acquaintances of Pollio, who introduced them to Beric as "my friend the chief of the Iceni, who cost us a year's hard work and some 1,200 men before we captured him. Petronius has written so strongly to Nero in his favour that his life has been spared, and he has been placed in the school of Scopus." And the languid young Roman, looking at Beric's height and proportions, no longer wondered at the trouble that the Roman legions had had in overcoming the resistance of a mere handful of barbarians. Beric on his part was by no means surprised at the appearance of these young courtiers. He had seen many of the same type at Camalodunum, and had heard Caius lament the effeminacy of the rising generation, but he knew that these scented young nobles could, if necessary, buckle on armour and fight as valiantly as the roughest soldier, though why they should choose to waste their lives at present in idleness, when there was so much work to be done in every corner of the vast empire, was altogether beyond his comprehension. "Why is there a crowd gathered around that large building?" he asked Pollio. "That is one of the public granaries. Corn is brought here in vast quantities from Sardinia and Sicily, from Spain and Africa, and since Nero came to the throne it is distributed gratis to all who choose to apply for it. No wonder Nero is popular among the people. He feeds them and gives them shows. They want nothing more. It is nothing to them, the cruelties he exercises upon the rich." "But it must encourage the people in lazy habits," Beric said. Pollio shrugged his shoulder. "They think because they are citizens of the capital of the world they have a right to live in idleness, and that others should work for them. At any rate it keeps them in good temper. There have been great tumults in Rome in past times. But by drawing the tribute in corn and distributing it freely here, Nero keeps them in a high state of contentment. You don't like Nero, Pollio?" "I hate him," Pollio said. "He is a tyrant, greedy, cruel, and licentious. He had his own mother murdered because she opposed his plans, and some of our best and noblest citizens have been put to death, either because Nero was jealous of their popularity or because he desired to grasp their possessions. It is horrible that Rome, which has conquered the world, should lie prostrate at the feet of a creature like this. It was because my father feared that some spy among the slaves might report what I said about Nero that caused him to send me out to Suetonius, who is a connection of our family, and he will ere long obtain for me some other employment away from the capital. I shall be glad to be gone. The atmosphere here seems to stifle one. Nero's spies are everywhere, and a man is afraid of speaking his thoughts even in his own house. I like to take life easy, but I would rather be battling with your people in the swamps than living in idleness in Rome." "I thought you were glad to return, Pollio." "I thought I should be, Beric, but I suppose the active life in Britain has spoilt me. I used to scent my hair and lounge in the baths and frequent the shows, and lead just such a life as the young men we have spoken to this afternoon, and I was contented with it. I wondered at myself now, but I cannot take up the old life where I left it. I have been back for 24 hours, and I am restless already, and am longing to be doing something." "I should think," Beric said with a smile, "that you might well put up with Rome for a few weeks. It seems to me that it will take years to know all its wonders. There are the great libraries too, filled with manuscripts, and as you understand Greek, you could study the writings of the sages and philosophers." "I would rather row in the galleys," Pollio said. "I don't mind an hour or two now and then with the historians, but the philosophers are too deep for my shallow brain. Would you like to look into a library now?" Beric assented eagerly, and they entered one of these buildings. It consisted of a great hall with innumerable couches and benches for readers. Round the walls were pigeonholes in which the manuscripts were deposited, and numerous attendants moved to and fro among the readers, supplying them with such manuscripts as they desired, and taking away those they had done with. Leaving the hall, they passed through a series of large apartments in which hundreds of men were at work copying manuscripts. "These are the scribes," Pollio said. "Very many of them are slaves whom the owners allow to work here, sharing with them their earnings. Others are freedmen who have either purchased their liberty from their savings or have been manumitted by their owners. You see many of the most popular writings, such as those of Caesar, Tacitus, Livy, or the poets Horace, Virgil, and Ovid, are constantly in demand, and scores of copies must be kept on hand. Then again, many of the Greek authors are greatly in request. The manuscripts wear out and must be replaced, so that at the various libraries there are some thousands of scribes always kept employed. You see among the scribes men of many nationalities, frequently disciplines of the sect." "Can I come here and read?" Beric asked eagerly. "Certainly you can. These libraries are open to all. So are the baths, at least the greater portion of them. Everything is free here, but it is nearly time for us now to be going home." Beric availed himself at once of the advantages offered by the public library. It was only thus that men of moderate means could in those days obtain access to books, for the cost of manuscripts was considerable, and libraries were only to be found in the houses of the wealthy. His taste for reading was a matter of astonishment among the gladiators, and was the subject of a good deal of jesting. This, however, was for the most part of a good-natured kind, but upon the part of one named Lupus it was sneering and offensive. This man, who was a professional gladiator, that is, one of those who has taken to it as a trade, was a Roman of unusual stature and strength. He had been a worker in iron, and from making arms took to their use. He had won many victories in the arena, and was considered the champion of the school of Scopus. The only man who approached him in the number of victories being Porus, the Scythian, whose strong point, however, lay in his activity and his dexterity in throwing the net rather than in strength. Lupus had, from the first day of the Britons' arrival at Ludus, viewed them with aversion, his hostility to Beric being especially marked, and he particularly objected to the slight deference shown to him by his companions. In spite of the protest of Beric himself, who in vain pointed out to them that he was now no longer their chief, and that they were in all respects comrades and equals, Lupus had carefully abstained from any remarks that would bring him into collision with the other Britons, mortified as he was that his strength and stature, of which he was very proud, had been thrown into the shade by that of the newcomers. He felt that in a quarrel their rough strength might render them more than his match. Beric, however, he considered as but a youth, and though doubtless powerful, deemed that his muscles would be no match for his own seasoned strength. And yet he had not seen Beric tried with any arms, and thought that the young barbarian could know nothing of the management of weapons. At first his annoyance only took the form of addressing him with an affected deference as "my Lord Beric," but the discovery that, while he himself was unable to read or write, the young Briton was fond of study, and spent his spare time in the public libraries, afforded him opportunities for constant sneers. These Beric took in good part, but Boadicea, who had now picked up enough Latin to understand the gist of his remarks, one day intervened and seized Lupus by the shoulder and dashed him to the ground. The Roman sprang to his feet, caught up a knife from the table, and rushed at Boadicea. Scopus, however, who was present, with an angry growl sprang upon him, seizing him by the throat with so vigorous a grasp that his face became purple, his eyes stared, and he in vain grasped for breath. Then he flung him down into a corner of the room with such force that he lay half stunned. "You dog!" he exclaimed, "how dare you take a knife? I will have no quarrels here, as you know, and if you again venture on a disturbance, I will bid your comrades to tie you up, and will flay the skin off your back with the lash. The Briton was perfectly right. Why can't you leave his friend alone? I have marked your ill-natured jest before, and am glad that he punished you." Lupus rose slowly to his feet with an angry glare in his eyes. He knew, however, that Scopus had in his time been unrivalled in the arena, and that, moreover, the rest, who had been offended by his airs of superiority, would side with the Lannister against him. "I said nothing to the Briton," he said. "It was the boy I addressed. If it was an offence, why did he not take it up? Is he a coward that the others have to fight his battles? Is he offended? Why does he not challenge me to fight as is customary in all the ludi?" "Because he is yet but a pupil, and will not be fit to enter the arena for 3 or 4 years," Scopus said. "A fight can only be between trained gladiators. You don't suppose that a fresh joined youth is going to fight with one who has won a score of times in the arena?" "Excuse me, Scopus," Beric said quietly. "I am perfectly ready to fight with this braggadocio, and challenge him to a contest. A few hard knocks will do neither of us any harm. Therefore let us go into the school and have it out. It is much better so than to have perpetual quarrelling." Scopus would have objected, but the gladiators broke into shouts of "A fight! A fight!" and as it was according to the rules of all the ludi that quarrels should be fought out with wooden swords without interference by the Lannister, he simply shrugged his shoulders. "Well, as he has challenged you, Lupus, I have nothing to say to it," and the whole of those present at once adjourned to the school. The combatants were armed with bucklers and with swords of the same weight to those ordinarily used, but with square edges, with the corners rounded off, so that though they would give a heavy blow, they would not cut. Lupus, confident in his skill and furious at the humiliation he had just suffered, at once sprang upon Beric, but the latter as nimbly leaped back, catching the blow on his buckler, and at the same time bringing his own with such force and weight upon the Roman's left shoulder that it brought him for a moment on his knee. A shout of astonishment and applause burst from the lookers on. Lupus would have instantly renewed the fight, but Beric stepped back and lowered his sword. "Your left arm is disabled," he said. "You had best wait till you can use your buckler again. It would not be a fair match now." Furious as he was, Lupus felt the truth of what his opponent said, and though the burst of applause at Beric's magnanimity angered him even more than before, he drew back a step or two. At the order of Scopus, two of the others came forward with some oil, with which for some minutes they kneaded the shoulder. "I am ready again," he said at last, and the gladiators drew back, and the opponents faced each other. Lupus had learned that Beric was not, as he had supposed, entirely untaught, but although he had attributed the blow he had received solely to his own rashness, he renewed the conflict with the same care and prudence he would have shown had he been fighting with edged weapons in the arena. He soon found, however, that he had met with an opponent differing widely from those he had hitherto fought. Beric had had excellent teachers among the veteran legionaries of Camalodunum, and to skill in the sword he added a prodigious activity. Instead of fighting in the ordinary Roman method, standing firm with the body bent forward and the buckler stretched out at the level of the shoulders in front of him, he stood slightly poised on his feet, ready to spring forward or back, and with his shield across his body. In vain Lupus tried to get close quarters. His cramped attitude prevented rapid movement, and he could not get even within striking distance of his opponent, save when the latter sprang in to deliver a blow. These, however, fell vainly, for Lupus was fighting now calmly and warily, and with sword or shield guarded every blow aimed at him. Beric soon felt that he should but exhaust himself did he continue to attack in this fashion, and presently desisted, and standing his ground awaited the attack of Lupus. The blows fell fast and heavy now. Then Beric purposely lowered his buckler a moment. Lupus instantly struck, springing a pace forward. Beric sharply threw up his left arm, striking up the hand of Lupus as it fell, and at the same moment brought this weapon with tremendous force down upon the head of his antagonist, who fell as if he was killed. "Habet, habet!" shouted the gladiators, alike exalted and astonished at the defeat of the bully of the school. "By the gods, Beric," Scopus said, "you have given him a lesson. I talked about 4 years' training, but even now would send you in the arena without fear. Why, there are but one or two gladiators who are considered the superior of Lupus with the sword, and he had from the first no chance with you." "It was simply because he did not understand my way of fighting," Beric said quietly. "No, Scopus, I will have the 4 years' training before I fight. I have chanced to overcome Lupus this time, but I am not going to match myself against men until I have my full strength." Scopus laughed. "That looks as if there was strength enough in your arm, Beric," he said, pointing to the prostrate figure. "However, I know from what you have said that you wish to put off your entry into the arena as long as possible, and doubtless practice and teaching will render you a far better swordsman than you are now. Take him away," he said to the others, pointing to Lupus. "Dash cold water over him till he comes round, then bandage his head. I doubt if his skull be not broken. One of you had better go for a leech to examine him, and mind, let not a word be breathed outside the school as to this contest. We will keep it silent until it is time for Beric to enter the arena, and then we shall be dull indeed if we do not lay bets enough on him to keep us in wine for a year. There is no fear of Lupus himself saying a word about it. You may be sure that, roughly shaken as his conceit may be, he will hold his tongue as to the fact that he has found his master in what he was pleased to call a boy. Mind, if I ever hear a word spoken outside the school on the subject, I will make it my business to find out who spread the report, and it will be very bad for the man who did it when I bring it home to him." It was upwards of a week before Lupus was able to enter the gymnasium again. Beric had particularly requested the others to make no allusion to his discomfiture, but from that time the superiority of Lupus was gone, and Beric's position in the school was fully established. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Olman. A Christian. While Beric thus spent his time between his exercises and the schools and one or the other of the libraries, varied occasionally by paying a visit with Pollio, Boadicea and his companions were not ill contented with their life. Most of them had, during the long journey through Gaul, picked up a few words of Latin from their gods, and as it was the language of the gymnasium and was the only medium by which the men of the various nationalities could communicate with each other, they now rapidly increased their knowledge of it, Beric strongly urging them to become acquainted with it as soon as possible, as it might be most useful and important to them. None of the others beside Boadicea were, Scopus thought, ever likely to be a credit to him in the more serious contests in the ring, but all showed an aptitude for wrestling and boxing, and the lanista was well content with this, as the games in the arena frequently commenced with these comparatively harmless sports, and in most of the provincial cities wrestlers and boxers were in great request. Beric was much pleased when he heard from the master that he intended to confine his teaching to these two exercises only with regard to his companions, for although men were sometimes seriously hurt by blows given by the masses of leather and lead which, round around their fist, were used to give weight to the blows, a final termination to the contest was rare. In the exercise the men practised with many wrappings of wadding and cotton round the caestus, answering the purpose of the modern boxing glove. Beric himself was very partial to the exercise, and as it strengthened the muscles and gave quickness and activity to the limbs, Scopus encouraged him in it. "I do not see the use of the caestus," Beric said one day. "One could hit and guard much more quickly without it. It is good, no doubt, for exercise, as it strengthens the muscles. For fighting it would be better to lay it aside. What is the advantage of it? With the bare fist one can knock an opponent down, and with a very few blows strike him senseless. What more can you want than that? Yes, for men like you Britons that would do, for a straight blow from any one of you would well nigh break in the bones of the face of an ordinary man, and as you say you can strike much more quickly without the weight on your hands. But with smaller men a contest might last for hours without the cases, and the spectators would be tired of it. But I will try the experiment some day, and put up one of the Britons against Athor the Gaul, hands against the cases, and see what comes of it. At present he is more skilful than any of you people, but they are getting on fast, and when one of them is fairly his match in point of skill, I will try it. If the Briton wins, I will, when they first go into the arena, match them against the champions of the other schools with bare hands against armed ones, but they will get great credit if they win under those conditions. Both at that and at wrestling you Britons are likely to carry all before you. I should like to train you all only for that." "I wish you would," Beric said earnestly. "There is less honour in winning at wrestling and boxing than in the other contests," Scopus said. "For that I care nothing whatever, Scopus. Besides, you would get more credit from my winning in these games than for my being killed in the others. Strength and height count for much in them, while against an active retiarius strength goes for little." "But you are active as well as strong, Beric, and so is Boadicea. Moreover, when Caesar sent you to me to be prepared for the ring, he meant that you should take part in the principal contests, and he would be furious if, on some great occasion, when he expected to see you stand up against a famous champion, turned out that you were only a wrestler. I am ready and willing to learn all the exercises, Scopus. I should like to excel in them all, but you might put me up as a wrestler and a boxer. Then if Nero insisted on my betaking myself to other weapons, I can do so without discredit to you. But my opinion is that every man should do what he can do best. Were we to fight with clubs, I think that we need to have no fear of any antagonist, but our strength is for the most part thrown away at sword play, at which any active man with but half our strength is our match. You have told me that Nero often looks in at your school, and doubtless he will do so when he comes back from Greece. You could tell him that you had found that all the Britons were likely to excel rather in wrestling and boxing, where their strength and height came into play, than in the other exercises, and that you, therefore, were instructing them chiefly in them. I will see what I can do, Scopus said. I like you Britons. You are good-tempered and give me no trouble. I will tell you what I will do. I will send to Greece for the best instructor in wrestling I can get hold of. They are better at that than we are, and wrestling has always ranked very high in their sports. Most of you already are nearly a match for Decius, but you are all worth taking pains about, for there are rich prizes to be won in the provincial arenas, as well as at Rome and in Greece, where they do not care for the serious contest. There is high honour paid to the winners in the wrestling games. As time went on, Beric had little leisure to spend in libraries, for the exercises increased in severity, and as, instead of confining himself, as most of the others did, to one particular branch, he worked at them all. The day was almost entirely given up to exercises of one kind or another. His muscles and those of his companions had increased vastly under the training they received. All had been accustomed to active exercise, but under their steady training every ounce of their superfluous flesh disappeared. Their limbs became more firmly knit, and the muscles showed out through the clear skin in massive ridges. "We should astonish them at home, Beric," Boadicea said one day. "It is strange that people like the Romans, who compared to us are weakly by nature, should have so studied the art of training men in exercises requiring strength. I used to wonder that the Roman soldiers could wield such heavy spears and swords. Now I quite understand it. We were just as nature made us. They are men built up by art. Why, when we began, my arms used to ache in a short time with those heavy clubs. Now I feel them no more than if they were willow wands." Pollio had remained but 2 months in Rome, and had then gone out with a newly appointed general to Syria. Beric had missed his light-hearted friend much, but he was not sorry to give up the visits with him to the houses of his friends. He felt that in those houses he was regarded as sort of show, and that the captured British chief, who was acquainted with the Latin tongue and the Roman manners, was regarded with something of the same curiosity and interest as a tamed tiger might be. Besides, however much gladiators might be the fashion in Rome, he felt a degradation in the calling, and although he quite appreciated the advantage that the training would be to him should he ever return to Britain, he was pleased to learn from Pollio, on the day before he started, that he had heard that his uncle would ere long return to Rome. "I believe," he said, "that it is entirely my aunt's doing. You know how she hates what she calls her exile, and I hear that she has been quietly using all her family influence to obtain his recall and his appointment as a magistrate here. I learn she is likely to succeed, and that my uncle will be one of these fine days astounded at receiving the news that he is appointed a magistrate here. I don't suppose he will ever learn my aunt's share in the matter, and will regard what others would take as a piece of supreme good luck as a cruel blow of fortune. However, if he did discover it, my aunt would maintain stoutly that she did it for the sake of the girls, whom she did not wish to see married to some provincial officer, and condemned as she had been to perpetual exile, and as she would have the support of all her relations, even of my father, who is also convinced that it is the greatest of all earthly happiness for a Roman to reside at Rome. My uncle for once will have to give in. Aemilia, too, will be glad to return to Rome, though I know that Ennia is of a different opinion. I believe, from what she let drop one day, that she has a leaning towards the new sect, of which she has heard from the old slave who was her nurse. It would be a great misfortune if she has, for it would cause terrible trouble at home, and if any fresh persecution breaks out, she might be involved. I am sure my aunt has no suspicion of it, for if she had, the slave would be flogged to death or thrown to the fishes, and Ennia's life would be made a burden to her till she consented to abandon the absurd ideas she had taken up. But if Norbanus had returned with his family to Rome, Beric had heard nothing of it. Had Pollio been at Rome, he would at once have taken him to see him on their return. But now that he is gone, there was no one from whom he would hear of their movements, and Norbanus himself would be so much occupied with his new duties, and with the society with which Lesbia would fill the house, that he would have no time to inquire about the British captive he had received as his guest at Massilia. One evening, when the rest of the gladiators were engaged in a hot discussion as to the merits of some of those who were to appear at the games given in celebration of the funeral obsequies of a wealthy senator, Beric asked Boadicea to accompany him for a walk. "One gets sick of all that talk about fighting," he said as they went out. "How men can sit indoors in a hot room heavy with the smoke of the lamps, when they can go out on such a lovely night as this, I cannot understand. We do not have such nights as this at home, Boadicea." "No," Boadicea assented reluctantly, for it was seldom that he would allow anything Roman to be superior to what he was accustomed to in Britain. "The nights are certainly fine here, and so they need to be when it is so hot all day that one can scarcely breathe outside the house. It seems to me that the heat takes all the strength out of my limbs." Beric laughed. "It did not seem so, Boadicea, when today you threw Bothrum, who is as heavy and well nigh as strong as yourself, full 5 yards through the air. Let us turn out from these busy streets and get among the hills, not those on which the palaces stand, but away from houses and people." "What a night it would be for wolf hunting," Boadicea said suddenly, when they had walked along for some distance in silence. "Yes, that was fine sport, Boadicea, and when we slew we knew we were riding the land of fierce beasts." "Well, many of the gladiators are not much better, Beric. There is Porus, who may be likened to a panther. There is Christimus, who is like a savage bull. Grippus, who, when not at work, is forever trying to stir up strife. Truly, I used to think, Beric, that I could not slay a man unless he was an enemy, but I scarcely feel that now. The captives in war are like ourselves, and I would not, if I could help it, lift sword against them. But many of the men are malefactors, who have been sentenced to death as gladiators rather than to death by the executioner, and who, by the terms of the sentence, must be killed within the course of a year. Well, there is no objection to killing these. If you do not do it, someone else will. Then there are the Romans. These are the roughest and most brutal of all. They are men who have been the bullies of their quarters, who fight for money only, and boast that it is a disappointment to them when, by the vote of the spectators, they have to spare an antagonist they have conquered. It is at least as good a work to kill one of these men as to slay a wolf at home. Then there are the patricians, who fight to gain popular applause, and kill as a matter of fashion. For them I have assuredly no pity. No, I hope I shall never have to stand up against a captive like myself, but against all others I can draw my sword without any of the scruples I used to feel. I hear that if one of us can but hold his own for 3 years, in most cases he is given his liberty. I do not mean that he would be allowed to go home, but he is free from the arena." They were now near the summit of one of the hills, where a clear sweep had been made of all the houses standing there, in order that a stately temple should be erected on the site. Suddenly they heard a scream in a female voice. "There is some villainy going on, Boduoc. Let us break in upon the game." They ran at the top of their speed in the direction from which they had heard the cry, and came upon a group of 7 or 8 men, belonging, as they could see by the light of the moon, to the dregs of the city. A female was lying on the ground, another was clinging to her, and 2 men with coarse jeers and laughter were dragging her from her hold when the 2 Britons came up. Beric struck one of the men to the ground with a terrible blow, while Boduoc, seizing the other, hurled him through the air, and he fell head foremost among a heap of the masonry of a demolished building. The other men drew their knives, but as Beric and his companion turned upon them there was a cry, "They are gladiators!" and the whole of them, without a moment's hesitation, took to their heels. Beric then turned towards the females, but as the light of the moon fell full on his face, the one with whom the men had been struggling exclaimed, "Why, it is surely Beric!" Beric looked at her in surprise. "It is the lady Ennia!" he exclaimed. "Why, what are you doing at this time of night in so lonely a place, and without other attendants than this woman?" "It is my nurse," Ennia said. "I was on my way with her, Beric, to a secret meeting of Christians held in an underground room of one of the villas that stood here. I have been there several times before, and we have not been molested. But, as I gather from what the men said, they noticed the light fall upon my necklace and bracelet as I passed by a lamp, and so followed us. Happily they overtook us before we reached the place of meeting. Had they followed us further, they might have come upon us there, and then much more harm would have been done. They came upon and roughly demanded who we were, and bade me hand over my jewels. Lycoris answered them, and they struck her down. I threw myself down to her and clung to her, but they would soon have plundered and perhaps killed me had not you arrived. Do not you think, Ennia, that it is foolish and wrong of you thus to go out unprotected at night to such a place as this, and, as I suppose, without the knowledge of your father and mother?" "They do not know," she said, "but it is my duty to go. It is the only opportunity I have for hearing the word preached." "I cannot think, Ennia, that is your duty," Beric said gravely. "The first duty of a young woman is to obey her parents, and I think that you, being as yet scarce a woman, are not able to judge between one religion and another. I know nothing of the doctrines of this sect save what your father told me, but he said that they were good and pure, and being so, I am sure that they cannot countenance disobedience to parents. The words are, 'Forsake all and follow me,'" Ennia said firmly. "That could not have been said to one of your age, Ennia. I was reading the Jewish sacred book the other day, and one of the chief commandments is to honour your father and mother. Well, I think, at any rate, that it is best not to go there tonight. These men may return, and at any rate I will not allow you thus to wander about at night unprotected. Boduoc and I will escort you to your house. When you get there I trust that you will think this over, and that you will see that such midnight excursions are altogether wrong, whatever the motive may be. But at any rate, if you must go, I must obtain your promise that you will write to me at the school of Scopius the Gladiator to tell me at what hour you start. I shall not intrude my presence upon you, nor accompany you, for this would be to make myself an accomplice in what I consider your folly. But I shall always be near you, and if you are again disturbed on your way, Boudicca and I will be at hand to punish those who meddle with you." The old nurse by this time had regained her feet. "You are the nurse of this young lady," Beric said to her sternly, "and should know better than to bring her into danger. If Norbanus knew what you have done he would have you cut in pieces." "It is not the fault of Lycoris," she begged, and entreated me not to come, but I would not listen to her. "You are angry with me, Beric, but you would not be angry if you knew what it was to me. Younger than I have died for the faith, and I would die too if it were necessary. Beric made no reply. He was indeed deeply vexed at what he considered an act of mad folly. The daughters of Norbanus had been very friendly and kind to him at Massilia, and he felt a debt of gratitude to their father, and this escapade on part of Ennia, who was as yet scarce 16, vexed him exceedingly. He was not sure, indeed, but that he ought to go straight to Norbanus and tell him what had happened. Yet he feared that in such a case the anger of the magistrate would be so great that Ennia would be forced by him into becoming one of the Vestal Virgins, or be shut up in strict imprisonment. Scarce a word was spoken as they passed down a hill and into the streets, now almost deserted. At last Ennia stopped at the entrance used by the slaves to her father's house. "Will you give me your promise," he asked, "about going out at night again? I implore you, I beseech you, do not again leave the house of your father at night unknown to him. You cannot tell the dangers you run by so doing, or the misery you may bring not only on yourself but on your parents." "I promise you," Ennia said. "I owe you so great a debt of gratitude that even your harsh words do not anger me. I will think over what you have said, and try to do what may seem to me my duty. That is all I ask," Beric said more gently, and then, turning, walked away with Boadicea, who had but faintly understood what was being said, but was surprised at the recognition between Beric and this girl, whom he had not particularly noted when at Massilia. "That is Pollio's cousin, the younger daughter of the magistrate I stayed with at Massilia. It was well for her that it was not Pollio who came to her rescue instead of me." "I should say so," Boadicea said dryly. "Pollio would scarcely be a match for 8 cutthroats." "I did not mean that, Boadicea. I meant that he would have rated her soundly." "It seems to me that you are rating her somewhat soundly, Beric. I scarce ever heard you speak so harshly before, and I wondered the more as you are neither kith nor kin to her, while by the heartiness with which you scolded her you might have been her own brother." "I do not think whether I had a right to scold her or not, Boadicea. I liked both the maiden and her sister, and their father was very kind to me. Moreover, after Pollio has done for us, the least I could do was to look after his cousin. But even if I had known nothing whatever of her or her friends, I should have spoken just as I did. The idea of a young girl like that wandering about at night with no one but an old slave to protect her in an unfrequented quarter of Rome, it is unheard of." "But what were they doing there, Beric?" "They were going to a meeting place of a new religion that is in Rome. The people who belong to it are persecuted and obliged to meet in secret. The old woman belongs to it, and has, I suppose, taught Ennia. I have heard the sect is spreading, and that although most of those who adhere to it are slaves or belong to the poorer class, there are many of good family who have also joined it." "Well, I should have thought," Boadicea said, "that the Romans had no cause to be dissatisfied with their gods. They have given them victory and dominion and power and wealth. What more could they want of them? I could understand that we, whose God did nothing to assist us in our fight against the Romans, should seek other gods who might do more for us, but that a Roman should have been discontented with his gods is more than I can understand. But what is that sudden flash of light?" "It is a fire, and in these narrow streets, with a brisk wind blowing, it may well spread. There, do you hear the watchmen's trumpets giving the alarm? Let us get back quickly, Boadicea. It may be that we shall be all turned out to fight the fire if it spreads." They were not far from the school now, and a few minutes' run took them there. The house was quiet, but a few oil lamps burning here and there enabled them to make their way to the broad planks, arranged like a modern guard bed, on which they slept with their 3 comrades. "Is that you, Beric?" Scopus, who slept in a cubicle leading off the great room, asked. "Yes, it is, Boadicea and I. You are very late," he growled. "Late hours are bad for the health. Are you sober?" Beric laughed. "No, I need not ask you," Scopus went on. "If it had been some of the others who had been out so late, I should have been sure they would have come home as drunk as hogs, but that is not your way." There is a fire not very far off, Scopus, and the wind is blowing strongly." Scopus was at once on his feet and came out of the room. "I don't like fires," he said uneasily. "Let us go up on the roof and see what it is like." Short as the time had been since Beric first saw the flash of light, the fire had already spread, and a broad sheet of flame was shooting up into the air. "It is down there in the most crowded quarter, and the wind is blowing strongly. It is likely to be a big fire. Listen to the din." A chorus of shouts, the shrieks of women, and the tramp of many feet running mingled with the sounding of the watchmen's horns. "The soldiers will soon be there to keep order," Scopus said, "as every household is obliged to keep a bucket in readiness, and there is an abundance of water. They will cope with it. At any rate, the wind is not blowing in this direction. It is half a mile away fully." "Can we go down and see if we can be of any assistance?" Beric asked. "We might help in removing goods from the houses and in carrying off the aged and sick." "You can if you like, Beric. I would not say as much for those who are training hard, for the loss of a night's rest is serious. But as it will be some months before you Britons are ready for the arena, it will do you no harm." Beric went below, aroused his countrymen, and went with them and Boadicea. The streets were alive. Men were running in the direction of the fire, carrying buckets. Women were standing at the doors, inquiring of the passersby if they knew what street was on fire, and whether it was likely to spread. The sound of military trumpets calling the soldiers to arms rose in various parts of the city, and mingled with the hoarse sound of the watchmen's horns. As they approached the fire, the crowd became thicker. Beric admired the coolness shown and the order that already reigned. The prefect of the 7th cohort of the night guard, always on duty to guard the streets from thieves or fire, was already on the spot, and under his directions and those of several inferior officials, the men, as fast as they arrived, were set to pass buckets along from the fountains and conduits. "Who are you?" the magistrate asked, as the 5 tall figures came up the street in the light of the fire. "We belong to the school of Scopus," Beric said. "We have come down to see if we can be of assistance. We are strong and can move goods from houses threatened, or carry off the sick should there be any, or we can throw water on the flames." "The soldiers will do that," the magistrate said. "That is their business. But, as you say, you may be of use in helping clear the houses outside their lines. The flames are spreading. Come with me. I will take you to the centurion commanding a company of the night guard here, for if he saw you coming out of the house with goods, he may take you for plunderers." The centurion, who was hard at work with his men, nodded an assent. "It were well to get some more stout fellows like these," he said to the magistrate. "In spite of our efforts the fire is making headway, and the sooner the houses in the path are stripped the better." A strong body of volunteers for the work was soon organized, and an official placed in charge of it. All night they worked without intermission, Beric and his comrades keeping together and astonishing those who were working with them by the strength and activity they displayed. But fast as they worked, the flames advanced faster. They were half suffocated by smoke, and the sparks fell thickly round them. The workers carried the goods out of the houses into the street, where other parties conveyed them to open spaces. Lines of men down all the streets leading to the scene of the fire passed along buckets of water. These the soldiers carried up onto the roofs, which they deluged, while others wetted the hangings and furniture that had not been removed. Parties of troops strove to pull down the houses in the path of the flames, while others again marched up and down, preserving order. The night guard entered the houses, compelled all to leave, saw that none were left behind, while sentries kept guard over the goods piled high in the open spaces. When morning broke, Beric gave up the work to a fresh party, and returned with his companions to the school. They found it deserted save by the slaves, the others having, as they learned, gone to the fire an hour before with Scopus. "We will have a bath to get rid of the dust and sweat," Beric said, "but first we will go up to the roof and have a look at the fire. We had no time when we were working to think much of it, but as we were always being driven back by it, it must have spread a good deal." An exclamation of surprise broke from them when they gained the roof. Smoke and flames were rising over a large area. A dense canopy overhung the town. A confused din filled the air, while momentary deep, heavy sounds told of falling roofs and walls. "This is terrible, Boadicea." "Why terrible, Beric? For my part, I should like to see Rome utterly destroyed as she has destroyed so many other towns." "The Romans would build it up again more magnificent than before, Boadicea. No, it would be a misfortune to the world if Rome were destroyed, but there is little chance of that. They have had many fires before now. This is a large one certainly, but by the time all the troops in the city must be there, and if the wind drops they will soon arrest the progress of the flames." The other Britons quite agreed with Boadicea, and though ready to work their hardest to aid in saving the property of individuals, they looked on with undisguised satisfaction at the great conflagration. On such a point as this Beric knew that it would be useless to argue with them. "You had better come down from the roof, Boadicea. There are others watching the fire besides ourselves, and if it were reported that some of the gladiators from the school were seen making exulting gestures, there would be a popular tumult, and as likely as not we should be charged with being the authors of the fire. Let us go down and get some food, and then have a bath and sleep for a while. There is little chance of the fire being checked at present. At any rate, we have done our share of the work." After a few hours' sleep, Beric again went up to the roof. The fire had made great progress, and, as he could see, was not only travelling with the wind but working up against it. It was already much nearer to the school than it had been. As to the width of the area of the conflagration, the smoke prevented him from forming any opinion, but he judged that the length was fully a mile. It was evident that the progress of the fire was causing great dismay. Groups were gathered on the housetops everywhere, while the streets were crowded with fugitives laden with household goods, making their way towards the thinly populated portions of the hills. After eating some bread and fruit, Beric again sallied out with his 4 companions. On their way down they met Scopus with several of the gladiators returning. "What is being done, Scopus?" "As far as stopping the fire, nothing is being done. It has been given up. What can be done when the fire is sweeping along a mile broad, and the heat is so great there is no standing within 100 yards of it? All the soldiers are there, and the magistrates and the guards and all the rest of them, but all that can be done is to prevent the scum of the city from sacking and plundering. Scores of men have been scourged, and some beheaded, but it is no easy matter to keep down the mob. There are parties of guards in every street. The whole of the praetorians are under arms, but the terror and confusion is so great and spread over so wide a space that it is well nigh impossible to preserve order. Proclamations have just been issued by the Senate, calling upon all citizens to gather at their places of assembly in arms, and joining them to preserve order, and authorizing the slaying of all robbers caught in the act of plundering. All persons within a certain distance of the fire are recommended to send their wives and families, with their jewels and all portable wealth, to the public gardens, where strong guards of the praetorians will be posted. It seems to me that the fire is advancing in this direction also, Scopus." "It is spreading everywhere," Scopus said gloomily. "The heat seems to draw the air in from all directions, and the flames surge sometimes one way and sometimes another. You had better not go far, Beric. If the flames crawl up much nearer, we shall have to prepare for a move. We have no jewels to lose, nor is the furniture of much value, but the arms and armour, our apparatus, clothes, and other things must be carried off." The scene as Beric went forward was pitiful in the extremes. Weeping women carrying heavy burdens and with their children clinging to their dress came along, some shirts up and down frantically for members of the family who had been lost in the crowd. Old men and women were being helped along by their relations. The sick were being borne past upon doors or the tops of tables. Among the fugitives were groups of men from the poorest district by the river, who were only restrained from snatching at ornaments and caskets of the women by the presence of the soldiers standing at short intervals along the street and at the doors of the principal houses. In spite of the vigilance of the guards, however, such thefts occasionally took place, and the screams from time to time rose in the side streets told of the work of plunder going on there. "I should like to turn down here and give a lesson to some of these villains," Boduoc said. "I should like nothing better, Boduoc, but it would not do to get into a fray at present. It would only bring up the guard, and they would not be likely to ask many questions as to who is in fault, but would probably assume at once that we, being gladiators, were there for the purpose of robbery, and that the row had arisen over the division of spoil. Look, there is a centurion taking a party of men down the street where we heard those screams. Let us move back a few paces and see what is going to happen. Yes, there is another party of soldiers coming in the other end. The women are running out of the houses to tell their grievances. Small parties of soldiers enter the houses. Shouts and yells can be heard even above the surrounding din. Men jumped from window or ran out into the street only to be cut down by the troops there, and so each body of soldiers continued to advance until they met in the centre of the street, and then, after a few words between the officers, each party returned by the way it had come. They had done their work, and the street had been completely cleared of the plunderers. You see, Boduoc, had we run down there when we heard the cries, it would have gone hard with us." The troops certainly spent no time in questioning. The women might have told them, perhaps, that we had come to their assistance. Still, it is just as well that we keep clear of the matter. Beric's party skirted along the fire for some distance. At some points, to windward of the flames, efforts were still being made to prevent their spread, large numbers of men being employed in pulling down houses under the supervision of the fire guard. Bodies of troops guarded the entrance to all the streets, and kept back the crowd of sightseers who had assembled from all parts of the city. Fearing that they might be impressed by the work of demolition, the Britons returned to the school. The familia, as the members of any school of this kind were called, were all assembled. Scopus was walking moodily up and down the gymnasium, but it was evident by the countenances of most of the men that they felt a deep satisfaction at the misfortune that had fallen Rome. From time to time Scopus ascended to the roof or sent one of the men out to gather news, but it was always to the same effect. The fires were still spreading and assuming every hour more serious proportions. Towards evening the flames had approached so closely that Scopus gave orders for the men to take up their bundles that had already been made up, containing everything of any value in the school. "You had better not wait any longer," he said. "At any moment there may be orders for all schools to go down to help the troops, and then we should lose everything." Accordingly, the heavy packets were lifted by the men onto their heads or shoulders, and they started for the Palatine, which was the nearest hill. Here were many of the houses of the wealthy, and the owners of most of these had already thrown open their gardens for the use of the fugitives. In one of these the gladiators deposited their goods. Two of the party having been left to guard them, the rest went out to view the fire. There was little sleep in Rome that night. It was now evident to all that this was no local conflagration, but that if the wind continued to blow it threatened the entire destruction of a considerable portion of the town. Every space and vantage ground from which a view of the fire could be obtained was crowded with spectators. There were great fires when we destroyed Camalodunum, Verulamium, and London, Boduoc said, but this is already larger than any of those, and it is ever spreading. Even at the distance we can hear the roar of the flames, the crash of the falling houses, and the shouts of the workers. It is a terrible sight indeed, Boduoc. It looks like a sea of fire. So far the part involved is one of the oldest and poorest in the city, but it goes on like this, the better quarters will soon be threatened. If we get no special orders tomorrow, We will go down to the house of Norbanus and give what help we can in the removal of his goods. His library is a very valuable one, and its loss would be a terrible blow to him. I remember that at Camalodunum there was nothing I regretted so much as the destruction of books." "It is all a matter of taste," Boadicea said. "I would rather have a good suit of armour and arms than all the books in Rome. Why some people should worry their brains to make these little black marks on paper, and others should trouble to make out what they mean, is more than I can understand. However, we shall be glad to help you to carry off the goods of Norbanus." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Olman. Rome in flames. All night the gladiators watched the ever-widening area of fire. In the morning proclamations were found posted in every street, ordering all citizens to be under arms, as if expecting the attack of an enemy. Each district was to be patrolled regularly, and all evildoers found attempting to plunder were to be instantly put to death, the laws being suspended in face of the common danger. All persons not enrolled in the lists of the city guards were exhorted to lend their aid in transporting goods from the neighbourhood of the fire to a place of safety in the public gardens, and the masters of the schools of gladiators were enjoined to see that their scholars gave their aid in this work. "Well, we may as well set to work," Scopus said. "There are some of my patrons to whom we may do a good service. Will you let me go with my comrades first to aid Norbanus, a magistrate who has done me service?" Beric said. "After I have helped to move his things I will join you wherever you may appoint." Scopus nodded. "Very well, Beric. I shall go first to the house of Gallus the praetor. He is one of my best friends. After we are done there we will go to the aid of Lysimachus the senator, so if you don't find us at the house of Gallus you will find us there." Beric at once started with the 4 Britons to the house where he had left Ennia. It was distant but a half a mile from the point of the fire had now reached, and from many of the houses round the slaves were already bearing goods. Here, however, all was quiet. The doorkeeper, knowing Beric, permitted him and his companions to enter without question. Norbanus was already in his study. He looked up as Beric approached him. "Why, it is Beric," he said in surprise. "I heard that you were in one of the ludi and was coming to see you, but I have been full of business since I came here. I am glad that you have come to visit me." "It is not a visit of ceremony," Beric said. "It is the fire that has brought me here. Lesbia tells me that it is still blazing," Norbanus said indifferently. "She has been worrying about it all night, and I tell her I am not praetor of the fire guard, and that it does not come within my scope of duty. I went down yesterday afternoon, but the soldiers and citizens are all doing their work under their officers, and doubtless it will soon be extinguished." "It is ever growing, Norbanus. It is within a half a mile of your house now, and travelling fast." "Why, it was treble that distance last night," Norbanus said in surprise. "Think you that there is really danger of its coming this way?" "Unless a change takes place," Beric said. "It will assuredly be here by noon. Even now sparks and burning flakes are falling in the street. The neighbours are already moving, and I would urge you to lose not a moment's time, but summon your slaves, choose all your most valuable goods, and have them carried up to a place of safety. If you come up to the roof you will see for yourself how pressing is the danger." Norbanus, still incredulous, ascended the stairs, but directly he looked round he saw that Beric had not exaggerated the state of things. "I have brought 4 of my tribesmen with me," Beric said. "We are all capable of carrying good loads. There ought to be time to make 3 journeys at least up to the gardens on the hill, where they will be safe, I should say. Let half your slaves aid us in carrying up your library and the valuables that come at once to hand, and then you can direct the others to pack up the goods you prize most, so they shall be ready by our return." "That shall be done," Norbanus said, "and I am thankful to you, Beric, for your aid." Descending, Norbanus at once gave the order, and then going up to the women's apartments told Lesbia to bid the female slaves pack at once all the dresses, ornaments, and valuables. The cases containing the books were then brought out into the atrium, and there stacked in 5 piles. They were then bound together with sacking and cords. "But what are you going to do with these great piles?" Norbanus said as he came down from above, where Lesbia was raging at the news that much of their belongings would have to be abandoned. "Why, each of them is a wagon load." "They are large to look at, but not heavy. At any rate, we can carry them. Is there anyone to whom we shall specially take them, or shall we place a guard over them?" "My cousin Lucius, the senator, will, I am sure, take them from me. His house is surrounded by gardens and quite beyond reach of the fire. His wife is Lesbia's sister, and Aemilia shall go up with you." The Britons helped each other up with the used packets, 4 slaves with difficulty raising the last and placing it on Beric's head. "The weight is nothing now that it is up, although I wish it were a solid packet instead of being composed of so many of these book boxes." The cases in which the Romans usually kept their books were about the size and shape of hat boxes, but of far stronger make, and each holding from 6 to 10 rolls of vellum. A dozen slaves under the superintendence of the steward and carrying the valuable articles of furniture followed the Britons, and behind them came Aemilia, with 4 or 5 female slaves carrying on the heads great packages of the ladies' clothing. The house of Lucius was but half a mile away from that of Norbanus. Even among the crowd of frightened men and women hurrying up the hill, the sight of the 5 Britons with their prodigious burdens created lively astonishment and admiration. 20 such men as these, one said, would carry off a senator's villa bodily, if there was room for it in the road. "They are the Titans come to life again," another remarked. "It would take 6 Romans to carry the weight that one of them bears." When they neared the villa of Lucius, Aemilia hurried up ahead with the female slaves, and was standing at the door with the senator when the Britons approached. The senator uttered an exclamation of astonishment. "Whence have you got these wonderful porters, Aemilia?" "I know not," the girl said. "We were dressing when our father called out that we were to hurry to put our best garments together, for that we were to depart instantly as the fire was approaching. For a few minutes there was terrible confusion. The slaves were packing up our things, all talking together and in an extreme terror. Our mother was terribly upset, and I think she made things worse by giving fresh orders every minute. In the middle of it my father shouted to me to come down at once, and the slaves were to bring down such things as were ready. When I got down I was astonished at seeing these great men quite hidden under the burdens they carry, but I had no time to ask questions. My father said, 'Go with them to my cousin Lucius and ask him to take in our goods,' and I came." By this time the party had reached the house. "Follow me," Lucius said, leading the way along the front of the house and round to the storehouses in its rear. Aemilia accompanied them. The slaves deposited their burdens on the ground, and then aided the Britons to lower theirs. Aemilia gave an exclamation of astonishment as Beric turned around. "Why, it is Beric the Briton!" she exclaimed. "You did not recognize me then?" Beric said, smiling. "I should have done so had I looked at you closely," she said, "in spite of your Roman garb, but what with the crowd and the smoke and the fright, I did not think anything about it after my first wonder at seeing you so loaded. Where did you come from so suddenly to our aid? Are these your countrymen? Ennia and I have asked our father almost every day since we came to Rome to go and find you and bring you to us. He always said he would, but what with his business and his books, he was never able to. How good of you to come to our aid. I am sure the books would never have been saved if it had not been for you, and father would never have got over their loss." "I know where your house was," Beric said, "and was glad to be able to do something in gratitude for your father's kindness at Boadicea. But I must not lose a moment talking. I hope to make 2 or 3 more trips before the fire reaches your home. Your slaves have orders to return with us. Will you tell your steward to guide us back by a less frequented road than that we came by, and then we can keep together and shall not lose time forcing our way through the crowd." By the time they reached the house of Norbanus, the slaves left behind had packed up everything of value. "I will go up," Norbanus said, "with all the slaves, male and female, if you will remain here to guard the rest of the things till we return." Several parties of ill-favoured looking men had entered by the door, evidently in the hope of plunder, but left when they saw we were still here. "The ladies' apartments have been completely stripped, and their belongings will go up this time, so that there will be no occasion for them to return. If the flames approach too closely before we come back, do not stay, Beric, nor trouble about the goods that remain. I have saved my library and my own manuscripts, which is all I care for. My wife and daughters have saved all their dresses and jewels. All the most valuable of my goods will now be carried up by my slaves, and if the rest is lost it will be no great matter." Beric and his companions seated themselves on the carved benches of the atrium and waited quietly. Parties of marauders once or twice entered, for the area of the fire was now so vast that even the troops and armed citizens were unable properly to guard the whole neighbourhood beyond its limits. But upon seeing these 5 formidable figures, they hastily retired to look for booty where it could be obtained at less risk. The fire was but a few hundred yards away, and clouds of sparks and blazing fragments were falling around the house when Norbanus and his slaves returned. These were sufficient to carry up the remaining parcels of goods without assistance from the Britons, who, however, acted as an escort to them on their way back. Their throats were dry and parched by the hot air, and they were glad of a long draught of the good wine that Lucius had in readiness for their arrival. Beric at first refused other refreshments, being anxious to hasten away to join Scopus, but the senator insisted upon them sitting down to a meal. "Do not know when you may eat another," he said. "There will be little food cooked in this part of Rome today." As Beric saw, it was indeed improbable that they would obtain other food if they neglected this opportunity. He and the others sat down and ate a good though hasty meal. "You will come and see us directly the fire is over," Norbanus said as they rose to leave. "Remember, I shall not know where to find you, and I have had no time to thank you worthily for the service that you have rendered me. Many of the volumes you have saved were unique, and although my own manuscripts may be of little value to the world, they represent the labour of many years." Hurrying down to the rendezvous Scopus had given him, Beric found that both villas had already been swept away by the fire. He then went up to the spot where their goods were deposited, but the 2 gladiators in charge said that they had seen nothing whatever of Scopus. "Then we will go down and do what we can," Beric said. "Should Scopus return, tell him that we will be here at nightfall." For another 2 days the conflagration raged, spreading wider and wider, and when at last the wind dropped and the fury of the flames abated, more than the half of Rome lay in ashes. Of the 14 districts of the city, 3 were absolutely destroyed, and in 7 others scarce a house had escaped. Nero, who had been absent, reached Rome on the 3rd day of the fire. The accusation that he had caused it to be lighted, brought against him by his enemies years afterwards, was absurd. There had been occasional fires in Rome for centuries, just as there had been in London before the one that destroyed it, and the strong wind that was blowing was responsible for the magnitude of the fire. There can, however, be little doubt that the misfortunes which appeared so terrible to the citizens was regarded by Nero in a different light. Nero was prouder of being an artist than of being an emperor. Up to this time Rome, although embellished with innumerable temples and palaces, was yet the Rome of the Tarquins. The streets were narrow and the houses huddled together. Mean cottages stood next to palaces. There was an absence of anything like a general plan. Rome had spread as its population had increased, but it was a collection of houses rather than a capital city. Nero saw at once how vast was the opportunity. In place of the rambling, tortuous streets and crowded rookeries, a city should rise stately, regular, and well ordered, with broad streets and noble thoroughfares, while in its midst should be a palace unequalled in the world, surrounded by gardens, lakes, and parks. There was ample room on the 7 hills and across the Tiber for all the population, with breathing space for everyone. What glory would there not be to him who thus transformed Rome and made it a worthy capital of the world? First, however, the people must be attended to and kept in good humour, and accordingly orders were at once issued that the gardens of the emperor's palaces should be thrown open and the fugitives allowed to encamp there. Such magazines that had escaped the fire were thrown open, and food was distributed to all, while ships were sent at once to Sicily and Sardinia for a large supply of grain for the multitude. While the ruins were still smoking, the emperor was engaged with the best architects in Rome in drawing out plans for laying out the new city on a superb scale, and in making preparations for the commencement of work. The claims of owners of ground were at once wiped out by an edict saying that for the public advantage it was necessary that the whole of the ground should be treated as public property, but that on claims being sent in other sites would be given elsewhere. Summonses were sent to every town and district of the countries under the Roman sway, calling for contributions towards the rebuilding of the capital. So heavy was the drain and so continuous the exactions to raise the enormous sums required to pay for the rebuilding of the city and the superb palaces for the emperor, that the wealth of the known world scarce sufficed for it, and the Roman emperor was for many years impoverished by the tremendous drain upon its resources. The great mass of the Roman population benefited by the fire. There was work for everyone, from the roughest labourer to the most skilled artisan and artist. Crowds of workmen were brought from all parts. Greece sent her most skilful architects and decorators, her sculptors and painters. Money was abundant, and Rome rose again from her ruins with a rapidity which was astonishing. The people were housed far better than they had ever been before. The rich had now space and convenience for the construction of their houses, and although most of them had lost the greater portion of their valuables in the fire, they were yet gainers by it. All shared in the pride excited by the new city, with its broad streets and magnificent buildings, and the groans of the provincials, at whose cost it was raised, troubled them not at all. It was true that Nero, in his need for money, seized many of the wealthier citizens, and upon one pretext or another put them to death and confiscated their property, but this mattered little to the crowd and disturbed none save those whose wealth exposed them to the risk of the same fate. Beric saw nothing of these things, for upon the very day after the fire died out, Scopus started with his scholars to a villa on the Alban hills that had been placed at his disposal by one of his patrons. There were several other schools in the neighbourhood, as the air of the hills was considered to be far healthier and more strengthening than that of Rome. In spite of the public calamity, Nero continued to give games for the amusement of the populace Other rich men followed his example, and the sports of the amphitheatre were carried on an even more extreme scale than before. Scopus took 6 of his best pupils to the first games they were given after the fire. 4 of them returned victorious. 2 were sorely wounded and defeated. Their lives had, however, been spared partly on account of their skill and bravery, partly because the emperor was in an excellent humour, and the mass of the spectators, on whom the decision of life and death rested, saw that the signal for mercy would be acceptable to him. The Britons greatly preferred their life on the Alban hills to that in Rome, for, their exercises done, they could wander about without being stared at and commented upon. The pure air of the hills was invigorating after that of the great city, and here too they met 10 of their comrades whose ludi had been all along established on the hills. Plans of escape were sometimes talked over, but though they could not resist the pleasure of discussing them, they all knew that it was hopeless. Though altogether unwatched and free to do as they liked after the work of the day was over, they were as much prisoners as if immured in the strongest dungeon. The arm of Rome stretched everywhere. They would be at once followed and hunted down wherever they went. Their height and complexion rendered disguise impossible, and even if they reached the mountains of Calabria, or traversed the length of Italy successfully and reached the Alps, an almost hopeless prospect, they would find none to give them shelter, and would ere long be hunted down. At times they talked of making their way to a seaport, seizing a small craft and setting sail in her, but none of them knew aught of navigation, and the task of traversing the Mediterranean, passing through the Pillars of Hercules, and navigating the stormy seas beyond until they reached Britain would have been impossible for them. News came daily from the city, and they heard that Nero had accused the new sect of being the authors of the conflagration, that the most rigid edicts had been issued against them, and that all who refused to abjure their religion were to be sent to the wild beasts in the arena. Beric had not seen Norbanus since the day when he had saved his library from the fire, but a few days after they had established themselves in the hills, he received a letter from him saying that he had, after much inquiry, learned where Scopus had established his ludus. He greatly regretted Beric had left Rome without his seeing him, and hoped he would call as soon as he returned. His family was already established in a house near that of Lucius. After that, Beric occasionally received letters from Aemilia, who wrote sometimes in her father's name and sometimes in her own. She gave him the gossip of Rome, described the wonderful work that was being done, and sent him letters from Pollio to read. One day a letter, instead of coming by the ordinary post, was brought by one of the household slaves. "We are all in a terrible distress, Beric," she said. "I have told you about the severe persecutions that have set in of the Christians. A terrible thing has happened. You know that our old nurse belonged to that sect. She often talked to me about it, but it did not seem to me that what she said could be true. I knew that Ennia, who is graver in her disposition than I am, thought much of it, but I did not think for a moment that she had joined the sect. 2 nights ago some spies reported to one of the praetors that some persons believed to be Christians were in the habit of assembling 1 or 2 nights a week at a lonely house belonging to a freedman. A guard was set and the house surrounded, and 50 people were found there. Some of them were slaves, some were freedmen, some of them belonged to noble families, and among them was Ennia. She had gone accompanied by that wretched old woman. All who had been questioned boldly avowed themselves to be Christians, and they were taken down and thrown into prison. Imagine our alarm in the morning when we found that Ennia was missing from the house, and our terrible grief when, an hour later, a messenger came from the governor of the prison to say that Ennia was in his charge. My father is quite broken down by the blow. He does not seem to care about Ennia having joined the new sect. You know, it is his opinion that everyone should choose their own religion, but he is chiefly grieved at the thought that she should have gone out at night, attended only by her nurse, and that she should have done this secretly and without his knowledge. My mother, on the other hand, is most of all shocked that Ennia should have given up the gods of Rome for a religion of slaves, and that, being the daughter of a noble house, she should have consorted with people beneath her. I don't think much of any of these things. Ennia might have done wrong, but that is nothing to me. I only think of her as in terrible danger of her life. For they say that Nero will spare none of the Christians, whether of high or low degree. My father has gone out this morning to see the heads of our family and of those allied to us by kinship, to try to get them to use all their influence to obtain Ennia's pardon. My mother does nothing but bemoan herself on the disgrace that has fallen upon us. I am beside myself with grief, and so, as I can do nothing else, I write to tell you of the trouble that has fallen us. I will write often and tell you the news." Beric's first emotion was that of anger that Ennia should, after the promise she had given him, have again gone alone to the Christian gathering. Then he reflected that as he was away from Rome, she was, of course, unable to keep that promise. He had not seen her since that night, for she had passed straight through the atrium with her mother while he was assisting the slaves to take up their burdens. He could not help feeling an admiration for her steadfastness in this new faith that she had taken up. By the side of her livelier sister he had regarded her as a quiet and retiring girl, and was sure to hear these midnight outings by stealth must have been very terrible, and that only from the very strongest sense of duty would she have undertaken them. Now her open avowal of Christianity, when she must have known what were the penalties that the confession entailed, seemed to him heroic. It must be a strange religion that could thus influence a timid girl, he said to himself. My mother killed herself because she would not survive the disaster that had fallen upon her people and her gods, but her death was deemed by all Britons to be honourable. Besides, my mother was a Briton, strong and firm, and capable of heroic actions. This child is courting a death that all who belong to her will deem most dishonourable. There is nothing of the heroine in her disposition. It can only be her faith in her religion that sustains her. As soon as I return to Rome I will inquire more of it." It was now 10 months since Beric had entered the school of Scopus. He was nearly 20 years old, and his constant severe exercises had broadened him and brought him to well nigh his full strength. Scopus regarded him with pride, for in all the various exercises of the arena he was already ahead of the other gladiators. His activity was as remarkable as his strength, and he was equally formidable with the trident and net as with the sword and buckler, while in wrestling and with the caesius none of the others could stand up against him. He had been carefully instructed in the most terrible contest of all, that against wild beasts, for Scopus deemed that, being a captive of rank and importance, he might be selected for such a display. A Libyan, who had often hunted the lion in his native wilds, had described to him over and over again the nature of the animal's attack and the spring with which it hurls itself upon its opponent, and Scopus having obtained the skin of one of the animals killed in the arena, the Libyan had stuffed it with outstretched paws, and Scopus obtained a ballista by which he was hurled through the air as if in the act of springing. Against this Beric frequently practiced. "You must remember," the Libyan said, "that the lion is like a great cat, and as it springs it strikes, so that you must avoid not only its direct spring, but its paws stretched to their full extent as it passes you in the air. You must be as quick as the animal itself, and must not swerve till it is in the air. Then you must leap aside like lightning, and, turning as you leap, be ready to drive your spear through it as it touches the ground. The inert mass, although it may pass through the air as rapidly as the wild beast, but poorly represents the force and fierceness of the lion's spring. We Libyans meet that charge standing closer together with our spears in advance for it to spring on, and even then it is rarely we kill it without one or two being struck down before it dies. Bulls are thought by some to be more formidable than lions, but as you are quick you can easily evade their rush. The bears are ugly customers. They seem slow and clumsy, but they are not so, and they are very hard to kill. One blow from their forepaw will strip off the flesh as readily as the blow of a tiger. They will snap a spear shaft as easy as if it were a reed. They are all ugly beasts to fight, and more than a fair match for a single man. Better by far fight the most skilled gladiator in the ring than have anything to do with these creatures. Yet it is well to know how to meet them, so that if ill fortune places you in front of them, you may know how to do your best. Accounts came almost daily to the hills of the scenes in the arena, and the Romans, accustomed though they were to the fortitude with which the gladiators met the death stroke, were yet astonished at the undaunted bearing of the Christians, old men and girls, slaves and men of noble family, calmly facing death and even seeming to rejoice in it. One evening a slave brought a note from Aemilia to Beric. It contained but a few words: "Our efforts are vain. Ennia is condemned and will be handed to the lions tomorrow in the arena. We have received orders to be present as a punishment for not having kept a closer watch over her. I think I shall die." Beric went to Scopus at once. "You advised me several times to go to the arena, Scopus, in order to learn something from the conflicts. I want to be present tomorrow. Porus and Lupus are both to fight." "I am going myself, Beric, and will take you with me. I shall start 2 hours before daybreak, so as to be there in good time. As their Lannister, I shall enter the arena with them. I cannot take you there, but I know all the attendants, and can arrange for you to be down at the level of the arena. It may not be long before you have to play your part there, and I should like you to get accustomed to the scene, the wall of faces and the roar of applause, for these things are apt to shake the nerves of one unaccustomed to them." Beric smiled. "After meeting the Romans 20 times in battle, Scopus, the noise of a crowd would no more affect me than the roar of the wind over the treetops. Still I want to see it, and more, I want to see how the people of this new sect face death. British women do not fear to die, and often slay themselves rather than fall into the hands of the Romans, knowing well that they will go straight to the Happy Island and have no more trouble. Are these Christians as brave?" Scopus shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, they die bravely enough, but who fears death? Among all the peoples Rome has conquered, where has she met with cowards? Everywhere the women are found ready to fall by their husbands' swords rather than become captives, to leap from precipices, or cast themselves into blazing pyres. Is a man anywhere lower than the wild beast, who will face his assailants till the last? I have seen men of every tribe and people fight in the arena. If conquered, they raise their hand in order to live to conquer another day. But not once, when the thumbs have been turned down, have I seen one flinch from the fatal stroke." "That is true enough," Beric said, "but methinks it is one thing to court death in the hour of defeat, when all your friends have fallen round you and all hope is lost, and quite another to stand alone and friendless, with the eyes of a multitude fixed on you. Still I would see it." Next day Beric stood beside Scopus among a group of guards and attendants of the arena at one of the doors leading from it. Above, every seat in the vast circle was crowded with spectators. In the centre of the lower tier sat the emperor. Near him were the members of his council and court. The lower tiers around the arena were filled by the senators and equites, with their wives and daughters. Above these were the seats of officials and others having a right to special seats, and then came, tier above tier, to the utmost seats the vast concourse of people. When the great door of the arena opened, a procession entered headed by Creius Spado, the senator at whose expense the games were given. Then 2 and 2 marched the gladiators who were to take part in it, accompanied by their lanestae or teachers. Scopus, after seeing Beric well placed, had left him to accompany Porus and Lupus. The gladiators were variously armed. There were the hoplomachi, who fought in complete suits of armour, the laquatores, who used a noose to catch their adversaries, the retiariali, with their net and trident, and wearing neither armour nor helmet, the myrmidons, armed like Gauls, like Samni, with oblong shields, and the Thracians with round ones. With the exception of the retiari, all wore helmets, and their right arms were covered with armour, the left being protected by the shield. The gladiators saluted the emperor and people, and the procession then left the arena. The first 2 marched against each other, again entering, each accompanied by his lanista. Both the gladiators were novices, the men who had frequently fought and conquered being reserved for the later contest as the excitement of the audience became roused. One of the combatants was armed as a Gaul, the other as a Thracian. The combat was not a long one. The men fought for a short time cautiously, and then closely exchanged fierce and rapid blows until one fell mortally wounded. A murmur of discontent rose from the spectators. There had not been a sufficient exhibition of skill to satisfy him. 8 or 10 pairs of gladiators fought one after the other, the excitement of the audience rising with each conflict, as men of noted skill now contended. The victors were hailed with shouts of applause, and the vanquished were spared, a proof that the spectators were in a good temper and satisfied with the entertainment. Beric looked on with interest. In the age in which he lived, feelings of compassion scarcely existed. War was the normal state of existence. Tribal wars were of constant occurrence, and the vanquished were either slain or enslaved. Men fought out their private quarrels to the death, and Beric, being by birth Briton and by education Roman, felt no more compunction at the sight of blood than did either Briton or Roman. To him, the only unnatural feature in the contest was that there existed neither personal nor tribal hostility between the combatants, and that they fought solely for the amusement of the spectators. Otherwise he was no more moved by the scenes that passed before his eye than is a Briton of the present day by the friendly boxing match. He was more interested when Porus entered the arena, accompanied by Scopus. He liked Porus, who, although quick and fiery in temper, was good-natured and not given to brawling. He had often practised against him, and knew exactly his strength and skill. He was clever in the management of his net, but failed sometimes from his eagerness to use his trident. He was received with loud applause when he entered, and justified the good opinion of the spectators by defeating his antagonist, who was armed as a Samnite. The spectators, expressing their dissatisfaction at the clumsiness of the latter, was giving the hostile signal, when the Gaul, for the vanquished belonged to that nationality, instead of waiting for the approach of Porus, at once stabbed himself with his own sword. The last pair to fight were Lupus and one of the Britons. He had not been trained in the school of Scopus, but in one of the other Ludi, and he was the first of those brought over by Suetonius to appear in the arena. He was greeted with acclamation as loud as those with which Lupus was received. Tall as Lupus was, the Briton far exceeded him in stature, and the interest of the spectators was aroused by the question whether the strength of the newcomer would render him a fair match for the well-known skill of Lupus. A buzz went round the amphitheatre as bets were made on the result. Beric felt a thrill of excitement, for the Briton was one of the youngest and most active of his followers, and had often fought side by side with him against the Romans. How well he had been trained Beric knew not, but as he knew that he himself was superior in swordsmanship to Lupus, he felt that his countryman's chances of success were good. It was not long, however, before he saw that the teaching the Briton had received had been very inferior to that given at the school of Scopus. and although he twice nearly beat Lupus to the ground by the sheer weight of his blows, the latter thrice wounded him without himself receiving a scratch. Warned, however, of the superior strength of the Briton, Lupus still fought cautiously, avoiding his blows and trying to tire him out. For a long time the conflict continued. Then, thinking that his opponent was now weakened by his exertions and by loss of blood, Lupus took the offensive and hotly pressed his antagonist, and presently inflicted a fourth and more severe wound than those previously given. A shout rose from the spectators. "Lupus wins!" when the Briton, with a sudden spring, threw himself upon his opponent. Their shields clashed together as they stood breast to breast. Lupus shortened his sword to thrust it in below the British buckler, when the latter smote with the hilt of his sword with all his strength full upon his assailant's helmet, and so tremendous was the blow that Lupus fell an inert mass upon the ground, while a tremendous shout rose from the audience at this unexpected termination of the contest. Scopus leaned over the falling man. He was insensible, but breathed, being simply stunned by the weight of the blow. Scopus held up his own hand, and the unanimous upturning of the thumb showed that the spectators were well satisfied with the skill and courage with which Lupus had fought. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Olman. Chapter 15. The Christians to the lions. After the contest in which Lupus had been defeated, there was a pause. The gladiatorial part of the show was now over, but there was a greater excitement still awaiting the audience, for they knew Nero had ordered that some of the Christians were to be given to the lions. There was a hush of expectation as the door was opened, and a procession, consisting of a priest of Jupiter and several attendants of the temple, followed by 4 guards, conducting an elderly man with his 2 sons, lads of 17 or 18, entered. They made their way across the arena and stopped before the emperor. The priest approached the prisoners, holding out a small image of the god, and offered them their lives if they would pay the customary honours to it. All refused. They were then conducted back to the centre of the arena, and the rest, leaving them there, filed out through the door. The old man laid his hands on the shoulders of his sons and began singing a hymn in which they both joined. Their voices rose loud and clear in the silence of the amphitheatre, and there was neither pause nor waver in the tone as the entrance to one of the cages at the other end of the arena was opened and a lion and lioness appeared. The animals stood hesitating as they looked round at the sea of faces. Then, encouraged by the silence, they stepped out and side by side made the circuit of the arena, stopping and uttering a loud roar as they came upon the track along which the bleeding bodies of those who had fallen had been dragged. When they had completed the circle they again paused, and now for the first time turned their attention to the 3 figures standing in its centre. For a minute they stood irresolute, and then, crouching low, crawled towards them. Beric turned his head. He could view without emotion a contest of armed men, but he could not, like the population of Rome, see unarmed and unresisting men pulled down by wild beasts. There was a dead stillness in the crowded amphitheatre. Then there was a low sound as of gasping breath. One voice alone continued the hymn, and soon that too ceased suddenly. The tragedy was over, and the buzz of conversation and comment again broke out among the spectators. Certainly these Christians knew how to die. They were bad citizens. They had doubtless assisted to burn Rome, but they knew how to die. Strong body of guards provided with torches now entered. The lions were driven back to their dens, the bodies being left lying where they had fallen. 4 batches of prisoners who were brought out one after another met with a similar fate. Then there was another pause. It was known that a girl of noble family was to be the last victim, and all eyes were turned to Norbanus, who with his wife and Aemilia sat in front row near Nero, with two praetorian guards standing beside them. Norbanus was deadly pale, but the pride of noble blood, the stoicism of the philosopher, and the knowledge of his own utter helplessness combined to prevent his showing any other sign of emotion. Lesbia sat upright and immovable herself. She was not one to show her emotions before the gaze of the common people. Aemilia, half insensible, would have fallen had not the guard beside her supported her. She had seen nothing of what had passed in the arena, but had sat frozen with horror beside her mother. Again the doors were opened. A priest of Diana, followed by a procession of white-robed attendants, and 6 virgins from the temple of Diana entered, followed by Ennia, between the attendants of the temple, while a band of lictors brought up the rear. Even the hardened hearts of the spectators were moved by the youth and beauty of the young girl, who, dressed in white, advanced calmly between her guards, with a gentle, modest expression on her features. When the procession formed up before the emperor, she saluted him. The priest and the virgins surrounded her and urged her to pay reverence to the statue of Diana. Pointing to her parents, they implored her for their sake to recant. Pale as death, and with tears streaming down her cheeks, she shook her head quietly. "I cannot deny the Lord who died for me," she said. Nero himself rose from his seat. "Maiden," he said, "if not for your own sake, then for the sake of those who love you, I pray you to cease your obstinacy. How can a child like you know more than the wisest heads of Rome? How can you deny the gods who have protected and given victory to your country? I would fain spare you." "I am but a child, as you say, Caesar," Ennia replied. "I have no strength of my own, but I am strong in the strength of him I worship. He gave his life for me. It is not much that I should give mine for him." Nero sank back on his seat. With an angry wave of his hand, he saw that the sympathy of the audience was with the prisoner, and would willingly have gained their approval by extending his clemency towards her. The procession now returned to the centre of the arena, where the girls, weeping, took leave of Ennia, who soon stood alone, a slight helpless figure in the sight of the great silent multitude. Nero had spoken in a low tone to one of his attendants. The door of another cage was opened, and a lion larger in bulk than any that had previously appeared entered the arena, saluting the audience with a deep roar. As it did so, a tall figure, naked to the waist, sprang forward from the group of attendants behind a strong barrier at the other end of the arena. He was armed only with a sword which he had snatched from a soldier standing next to him. Deep murmurs of surprise rose from the spectators. The master of ceremonies exchanged a few words with the emperor, and a body of men with torches and trumpets ran forward and drove the lion back into its den. Then Beric, who had been standing in front of Ennia, advanced towards the emperor. "Who are you?" Nero asked. "I am Beric, once chief of the Iceni, now a British captive. I received great kindness on my way hither from Norbanus, the father of this maid. As we Britons are not ungrateful, I am ready to defend her to the death, and I crave as a boon, Caesar, that you will permit me to battle against the lion with such arms as you may decide." "Are you a Christian?" the emperor asked coldly. "I am not. I am of the religion of my nation, and Rome has always permitted the people that have been subdued to worship in their own fashion. I know naught of the Christian doctrines, but I know that this damsel at least can have naught to do with the burning of Rome, and though she may have forsaken the gods of Rome, in this only can she have offended. I pray you, and I pray this assembly, to let me stand as a champion against the beasts." A burst of applause rose from the spectators. This was a novelty and an excitement beyond what they had bargained for. They had been moved by the youth of the victim, and now the prospects of something even more exciting than the rending to pieces of a defenceless girl enlisted them in favour of the applicant. Moreover, the Romans intensely admired feats of bravery, and that his captive should offer to face single-handed an animal that was known to be one of the most powerful of those in the amphitheatre, filled them with admiration. Accustomed as they were to gaze at athletes, they were struck with the physique and strength of this young Briton, with the muscles standing up massive and knotted through the white skin. "Granted, granted," they shouted. "Let him fight." Nero waited till the acclamation ceased, and then said, "The people have spoken, let their will be done. But we must not be unfair to the lion. As the maiden was unarmed, so shall you stand unarmed before the lion." The decision was received in silence by the spectators. It was a sentence of death to the young Briton, and the silence was succeeded by a low murmur of disapproval. Beric turned a little pale, but he showed no other sign of emotion. "Thanks, Caesar, for so much of a boon," he said in a loud, steady voice. "I accept the conditions, it being understood that should the gods of my country and of this maiden defend me against the lion, the damsel shall be free from all pain and penalty, and shall be restored to her parents." "That is understood," Nero replied. With an inclination of his head to the emperor and a wave of his hand to the audience in general, Beric turned and walked across the arena to the barrier. Scopus was standing there. "You are mad, Beric. I grieve for you. You were my favourite pupil, and I looked for great things from you. And now it has come to this, and all is over." "All is not quite over yet, Scopus. I will try to do credit to your training. Give me a cloak." He wrapped himself in its ample folds, and then walked quietly to the centre of the arena. A murmur of surprise rose from the spectators. Why should the Briton cumber his limbs with this garment? On reaching his position, Beric again threw off the cloak, and stood in the short skirt reaching scarcely to the knees. "I am unarmed," he cried in a loud voice. "You see I have not much as a dagger." Then he tore off two broad strips from the edge of the garment and twisted them into ropes, forming a running noose in each, through the cloak, which was composed of stout cloths used by common people, over his arm, and signed to the attendants at the cage to open the door. "Oh, Beric, why have you thrown away your life in a useless attempt to save mine?" Ennia said as he stood before her. "It may not be useless, Ennia. My God has protected me through many dangers, and your God will surely assist me now. Do you pray to him for aid." Then, as the door of the den opened, he stepped a few paces towards it. A roar of applause arose from the vast audience. They had appreciated his action in making the ropes, and guessed that he meant to use his cloak as Retiarius used his net. There would then be a contest and not a massacre. Enraged at its former treatment, the lion dashed out of its den with a sudden spring, made 3 or 4 leaps forward, and then paused with its eyes fixed on the man standing in front of it, still unmovable, in an easy pose, ready for instant action. Then it sank till its belly nearly touched the ground, and began to crawl with a stealthily gliding motion towards him. More and more slowly it went till it paused at a distance of 10 yards. For a few seconds it crouched motionless, save for a slow waving motion of its tail. Then with a sharp roar it sprang through the air. With a motion as quick, Beric leaped aside, and as it touched the ground he sprang across its loins, and at the same moment, wrapping his cloak in many folds round his head, and knotted the ends tightly. Then, as the lion recovered from its first surprise, sprang to its feet with a roar of anger and disgust. Beric was on his feet beside it. For a moment it stood to tear away the strange substance which enveloped its head, but Beric dropped the end of a noose over one of its forepaws and drew it tight, and with a sudden pull jerked the animal over on its back. As it sprang up again the other paw was noosed, and it was again thrown over. This time, as it sprang to its feet, Beric struck it a tremendous blow on the nose. The unexpected assault for a moment brought it down, but mad with rage it sprung up and struck out in all directions at his invisible foe, leaping and bounding hither and thither. Beric easily avoided the onslaught, and taking every opportunity struck it 3 or 4 times with all his force on the ear, each time rolling it over and over. The last of these blows seemed almost to stun him, and it lay for a moment immovable. Again Beric leaped upon it, coming down astride of its loins with all his weight, and seizing at once the 2 ropes. The lion uttered a roar of dismay and pain, and struck at him first with one paw and then with the other. By his coolness and quickness, however, he escaped all blows, and then, when the lion seemed exhausted, he jerked tightly the cords, twisting them behind the lion's back, and with rapid turns fastening them together. The lion was helpless now. Had Beric attempted to pull the cords in any other position, it would have snapped them back like packthread, but in this position it had no strength, the pads of the feet being fastened together and the limbs almost dislocated. As the animal rolled over and over, uttering roars of vain fury, Beric snatched the cloth from its head, tore off another strip, twisted it, and without difficulty bound the hind legs together. Then he again wrapped it round the lion's head, and standing up bowed to the spectators. A mighty shout shook the building. Never had such a feat been seen in the arena before, and men and women alike standing up waved their hands with frantic enthusiasm. Beric had not escaped altogether unhurt, for as the lion struck out at him it had torn away a piece of flesh from his side, and the blood was streaming down over his white skirt. Then he went up to Ennia, who was standing with closed eyes and hands clasped in praise. She had seen nothing of the conflict, and had believed that Beric's death and her own were inevitable. "Ennia," he said, "our gods have saved me. The lion is helpless." Then she sank down insensible. He raised her on his shoulder, walked across the arena, past the barrier, and, ascending the steps, walked along before the first row of spectators, and handed her over to her mother. Then he descended again, bowed deeply, first to the emperor and then to the still shouting people. The giver of the games advanced and placed on his head a crown of bay leaves, and handed to him a heavy purse of gold, which Beric placed in his girdle, and again saluting the audience rejoined Scopus, who was in a state of enthusiastic delight at the prowess of his pupil. "You have proved yourself the first gladiator in Rome," he said. "Henceforth the school of Scopius is ahead of all its rivals. Now we must get your side dressed. Another inch or 2, Beric, and the conflict would not have ended as it did." Yes, if the lion had not been in such a hurry to strike, and had stretched its paws to the fullest, it would have fared badly with me, Beric said, but it was out of breath and spiteful, and had not recovered from the blow and from the shock of my jumping on it, which must have pretty nearly broken its back. I knew it was a risk, but it was my only chance of getting its paws in that position, and in no other would my rope have been strong enough to hold them. "But how come you to think of fighting in that way?" Scopus asked, after the leech, which was always in attendance to dress the wounds of the gladiators, had bandaged up his side. "I never expected to have to fight the beast unarmed," Beric said, "but I had sometimes thought what should be done in such a case, and I thought that if one could but wrap one's cloak around a lion's head, the beast would be at one's mercy. Had I had but a casus, I would have beaten his skull in, but without that I saw that the only plan was to noose its limbs. Surely a man ought to be able to overcome a blinded beast. I would not try it for all the gold in Rome, Beric, even now that I have seen you do it. Did you mark Caesar? There is no one appreciates valiant deeds more than he does. At first his countenance was cold. I marked him narrowly, but he half rose to his feet, and his countenance changed when you first threw yourself on the lion, and none applauded more warmly than he did when your victory was gained. Listen to them, they are shouting for you again. You must go. Never before did I know them to linger after a show is over. They will give you presents." "I care not for them," Beric said. "You must take them, or you will undo the favourable impression you have made, which will be useful to you should you ever enter the arena again and be conquered. Go, go." Beric again entered the arena, and the attendants led him up to the emperor, who presented him with a gold bracelet, saying, "I will speak to you again, Beric. I had wondered that you and your people should have resisted Suetonius so long, but I wonder no longer." Then Beric was led round the arena. Ladies threw down rings and bracelets to him. These were gathered up by the attendants and handed to him as he bowed to the givers. Norbanus, his wife and daughter had already left their seats, surrounded by friends congratulating them and bearing with them the still insensible girl. Having made the tour of the arena, Beric again saluted the audience and retired. One of the imperial attendants met them as they left the building. "The emperor bids me say, Scopus, that when Beric is recovered from his wound he is to attend at the palace. I thought the emperor meant well towards you, Scopus. You will in any case fight no more in the arena." "How is that?" Beric asked in surprise. "Did you not hear the shouts of the people the last time you entered, Beric?" "I heard a great confused roar, but in truth I was feeling somewhat faint from loss of blood, and did not catch any particular sounds. They shouted that you were free from the arena henceforth. It is their custom when a gladiator greatly distinguishes himself to declare him free, though I have never known one before freed on his first appearance. The rule is that a gladiator remains for 2 years in a ring, but that period is shortened should the people deem that he has earned his life by his courage and skill. For a moment I was sorry when I heard it, but perhaps it is better as it is. Did you remain for 2 years and fight and conquer at every show you could gain no more honour than you have done? Now I will get a lectica and have you carried out to the hills. You are not fit to walk." They were joined outside by Porus and Lupus. The former was warm in his congratulations. "By the gods, Beric, though I knew well that you would gain a great triumph in the arena when your time came, I never thought to see you thus fighting with the beasts unarmed. Why, Milo himself was not stronger, and he won 13 times at the Olympian and Pythian games. He would have won more, but no one would venture to enter against him. Why, were you to go on practising for another 5 years you would be as strong as he was, and as you are as skilful as you are strong, it would go hard with any that met you. I congratulated myself, I can tell you, when I heard the people shout that you were free of the arena, for if by any chance we had been drawn against each other, I might as well have laid down my net and asked you to finish me at once without trouble. It was but a happy thought, Porus. If a man could be caught in a net, why not a lion blinded in a cloak? That once done, the rest was easy." "Well, I don't want any easy jobs of that sort," Porus said, "but let us go into a wine shop. A glass will bring the colour again to your cheeks." "No, no, Porus," Scopus said. "Do you and Lupus drink, and I will drink with you. But no wine for Beric. I will get him a cup of hot ass's milk. That will give him strength without fevering his blood. Here is a place where they sell it. I will go in with him first, and then join you there. But take not too much. You have a long walk back, and I guess, Lupus, that your head already hums from the blow that the Britons gave you. By Bacchus, these Britons are fine men. I thought you had got an easy thing of it, when boom, and there you were stretched out like a dead man." "It was a trick," Lupus said angrily. "A base trick." "Not at all," Scopus replied. "You fought as if in a war, and in a war, if you had an opponent at close quarters and could not use your sword's point, you would strike him down with the hilt if you could. As I have told you over and over again, you are a good swordsman, but you don't know everything yet by a long way, and you are so conceited that you never will. I hope that drubbing Beric gave you a few days after he joined us would have done you good, but I don't see that it has. There are some men that never seem to learn. If it had not been for you, our ludus would have triumphed all round today. But when one sees a man we put forward as one of our best swordsmen defeated by a raw Briton, people may well say, 'Scopus has got 1 or 2 good men. There is Beric, he is a marvel, and Porus is good with the net. But as for the rest, I don't value them a straw.'" The enraged gladiators sprang upon Scopus, but the latter seized him by the waist, hurled him down with such force that he was unable to rise, until Porus assisted him to his feet. As to Scopus, he paid him no further attention, but putting his hand on Beric's shoulder, led him into the shop. A long draught of hot milk did wonders for Beric, and he proposed walking, but Scopus would not hear of it. "Sit down here for 5 minutes," he said, "till I have a cup of wine with the others. I should think Lupus must need it pretty badly, what with the knock on the head and the tumble I have just given him. I am not sorry that he was beaten by a countryman, for since he has had the luck to win 2 or 3 times in the arena, his head has been quite turned. He would never have dared to lay his hand on me had he not been half mad, for he knows well enough that I could strangle him with one hand. The worst of him is that the fellow bears malice. He has never forgiven you the thrashing you administered to him. Now I suppose he will be sulky for weeks, but if he does it will be worse for him, for I will cut off his wine, and that will soon bring him to his senses." Scopus had gone but a few minutes when he returned with a lectica, which was a sort of a palanquin carried by 4 stout countrymen. "Really, Scopus, it's ridiculous that I should be carried along the streets like a woman." "Men are carried as well as women, Beric, and as you are a wounded man you have double right to be carried. Here is a bag with all those ornaments you got. It is quite heavy to lift." The bearers protested loudly at the weight of their burden when they lifted the lectica, but the promise of a little extra pay silenced their complaints. They were scarcely beyond the city when Beric, who was weaker from loss of blood than he imagined, dozed off to sleep and did not wake till the lectica was set down in the atrium of the house on the Alban hills. Next morning he was extremely stiff and found himself obliged to continue on his couch. "It is of no use you trying to get up," Scopus said. "The muscles of your flank are badly torn, and you must remain quiet." An hour later a raider or 4-wheeled carriage drove up to the door, and in another minute Norbanus entered Beric's cubicle. There were tears in his eyes as he held out both hands to him. "Ah, my friend," he said, "how happy you must be in the happiness you caused to us. Who could have thought, when I entertained as a passing guest a friend of Pollio, that he would be the saviour of my family? You must have thought poorly of us yesterday, that I was not at the exit from the amphitheatre to meet and thank you. But I hurried home with Ennia. Having left her in charge of her mother and sister, came back to find you, but you had left, and I could learn no news of you. I searched for some time, and then, guessing that you had been brought home by Scopus, I went back to the child, who was sorely ill. I fear that the strain has been too much for her, and that we shall lose her. But how different from what it would have been! To die is the lot of us all, and though I shall mourn my child, it will be a different thing indeed from seeing her torn to pieces before my eyes by the lion. She has recovered from her faint, but she lies still and quiet, and scarce seems to hear what is said to her. Her eyes are open, she has a happy smile on her lips, and I believe that she is well content now that she has done what she deems her duty to her God. She smiled when I told her this morning that I was coming over to see you, and said in a whisper, 'I shall see him again, father.'" "Would she like to see me now?" Beric said, making an effort to rise. "No, not now, Beric. I don't think somehow that she meant that. The leech said that she must be kept perfectly quiet, but I will send a slave with a letter to you daily. Oh, what a day was yesterday! The woes of a lifetime seem centred in an hour. I know not how I lived as I sat there and waited for the fatal moment. All the blood in my veins seems to freeze up as she was left alone in the arena. A mist came over my eyes. I tried to close them, but could not. I saw nothing of the amphitheatre, nothing of the spectators, nothing of her, till at the sudden shout from the crowd I roused myself with a start. When I saw you beside her I thought at first that I had dreamt, but Aemilia suddenly clasped my arm and said, 'It is Beric.' Then I hoped something, I know not what, until Nero said that you must meet this lion unarmed. Then I thought all was over, that 2 victims were to die instead of 1. I tried to rise, to cry to you to go, for that I would die by Ennia, but my limbs refused to support me, and though I tried to shout, I did but whisper. What followed was too quick for me to mark. I saw the beast spring at you. I saw a confused struggle, but not until I saw you rise and bow, while the lion rolled over and over, bound and helpless, did I realize that what seemed impossible had indeed come to pass, and that you, unarmed and alone, had truly vanquished the terrible beast. I hear that all Rome is talking of nothing else. My friends who poured in all evening to congratulate us told me so, and that no such feat has ever been seen in the arena. It does not seem much to me, Norbanus, Beric said. It needed only some coolness and strength, though truly I myself doubted, when Nero gave the order to fight without weapons, if it could be done. I cannot but think that Ennia's God and mine aided me. It is strange, Norbanus said, that one so young and weak as Ennia should have shown no fear, and that the other Christians should all have met their faith with so wonderful a calm. As you know, I have thought that all religions were alike, and each tribe and nation having its own. But methinks there must be something more in this when its votaries are ready so to die for it. Do not linger with me, Beric said. You must be longing to be with your child. Pray go at once. She must be glad to have you by her, even if she says little. I thank you for your promise to send news to me daily. If she should express any desire to see me, I will get Scopus to provide a vehicle to carry me to Rome, but in a few days I hope to be about. Your first visit must be to Caesar, when you are well enough to walk, Norbanus said. They tell me he bade you come see him, and he would be jealous did he know that he was not the first in your thoughts. Norbanus returned to Rome, and each day a letter came to Beric. The news was always the same. There was no change in Ennia's condition. Beric's wound healed rapidly. Hard work and simple living had so toughened his frame that a wound that might have been serious affected him only locally, and mended with surprising rapidity. In a week he was up and about, and 3 days later he felt well enough to go to Rome. You would have been better for a few days more rest, Scopus said, but Nero is not fond of being kept waiting, and if he really wishes to see you, it would be well that you present yourself as soon as possible. I care nothing for Nero, Beric said, but I should be glad, for the sake of Norbanus, to see his daughter. It may be that my presence might rouse her and do her good. I want none of Nero's favours. They are dangerous at best. His liking is fatal. He has now murdered Britannicus, his wife Octavia, and his mother Agrippina. He has banished Seneca, and every other adviser he has neither executed or driven into exile. That is all true enough, Beric, though it is better not said. Still, you must remember that you have no choice. There is no thwarting Nero. If he designs to bestow favours upon you, you must accept them. I agree with you that they are dangerous, but you know how to guard yourself. A man who has fought a lion with naked hands may well manage to escape even the clutches of Nero. He has struck down the greatest and the richest, but it is easier for one who is neither great nor rich to escape. At any rate, Beric, I have a faith in your fortune. You have gone through so much that I think surely some god protects you. By the way, what are you going to do with that basketful of woman's ornaments that I have locked up in my coffer? I thought no more about them, Scopus. I should advise you to sell them. In themselves they are useless to you, but once turned into money, they may some day stand you in good stead. They are worth a large sum, I can tell you, and I don't care about keeping them here. None of my school are condemned malefactors. I would never take such men even to please the wealthiest patron. But there is no use in placing temptation before any, and Porus and Lupus will have told how the Roman ladies flung their bracelets to you. I will take them down to a goldsmith who works for some of my patrons, and get him to value them if you will. Thank you, Scopus. I shall be glad to get rid of them. How would you dress for waiting on Caesar? I have been thinking it over, Scopus said. I should say well, and yet not too well. You are a free man, although Nero disposed of you as if you had been slaves. You were not enslaved, nor did you bear the mark of slavery. Therefore you have always dressed like a free man. Again, you are a chief among your own people, therefore, as I say, I should dress well but quietly. Nero has many freedmen about him, and though some of these provoke derision by vying with the wealthiest, this I know would never be done by you. Even did you bask in the favour of Nero, a white tunic and penula of fine white cloth or lacina, both being long and ample, so as to fall in becoming folds, would be the best. As I shall ride into Rome with you, you can there get one before going to see Nero." On arriving at Rome, Beric was soon fitted with a cloak of fine white stuff, the folds of which showed off his figure to advantage. Scopus accompanied him to Nero's palace. "I know several of his attendants," he said, "and can get you passed in to the emperor, which will save you waiting hours. Perhaps you can obtain an audience." Taking him through numerous courts and along many passages, they reached the chamber where several officials of the palace were walking and talking, waiting in readiness should they be required by Nero. Scopus went up to one with whom he was well acquainted. After the usual greetings, he explained to him that he had, in accordance with Nero's order, brought the young Briton Beric, who had conquered the lion in the arena, and begged him to ask the emperor whether he would choose to give him audience at present. "I will acquaint his chief chamberlain at once, Scopus, and will ask him, for your sake, to choose his moment for telling Nero. It may make a great difference in the fortunes of the young man whether Caesar is in a good temper or not when he receives him. It is not often at present that he is in bad humour. Since the fire his mind has been filled with great ideas, and he thinks of little but making the city in all respects magnificent, and as he loves art in every way, there is a high delight in him. Therefore, unless aught has gone wrong with him, he will be found accessible. I will go to the chamberlain at once, my Scopus." It was half an hour before he returned. The chamberlain said that there could not be a better time for your gladiator to see Caesar, and therefore he spoken to him at once, and Nero has ordered the Briton to be brought to him. These two officials will conduct him at once to his presence. Beric was taken in charge by two ushers, and was led along several passages, in each of which a guard was on duty, until they reached the massive door. Here two soldiers were stationed. The ushers knocked. Another official presented himself at the door, and beckoning to Beric to follow him, pushed aside some rich hangings heavy with gold embroidery. They were now in a small apartment, the walls of which were of the purest white marble, and the furniture completely covered with gold. Crossing this, he drew another set of hangings aside, entered with Beric, bowed deeply, and saying, "This is the Briton, Caesar," retired, leaving Beric standing before the emperor. The apartment was of moderate size, exquisitely decorated in Greek fashion. One end was open to a garden where plants and shrubs of the most graceful foliage, brought from many parts of the world, threw a delicious shade. Statues of white marble gleamed among them, and fountains of perfumed water filled the air with sweet odours. Nero sat in a simple white tunic upon a couch, while a black slave, of stature rivaling that of Beric, kneeled in front of him, holding out a great sheet of parchment with designs of some of the decorations of his new palace. Nero waved his hand, and the slave, rolling up the parchment, took his stand behind the emperor's couch. The latter looked long and steadily at him before speaking, as if to read his disposition. "Beric," he said, "I have seen you risk your life for one who was but little to you, for I have spoken to Norbanus, and have learned from him the nature of your acquaintance with him, and found that you have seen but little of this young maiden, for whom you were ready to risk what seemed certain death. Moreover, she was but a young girl, and her life can have had no special value in your eyes. Therefore it seems to me that you are one who would be a true and faithful friend indeed to a man who on his part was a friend to you. You have the other qualities of bravery and skill and strength. Moreover, you belong to no party in Rome. I have inquired concerning you, and found that although Pollio, the nephew of Norbanus, introduced you to many of his friends, you have gone but little among them, and have spent your time much, when not in the ludus, in the public libraries. Being myself a lover of books, the report inclines me the more towards you. I feel that I can rely upon you, and you would find in me not a master but a friend. Of those around me I can trust but few. They serve from interest, and if their interest lay the other way they would desert me. I have many enemies, and though the people love me, the great families, whose connections and relations are everywhere, think only of their private aims and ends, and many deem themselves to have reasons for hatred against me. I need one like you, brave, single-minded, resolute, and faithful to me, who would be as simple and as true when raised to wealth and honour as you have shown yourself when but a simple gladiator. Wilt thou be such a one to me?" "I am but ill fitted for such a post, Caesar," Beric said gravely. "I have been a chief and leader of my own people, and my tongue would never bring itself to utter the flattering words used by those who surround an imperial throne. Monarchs love not the truth, and my blunt speech would speedily offend you. A faithful guard to your majesty I might be, more than that I fear I never could be. For even to please you, Nero, I could not say aught except what I thought." "I should expect and wish for no more," Nero said. "It is good to hear the truth sometimes. I heard it from Seneca, but alas, I did not value it then as I should have done. I am older and wiser now. Besides, Seneca was a Roman, and necessarily mixed up in the intrigues that are ever on foot, and connected with half the great families in Rome. You stand alone. I should know that whatever you said the words would be your own, and would not have been put in your mouth by others, and even when your opinions ran counter to mine I should respect them. Well, what do you say?" "It is not for me to bargain with the master of Rome," Beric said. "I am ready to be your man, Caesar, to lay down my life in your defence, to be your guard as a faithful hound might be. Only, I pray you, take me not in any way into your confidence as to state affairs, for of these I am wholly ignorant. My ideas are those of a simple British chief. Rome and its ways are too complicated for me to understand, and were you to speak to me on such matters I should soon forfeit your favour, for we in Britain, as it were people of another world, simple and straightforward in all thoughts and ways, and with no ideas of state expediency. Therefore, I pray you, let me stand aloof from all such matters, and regard me simply as one ready to strike and die in your defence, and as having no more interest or knowledge of state affairs and state intrigues than those statues in the garden there." "So be it," Nero said. "You are modest, Beric, and modesty is a virtue rare in Rome. I appreciate your honesty, and feel sure that I can rely upon you for faithful service. Let me see, to what office shall I appoint you? I cannot call you my bodyguard, for this would excite the jealousy of the Praetorians." He sat and thought for a minute. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "you are fond of books. I will appoint you my private librarian. My libraries are vast, but I will have a chamber close to mine own, fitted up with the choicest books, so that I can have ready at hand any that I may require. This will be an excuse for having you always about my person. I do not speak Greek, Caesar. You shall have under you a Greek freedman, one Chiton, who is now in my library. He will take charge of the rolls, for I do not intend that you should remain shut up there. It is but a pretext for your presence here." He touched the bell and a servant entered. "Tell Phaon to come to me." A minute later Phaon, a freedman who stood very high in the confidence of Nero, entered. "Phaon," the emperor said, "this is Beric the Briton. He has entered my service, and will have all my trust and confidence, even as you have. Prepare for him apartments close to mine, and appoint slaves for his service. See that he has everything in accordance with his position as a high official of the palace. Let one of the rooms be furnished with sets of books, of which I will give you a list from my library. Chiton is to be in charge of it under him. Beric is to be called my private librarian. I wish him to be at all times within call of me. You will be friends with Beric, Phaon, for he is as honest as you are, and will be, like you, a friend of mine. and, as you may perceive, is one capable of taking part of a friend in case of need." Phaon bowed deeply and signed to Beric to follow him. The latter bowed to Nero, who nodded to him pleasantly and left the room with Phaon. The freedman took him to his private apartment. "Nero has chosen well this time, methinks," he said after a close scrutiny of the newcomer. "It is no easy post on which you have entered, Beric. Nero is changeable in his moods, but you carry your heart in your face. He can have no suspicions of you. Take my advice, make friends with no man, for one who stands high in court today may be an exile or condemned tomorrow, and then all connected with him in any way are apt to share his fate. Therefore it is best to stand quite alone. By tomorrow morning you will find everything in readiness for you here." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Olman. Chapter 16. In Nero's palace. Upon leaving Phaon, Beric was conducted to the room where he had left Scopus. The latter at once joined him, and without asking any questions left the palace with him. "I would ask nothing until you were outside," Scopus said. "They were wondering there at the long audience you have had with Nero. Judging by the gravity of your face, things have not gone well with you." "They have gone well in one sense," Beric said, "though I would vastly rather they had gone otherwise. I feel very much more fear now than when I stood awaiting the attack of the lion." And he then related to Scopus the conversation he had had with Nero. The Lannister inclined himself humbly to the ground. "You are a great man now, Beric, though, as you say, the place is not without its dangers. I guessed when Caesar sent for you that he purposed to use your strength and courage in his service. Your face is one that invites trust, and Nero was wise enough to see that if he were to trust you he must trust you altogether. He has acted wisely. He deemed that, having no friends and connections in Rome, he could rely upon you as he could rely upon no one who is a native here. You will be a great man for a time at any rate. I would rather have remained at your ludus, Scopus. I should feel like a little dog I saw the other day in a cage of one of the lions. The beast seemed fond of it, but the little creature knew well that at any moment the lion might stretch out its paw and crush it." Scopus nodded. "That is true enough, Beric, though there are tens of thousands in Rome who would gladly run the risk for the sake of the honour and profit. Still, as I said to you before we started, I have faith in your good fortune and quickness, and believe that you may escape from the bars when another would lose his skin. Tell to none but myself what Caesar has said to you. The world will soon guess that your post as private librarian is but a pretext for Caesar to have you near him. It is not by such a post that the victor of the arena would be rewarded." They now went together to a goldsmith. "Ah, Scopus, I have been expecting you. I saw you in the arena with your two gladiators. Afterwards I saw this tall young Briton fight the lion. When I heard that he was at your ludus, I said to myself, Scopus will be bringing him to me to dispose of some of the jewellery to which the ladies were so prodigal. That is our errand, Rufus. Here is the bag." The goldsmith opened it. "You don't expect me to name a price for all these articles, Scopus. It will take me a day to examine and appraise them, and indeed I shall have to go to a friend or two for money, for there is enough here to stock a shop. Never did I know our ladies so liberal of their gifts." "Ah," Scopus said, "and you don't often see gifts so well deserved. But, mind you, if it had been I who had fought the lion, I who have nothing to recommend me in the way of either stature or looks, it would have been a very different thing. Youth and stature and good looks go for a great deal even in the arena, I can tell you. Well, Beric will call in a day or two. Here is the inventory of the jewels. I have got a copy at home. Do you put the price you will give against each, and then he can sell or not as he pleases. He is not going to sacrifice them, Rufus, for he has no need of money. Caesar has just appointed him to his household." The manner of the jeweller changed at once. "The list shall be ready for you in 2 days," he said to Beric respectfully. "If you have need of money on account now, I can let you have as much as you will." Beric shook his head. "I have all that I require," he said. "I will return. It may be in 2 days, it may be more. I know not precisely how much my duties may occupy me." "You will get full value for your goods," Scopus said when they left the shop. "That was why I mentioned that you had entered Nero's household, for it is a great thing to have a friend in court." "And how about yourself, Scopus? You have kept me and trained me for months. Now you are going to lose my services just when you might begin to get a return. Moreover, I may tell you that I shall, as soon as possible, get Boadicea with me. So you must name a sum which will amply recompense you for the trouble and expense that you have had with us." "I shall be no loser, Beric. When captives in war are sent to be trained in a ludus, the lanista is paid for a year's keep in tuition for them. After that he makes what he can from those who gave entertainments. Therefore I receive from the imperial treasury the regular amount for you and your comrades. Moreover, the senator who gave the performance sent me a very handsome sum, more than he had agreed to give me for Porus and Lupus together, saying that although he had not engaged you, your deeds in the arena had delighted the people beyond measure, and that as his show would be talked about for years, it was but fair that he should pay your lanista a sum worthy of the performance. And now farewell. You know that I and your comrades at the ludus will always be glad to see you. We shall be back in Rome as soon as my place is rebuilt." "You may be sure that I will come, Scopus. You have shown me much kindness, and if in any way I can repay you, I will do so. Tell Boadicea I hope very shortly to have him with me, and that maybe I shall be able to find means of withdrawing the others from the arena." As soon as they separated, Beric walked rapidly to the house where Norbanus had taken up his abode. As he reached the door he paused, for he heard within the sounds of wailing, and felt that he had come too late. "Tell Norbanus," he said to the slave at the door, "that Beric is here, but that unless he wishes to see me I will leave him undisturbed, as I fear by the cries that the lady Ennia is dead." "She died early this morning," the slave said. "I will tell my master that you are here." He returned almost directly. "Norbanus prays you to enter," he said, and led the way to the magistrate's study. "Ah, my friend," the Roman said, "it is over. Ennia died this morning. She passed away as if in sleep. It is a terrible grief to me. Thanks to the gods I can bear that as becomes a Roman. But how would it have been had I seen her torn to pieces under my eyes? Ah, Beric, you know not from what you have saved us. We could never have lifted up our heads again had she died so. Now we shall grieve for her, as all men grieve for those they love, but it will be a great grief without pain, for assuredly she died happy. She spoke of you once or twice, and each time she said, 'I shall see him again.' I think she was speaking her belief that she should meet you after death. The Christian belief in a future state is like yours, you know, Beric, rather than like ours." "She was a gentle creature," Beric said, "and as she dared even death by the lions for her god, assuredly she will go to the Happy Island, though it may not be the same that the Druids tell us Britons of. And how are the ladies Lesbia and Aemilia?" "My wife is well," the magistrate said. "She has not the consolations of philosophy as I have, but I think that she feels it is better for the child herself that she should have so died. Ennia would always have remained a Christian, and fresh troubles and persecutions would have come. Besides, her religion would have put her apart from her mother and her family. To me, of course, it would have made no difference. holding the views that I do as to the religions of the world. But my wife sees things in a different light. Aemilia is worn out with watching and grief, but I know that she will see you presently, that is, if you are not compelled to return at once to the hills." "I return there no more. I have seen Nero today, and he has appointed me an official in his household. It will seem ridiculous to you when I say that I am to be his private librarian. That, of course, is but a pretext to keep me near his person, deeming that I am strong enough to be a useful guard to him, and being a stranger am not likely to be engaged in any intrigue that may be going on. I would rather have remained at the ludus for a time, but there is no refusing the offers of an emperor, and he spoke to me fairly, and I answered him as one man should do another, frankly and openly." "Nero has done wisely," Norbanus said warmly, "though for you the promotion is perilous. To be Nero's friend is to be condemned beforehand to death, though for a time he may shower favours upon you. He is fickle and inconstant, and you have not learned to cringe and flatter, and are as likely as not to anger him by your outspoken utterances." "I shall assuredly say what I think if he questions me," Beric said quietly. "But if he values me as a god, he will scarce question me when he knows that I should express an opinion contrary to his own. When do you enter his service, Beric?" "I am to present myself tomorrow morning." "Then you will stay with us tonight, Beric. This is a house of mourning, and you are as one of ourselves. You must excuse ceremony, for I have many arrangements to make, as Ennia will be buried tomorrow." "I will go out into the garden," Beric said. "Do so. I will send up word to Aemilia that you are here. Doubtless she would rather meet you there than before the slaves." Beric had been sitting in the shade for half an hour when he saw Aemilia coming towards him. Her face was swollen with crying, and tears were still streaming down her cheeks. Beric took her hand and would have bent over it, when she grasped his with both of hers and pressed it to her lips. "Oh, Beric," she cried, "what have you not done for us? How much do we not owe you? Had it not been for you I should be mourning now, not for Ennia, who lies with a smile on her face in her chamber, but for Ennia torn to pieces and devoured by the lion. It seems to me that I too should die when suddenly you stood between her and the fierce beast, seeming to my eyes as if a god had come down to save her, and when all the people gave you up as lost, standing there unarmed and calmly waiting the lion's attack. I felt that you would conquer. Truly Ennia's god and yours must have stood beside you, though I saw them not. How else could you have been so strong and fearless?" Ennia thought so too. "She told me so one night when the house was asleep, and I only watching beside her. 'My God was with him,' she said. 'None other could have given him the strength to battle with the lion. He will bring him to himself in good time, and I shall meet him again.' She said something about you knowing that she was a Christian, but of course you could not have known that." "I did know it, Aemilia," and Beric then told her of his meeting with Ennia and the girl and the old slave when they were attacked by the plunderers on the way home from their place of meeting. "She promised me not to go again," he said, "without letting me know, in which case I should have escorted her and protected her from harm. But just after that there was the fire, and I had to go away with Scopus to the Alban hills, and so, as she knew that I could not escort her, I never heard from her. I would that I had been taken with her that night she was arrested, then she might not have fallen into the hands of the guard. Indeed, had I been there I would have gone gladly, for it seemed to me there must be something strange in the religion that would induce a quiet, gentle girl like her to go out at night unknown to her parents. Now I desire even more to learn about it. Her God must surely have given her the strength and courage that she showed, when she chose death by lions rather than deny him. "I, too, should like to know something about it," Aemilia said. "By the way, Ennia spoke when she said you knew that she was a Christian. It seemed to me that, if you did know, which I thought was impossible, she thought you were angry with her for becoming a Christian." "I was angry with her not for being a Christian, but for going out without your father's knowledge, and I told her so frankly. If it had been you, I should not have been so much surprised, because you have high spirits and are fearless in disposition. But for her to do so seemed so strange and unnatural that I deemed this religion of hers must be bad, in that it taught a girl to deceive her parents." "What did she say, Beric?" "I could see that she considered it her duty beyond all other duties, and so said no more, knowing nothing of her religion beyond what your father told me." "I wish Pollio had been here," the girl said. "He would have thought as I do about the loss of Ennia. My father has his philosophy, and considers it rather a good thing to be out of the world. My mother was so horrified when she heard that Ennia was a Christian that I am sure she is relieved at her death. I am not a philosopher, and it was nothing to me whether Ennia took up with this new sect or not. So you see I have no one who can sympathize with me. You can't think how dreadful the thought is that I shall be alone in future." "We grow accustomed to all things," Beric said. "I have lost all my relations, my country, and everything, and I am here a stranger and a little better than a slave, and yet life seems not so unpleasant to me. In time the grief will be healed, and you will be happy again." "I am sure I should never have been happy, Beric, if she had died in the arena. I should always have had it before my eyes. I should have dreamt of it. But why do you say that until today you had been almost a slave? Why is it different today?" Beric told her of his new position. "If I could take your position and have your strength but for one night," Aemilia said passionately, "I would slay the tyrant. He was a monster. It is to him that Ennia's death is due. He has committed unheard of crimes, and he will kill you too, Beric. He kills all those whom he once favours." "I shall be on my guard, Aemilia. Besides, my danger will not be great, for he will have nothing to gain by my death. I shall keep aloof from all intrigues, and he will have no reason to suspect me. The danger, if danger there be, will come from my refusing to carry out any of his cruel orders. I am ready to be a guard, but not an executioner." "I know how it will end," the girl sighed, "but I shall hope always. You conquered the lion, maybe you will conquer Nero, who is a very much less imposing creature." Beric smiled. A slave girl at this moment summoned Aemilia into the house. She waited a moment. "Remember, Beric," she said, "that if trouble and danger come upon you, any such poor aid as I can give will be yours. I am a Roman girl. I have not the strength to fight as you have, but have the courage to die, and as, at the risk of your life, you saved Ennia for us, so would I risk my life to save yours. Remember that a woman can plot and scheme, and that in dealing with Nero cunning goes for as much as strength. We have many relatives and friends here too, and Ennia's death in the arena would have been viewed as a disgrace upon the whole family, so that I can rely upon help from them if need be. Remember that, should the occasion arise, I shall feel your refusal of my help much more bitterly than any misfortune your acceptance of it could bring upon me." Then, turning, the girl went up to the house. On arriving at Nero's palace the next morning and asking for Phaon, Beric was at once conducted to his chamber. "That is well," the freedman said as he entered. "Nero is in council with his architects at present. I will show you to your chamber at once, so that you will be in readiness." The apartment to which Phaon led Beric was a charming one. It had no windows in the walls, which were covered with exquisitely painted designs, but light was given by an opening in the ceiling, under which, in the centre of the room, was the shallow basin into which the rain that penetrated through the opening fell. There were several elegantly carved couches round the room, some bronze statues stood on plinths, and some pots of tall aquatic plants stood in the basin, heavy hangings covering the entrance. "Here," Phaon said, drawing one of them aside, "is your cubicle, and here next to it is another. It is meant for a friend of the occupant of the room, but I should not advise you to have anyone sleep here." Nero would not sleep well did he know that any stranger was so close to his apartment. This and the entrance at the other end of the room lead into passages, while this, and he drew back another curtain, is the library. This room was about the same size as that allotted to Beric, being some 25 feet square. Short as the notice had been, a wooden framework of cedar wood divided into partitions 15 inches each way had been erected round, and in each of these stood a wooden case containing rolls of manuscripts, the name of the work being indicated by a label affixed to the box. Seated at a table in one of the angles was the Greek Chilton, who saluted Beric. "We shall be good friends, I hope," Beric said, "for I shall have to rely upon you entirely for the Greek books, and it is you who will be the real librarian." Chilton was a man of some 30 years of age, with a pale Greek face, and looking at him earnestly, Beric thought that it looked an honest one. He had anticipated that the man Nero had chosen would be placed as a spy over him, but he now concluded this was not so, and that Nero at present trusted him entirely. "This passage," Phaon said, "leads direct to Caesar's private apartment. Few steps only separate them. The passage on this side of your room also leads there, so that either from here or from it you can be summoned at once. Now let us return to your room. It is from there that you will generally go to Nero when he summons you. The door at the end of the short passage will not be kept locked, while this one from the library cannot be opened from your side. 3 strokes of Nero's bell will be your signal that he requires you. If after the 3 have sounded there is another stroke smartly, you will snatch up your sword and rush in instantly, by night or day." "What are my duties to be?" Beric asked when they had returned to his room, "for Chilton can discharge those of librarian infinitely better than I can do." "You will sit and read here, or pass the time as you like, until 9 o'clock, at which hour Nero goes to the baths. At 11 he goes out to inspect the works or to take part in public ceremonies. At 3 he sups, and the meal lasts sometimes till 7 or 8, sometimes until midnight. Your duties in the library will end when he goes to the baths, and after that you will be free, unless he summons you to attend him abroad, until supper is concluded. At night you will draw back the curtains between the passage and your room and that of your cubicle, so that you may hear his summons, or even his voice if loudly raised. You will lie down with your sword ready at hand. I should say your duties will begin at 6 in the morning, and it is only between that hour and 9 that you will be a prisoner in the library." "I shall not find it an imprisonment," Beric said. 3 hours is little enough to study, with all that wealth of books ready at hand. How about Chilton?" "He will be on duty whenever the emperor is in the palace. Beyond that he is free to go where he likes, so that he be ready at all times to produce any book Nero may call for. Your meals will be brought up to you by your attendant from the imperial kitchen. There are, you know, baths in the palace for the use of the officials. You will find in this chest a supply of garments of all kinds suitable for different occasions, and here in the cubicle ready to hand are a sword and dagger, with a helmet, breastplate, and shield, to be worn only when Caesar desires you to accompany him armed. If there is anything else that you require, you have but to give the order to your attendant, who will obtain it from the steward of the palace." At this moment a slave drew aside the hanging. "Caesar expects you, Beric." Nero was standing at the top of the steps into the garden when Beric entered. "Walk with me, Beric," he said. "For 3 hours I have been going into the affairs of the city and hearing letters read from the governors of the provinces. It will be a change to talk of other things. Tell me about this Briton of yours. I know about your wars. Tell me of your life at home." Beric at once complied. He saw that it was not information about religion and customs that the emperor desired to hear, but talk about simple matters that would distract his thoughts from the cares of state. He talked then of his native village, of his mother with her maids at work around her, of hunting expeditions as a boy with Boadicea, and how both had had a narrow escape of being devoured by wolves. Nero listened in silence as they strolled under the deep shade of the trees. At times he hardly seemed to be listening, but occasionally he asked a question that showed he was following what Beric said. "Your talk is like a breath from the snow-clad mountains," he said at last, "or a cup of cold water to a thirsty traveller. The word Romans never occurred in it, and yet it was in our tongue. You were brought up among us, as I heard. Tell me about that." Briefly Beric described his life at Camalodunum. "It is a strange mixture," Nero said, "the cultivated Roman and the wild Briton. I understand now better than I did before. You are risking your life for the Christian girl in the arena. You did not love her?" "No, Caesar. We Britons do not think of marriage until we are at least 25. We hold that young marriages deteriorate a race. Ennia was little more than a child according to our notions. She was scarce 16, and when I saw her before, for a few days only, she was a year younger. But I think that I should have done the same had I never seen her before. We Britons, like the Gauls, hold women in high respect, and I think that a few of my people would hesitate to risk their lives to save a helpless woman." "I think we are all for self here," Nero said, "but we can admire what we should not think of imitating. I like you, Beric, because you are so different from myself and from all around me. We are products of Rome, you of the forest. Every man here sighs for power or wealth, or lives for pleasure. I as much as any. We suffer none to stand in our way, but trample down remorselessly all who hinder us. As to risking our lives for the sake of a woman, and that woman almost a stranger, such an idea would never so much as occur to us. This is not the only girl you have saved. I received a letter from Caius Muro some months ago saying that the news had come to him in Syria that Beric, the young chief of the Iceni, who had so long withstood Suetonius, had been brought a prisoner to Rome, and he besought me, should Beric still be alive, to show favour to him, as he had saved his little daughter when all others had been slain at the sack of Camalodunum, and that he had ridden her away until after the defeat of Boadicea, and had then sent her safe and unarmed back to the Romans. The matter escaped my mind till now, though, in truth, I bade my secretary write to him to say that I would befriend you. But it is strange that, having so much life and spirit in that great body of yours, you should yet hold life so cheaply. It was the way with our forefathers, but it is not so now. Perhaps because our life is more pleasant than theirs was. Tell me, has Phaon done all to make you comfortable? Is there aught else that you should wish? If so, speak freely." "There is one thing I should like, Caesar. I should like to have with me my follower Boadicea, he who was the companion of my boyhood, who fought with me in that hut against the wolves, and was ever by my side in the struggling among the fens. I ask this partly for my own sake, and partly that I may the better do the duty you have set me of acting as your guard. The air of palaces is heavy, and men wake not from sleep as when they lie down in the forest and carry their lives in their hands. I might not hear your call, but with him with me we could keep alternate watch through the night, and the slightest sounds would reach our ears. We could even take post close to the hangings on your chamber, just at the Praetorian Guard, all the avenues on the other side. I might even go further. There was 20 of my countrymen brought hither with me. All are picked men, not one but in strength and courage is my equal. I would say. Place them in offices in the palace. Make them doorkeepers, or place some of them here as labourers under your gardeners. Then at all times you would have under your orders a body of 20 devoted men who would escort you in safety though half Rome was in tumult. They would sleep together among the slaves where I could instantly summon them. I can answer for their fidelity. They would follow me to the death against any foe I bade them attack. It is an excellent idea, Beric, and shall be carried out. They were all sent to the Lodi, if I mistake not, and will have skill as well as strength and courage. I will bid my secretary send an order for their discharge, and that they present themselves to Phaon tomorrow. He will find occupations for them, and I myself will bid him so dispose of them that they shall be well satisfied with their appointments. Truly, as you say, a guard of 20 gladiators of your strength and courage might well defend me against a host. Now it is time that I went in my bath." Upon the following day the British captives were all disposed as doorkeepers in the palace. Beric was present when they presented themselves for Phaon, and had afterwards a private interview with them. They were delighted at finding that they were again under his leadership. All hated as much as ever the occupation of gladiator, although only the man who had defeated Lupus had as yet appeared in the arena. "Your duties will be simple and easy," Beric said. "You will only have to see that no strangers pass you without authority. Each of you will have one or more attendants with you, who will take the names of those who present themselves to those whom they wish to see, and will, on bringing an authorization for them to pass, escort them to the person with whom they have business. Of course the orders will be different at different posts, but these you will receive from the officials of the chamberlain. You will be on duty, as I learned, for 6 hours each day, and will for the rest of the time be free to go where you please. I suppose by this time all of you have learned sufficient Latin to converse freely. Remember that at 9 o'clock in the evening you must all be in the palace. Phaon has arranged for an apartment that you will occupy together. There you will keep your arms and be always ready, when you receive a message from me, to attend. Prepare for fighting. There is one thing more. Do not mingle with the Romans more than you can help. Listen to no tales relating to the emperor, and let no man discuss with you any question of state. Everything that is done in the palace is known, and were you seen talking with any man who afterwards fell under the suspicion of Nero, it might cost you your lives. Remember that, whatever may be the duties assigned to you here, we are really assembled as a sort of special bodyguard to him. He is our general. It is no business of ours what his private acts may be. It may be that he is cruel to the powerful and wealthy, but on the other hand he spends his money lavishly on the people of Rome, and is beloved of them. If they, as Romans do, not resent his acts towards senators and patricians, it is no business of ours, strangers and foreigners here, to meddle in the matter. It may be that in time, if we do our duty well, Nero may permit us to return to Britain." There is a murmur of approval. "Nero may cut off the head of every man in Rome for what I care," Boadicea. "I owe nothing to the Romans. They are all our enemies, from the highest to the lowest, and if Nero is disposed to be our friend he can do what he likes with them. But I do wish he had given us something more to do than to hang about his palace." 6 months passed. Beric stood high in favour with Nero. 2 or 3 times, in order to test the vigilance of his guard, he had sounded his bell. On each occasion an armed figure had instantly entered his room, only to retire when he waved his hand, so that the slave who slept at the other door found Nero alone when he entered, and brought him a cooling drink, or performed some other little office that served as an excuse for his summons. The emperor, being well aware how great would be the jealousy of the Praetorian Guard were report to reach them that Caesar had guards save themselves, Beric often followed in the train of the emperor when he went abroad, and as it speedily became known that he was a favourite of Nero, his friendship was eagerly sought by those who frequented the court, and his good offices solicited by those who had requests to make of the emperor. Large sums of money had been sometimes offered him for his good offices, but he steadily refused to accept any presents whatever, or to mingle in the affairs of others, except in the very occasional cases where it seemed to him that those who sought his aid had been cruelly and unfairly dealt with by officials or venal magistrates. The sale of his jewels had brought him a large sum of money, which he had placed in the hands of Norbanus, and the handsome appointments Nero had assigned to his office were very much more than sufficient for his wants. He was always a welcome guest at the house of Norbanus, and now that he was an official high in favour with Nero, even Lesbia received him with marked courtesy. The conversation always turned, when the ladies were present, upon general topics, the gossip of society in Rome, news from the provinces, and other similar matters, for Beric begged them not to speak of the serious events of the day. "I am one of Nero's guards, and I do not want to have to hate my work, or to wish well to those from whom I am bound to protect him. To me he is kind and friendly. At times when I am with him in the garden or alone in his room he talks to me as an equal, of books and art, the condition of the people, and other topics. It seems to me that there are two Neros, the one a man such as he was when he ascended the throne, gentle, inclined to clemency, desirous of the good of his people and of popularity, a lover of beautiful things, passionately devoted to art and all its branches, taking far greater pleasure in the society of a few intimate friends than in the state pageants and ceremonies. There is another Nero. Of him I will not talk. I desire above all things not to know of him. I believe that he has been driven to this war upon many of the best and worthiest in Rome by timidity. He is suspicious. Possibly he has reasons for his suspicions. Possibly they are unfounded. I do not wish to defend him. All this is a matter for you Romans, and not for me. I wish to know nothing about it, to leave all public matters to those they may concern, to shut my eyes and my ears as much as I can to all that goes on around me. It is for that reason that I go so little to other houses save this. I meet those about the court at the baths, the gymnasium, and in the streets. But at these places men speak not of public affairs. They know not who may be listening, and certainly they would not speak before me. Happily, as I am known to stand high in Caesar's favour, I am the last person to whom they would say aught in his blame. Thus it is that, though sometimes I come, from chance words let fall, to know that proscriptions, accusations, confiscations, and executions take place, that the Christians are still exposed to horrible persecutions and tortures, that a gloom hangs over society, and that no man of wealth and high station can regard himself as safe. It is only a vague rumour of these things that I hear, and by keeping my ears sealed and refusing to learn particulars, to listen to private griefs and individual sufferings, I am still able to feel that I can do my duty to Caesar." Norbanus and Lesbia alike agreed with Beric's reasoning. The former, indeed, himself took but comparatively little interest of what passed around him. On the other hand, absorbed in the politics of the hour, she was connected with many noble families, and knew that a member of these might fall at any moment under Nero's displeasure. To have a friend, then, high in the favour of Nero was a matter of great importance, and she therefore impressed upon all her intimates that when they found Beric at her house they should scrupulously avoid all discussion of public affairs. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Olman. Betrothal. Nero had, within a short time of Beric's establishment in the palace, spoken to him of his apprehension of the increasing power of the party who, having reverted to the opinions of the Stoic philosophers, were ever denouncing the luxury and extravagance of modern ways, and endeavouring both by example and precept to reintroduce the simplicity and severity of former times. "All this," Nero said angrily, "is of course but a cloak under which to attack me. Piso and Plautus, Seneca and Lucan do but assume this severity of matters. They have plotted and intrigued against me. I shall never be safe while they live." "Caesar," Beric said gravely, "I am but a soldier, but born a free Briton and a chief. I cannot sell my services, but must give it loyally and heartily. You honour me with your favour and confidence. I believe that I am worthy of it. I do not serve you for money. Already I have begged you not to heap presents upon me. Wealth would be useless to me did I desire it. Not only have you offered to bestow estates upon me, but I have learned already that there are many others who, seeing that I am favoured by you, would purchase my friendship or my advocacy by large sums. I should despise myself if I cared for money. You would, I know, honour me not only with your trust that I can be relied upon to do my duty as your guard, but by treating me as one of your confidence in other matters. At the risk, then, of exciting your displeasure and forfeiting your favour, I must again pray you not to burden me with state matters. Of these I know nothing, and I wish to know nothing, save that of Seneca. I scarce know the names of the others of whom you have spoken. I am wholly ignorant of the intrigues of court life, and I seek to know nothing of them, and am therefore in no position to give any opinion on these matters, and did I speak from only partial knowledge I should do these men great wrong. In the next place, Caesar, I am not one who has a double face, and if you ask my opinion of a matter in which I thought that others had ill advised you, I should frankly say that I thought you were wrong, and the truth is never palatable to the great. I try, therefore, to shut my ears to everything that is going on around me, for did I take note of rumours my loyalty to you might be shaken." "Perhaps you are right," Nero said after a long pause, "but tell me, once and for all, what do you think on general matters? Is it good to have the opinion of one whom I know to be honest?" "On one subject only are my convictions strong, Caesar. I think that the terrible persecution of the Christians is in itself horrible and contrary to all the traditions of Rome. These are harmless people. They make no disturbances. They do injury to no one. They are guilty of no act that would justify in any way the tortures inflicted upon them. I am not a Christian. I know nothing of their doctrines, but I am unable to understand how one naturally clement and kind-hearted as you are can give way to the clamour of the populace against these people. As to those of whom you speak and others, I have no opinions, but were I Caesar, strong in the support of praetorian guards and in the affection of the people at large, I would simply despise plotters. The people may vaguely admire the doctrines of the Stoics, but they themselves love pleasure and amusements and spectacles, and live upon your bounty and generosity. There can then be nothing to fear from open force. Should there be conspirators who would attempt to compass their ends by assassination, you have your guards to protect you. You have myself and my little band of countrymen ready to watch over you unceasingly. "No care and caution will avail against the knife of the assassin," Nero said gloomily. "It is only by striking down conspirators and assassins that one can guard oneself against their weapons. Julius Caesar was killed when surrounded by men whom he deemed his friends." Beric could not deny the truth of Nero's words. "That is true, Caesar, and therefore I do not presume to criticize or even to have an opinion upon acts of state policy. These are matters utterly beyond me. I know nothing of the history of the families of Rome. I know not who may, with or without reason, deem that they have cause of complaint against you, or who may be hostile to you either from private grievances or personal ambitions. And knowing nothing, I wish to know nothing. I desire, as I said when you first spoke to me, to be regarded as a watchdog, to be attached to you by personal kindness, and to guard you night and day against conspirators and assassins. I beseech you not to expect more from me, or to deem it possible that a Briton can be qualified to give any opinion whatever as to a matter so alien to him as the intrigues and conspiracies of an imperial city. Did I agree with you, you would soon doubt my honesty. Did I differ from you, I should incur your displeasure." Nero looked up at the frank countenance of the young Briton. "Enough," he said smilingly. "You shall be my watchdog and nothing more." As time went on, Nero's confidence in his British guard steadily increased. He had his spies, and knew how entirely Beric kept himself aloof from intimate acquaintanceships with any save the family of Norbanus, and learned, too, that he had refused many large bribes from suitors. For a time, although he knew it not, Beric was constantly watched. His footsteps were followed when he went abroad. His conversation with others in the baths, which formed the great centres of meeting and stood to the Romans in the place of modern clubs, were listened to and noted. It was observed that he seldom went to convivial gatherings, and that at any place when the conversation turned on public affairs he speedily withdrew, that he avoided all displays of wealth, dressed as quietly as it was possible for one in the court circle to do, and bore himself as simply as when he had been training in the ludus of Scopus. There he still went very frequently, practising constantly in arms with his former companions, preferring this to the more formal exercises of the gymnasium. Thus, after a time, Nero became confirmed in his opinion of Beric's straightforward honesty, and felt that there was no fear of his being tampered with by his enemies. One result of this increased confidence was that Beric's hours of leisure became much restricted, for Nero came to require his attendance whenever he appeared in public. With Beric and Boadicea among the group of courtiers that followed him, the emperor felt assured there was no occasion to fear the knife of the assassin, and it was only when he was at the baths, where only his most chosen friends were admitted, or during the long carousals that followed the suppers, that Beric was at liberty, and in the latter case Boadicea was always near at hand in case of need. Nero's precautions were redoubled after the detection of the conspiracy of Piso. That this plot was a real one, and not a mere invention of Nero to justify his designs upon those he hated and feared, is undoubted. The hour for the attempt at assassination had been fixed, the chief actor was prepared, and the knife sharpened, but the executions that followed embraced many who had no knowledge whatever of the plot. Seneca was among the victims against whom there was no shadow of proof. After the discovery of this plot, Beric found his position more and more irksome, in spite of the favour Nero showed him. Do what he would, he could not close his ears to what was public talk in Rome. The fabulous extravagances of Nero, the public and unbounded profligacy of himself and his court, the open defiance of decency, the stupendous waste of public money on the new and most sumptuous palace into which he had now removed were matters that scandalized even the population of Rome. Senators, patricians, grave councillors, noble matrons were alike willingly or unwillingly obliged to join in the saturnalia that prevailed. The provinces were ruined to minister to the luxury of Rome. The wealth of the noblest families was sequestrated to the state. All law, order, and decency were set at defiance. To the Britons, simple in their tastes and habits, this profusion of luxury, this universal profligacy, seemed absolutely monstrous. When they met together and talked of their former life in their rude huts, it seemed that the vengeance of the gods must surely fall upon a people who seemed to have lost all sense of virtue, all respect for things human and divine. To Beric, the only laudable portion of his existence were the mornings he spent in reading and in the study of Greek with Chilton, and in the house of Norbanus. Of Lesbia he saw little. She spent her life in a whirl of dissipation and gaiety, accompanying members of her family to all the fetes in defiance of the wishes of Norbanus, whose authority in this matter she absolutely set at naught. The emperor's invitation override the authority of one who makes himself absurd by his presumption of philosophy. I live as do other Roman ladies of good family. Divorce me if you like. I have the fortune I brought you, and should prefer vastly to go my own way. This step Norbanus would have taken but for the sake of Aemilia. By his orders, the latter never went abroad with her mother or attended any of the public entertainments, but lived in the quiet society of the personal friends of Norbanus. Lesbia had yielded the point, for she did not care to be accompanied by a daughter of marriageable age, as by dint of cosmetics and paint she posed as still a young woman. Aemilia had long since recovered her spirits, and was again the merry girl Beric had known at Massilia. One day when Beric called, he saw that Norbanus, who was seldom put out by any passing circumstance, was disturbed in mind. "I am troubled indeed," he said, in answer to Beric's inquiry. "Lesbia has been proposing to me the marriage of Rufinus Sulla, a connection of hers, and, as you know, one of those intimates with Aemilia." Beric uttered an exclamation of anger. "He is one of the worst of profligates," he exclaimed. "I would slay him with my own hand rather than that Aemilia should be sacrificed to him." "I would slay her first," Norbanus said solemnly, "but as Lesbia threatened when I indignantly refused the proposal, Rufinus has but to ask Nero's approval, and before his orders my authority as father goes for nothing. I see but one way. It has seemed to me for a long time, Beric, that you yourself felt more warmly towards Aemilia than a mere friend. Putting aside our obligations to you for having risked your life in defence of Ennia, there is no one to whom I would more willingly give her. Had I been mistaken in your thoughts of her?" "By no means," Beric said. "I love your daughter Aemilia, but I have never spoken of it to you for two reasons. In the first place, I shall not be for some years at the age at which we Britons marry, and in the second place I am but a captive. At present I stand high in the favour of Nero, but that favour may fail me at any day, and my life at the palace is becoming unbearable. But besides, it is impossible that this orgy of crime and debauchery can continue. The vengeance of heaven cannot be much longer delayed. The legions of the provinces are utterly discontented and well nigh mutinous, and even if Rome continues to support Nero, the time cannot be far off when the legions proclaim either Galba or Vespasian or some other general as emperor, and then the downfall of Nero must come. How then could I ask you for the hand of Aemilia, a maiden of noble family, when the future is all so dark and troubled, and my own lot so uncertain? I cannot raise my sword against Caesar, for no matter his crimes, he has treated me well. Had it not been for that, I would have made Praeneste when the gladiators rose there the other day, and for the same reason I can do nothing to prepare the way for a rising here. I know the ludus of Scopus would join to a man. There is a great discontent among the other schools, for the people have become so accustomed to bloodshed that they seem steeled to all pity, and invariably give the signal for the dispatch of the conquered. As to your offer, Norbanus, I thank you with all my heart, but were it not for this danger that threatens from Rufinus, I would say that at the present time I dare not link her lot to mine. The danger is too great, the future too dark. It seems to me that the city and all in it are seized with madness, and above all, at the present time I would not for worlds take her to the palace of Nero. But if Aemilia will consent to a betrothal to me, putting off the period of marriage until the times are changed, I will with delight accept the offer of her hand, if she too is willing. For in Britain, as in Gaul, our maidens have a voice in their own disposal. Norbanus smiled. Methinks, Beric, you need not fear on that score. Since the day when you fought the lion in the arena, you have been her hero and the lord of her heart. Even I, although but short-sighted as to matters unconnected with my work, could mark that, and I believe it is because her mother sees and fears it that she has determined to marry her to Rufinus. I will call her down to find out whether she is ready to obey my wishes." In a minute or two Aemilia came down from the women's apartments above. "My child," Norbanus said, "I have offered you in marriage to Beric. He has accepted, saving only that you must come to him not in obedience to my order, but of your own free will, since it is the custom of his country that both parties should be equally free of choice. What do you say, my child?" Aemilia had flushed with a certain glow of colour as her father began, and stood with downcast eyes until he had finished. "One moment before you decide, Aemilia," Beric said. "You know how I am situated, and that at any moment I may be involved in peril or death, that life with me can scarcely be one of ease or luxury, and that even at the best you may be an exile for ever from Rome." She looked up now. "I love you, Beric," she said. "I would rather live in a cottage with you as my lord and master than in a palace with any other. I would die with you were there need. Your wishes shall always be my law." "That is not the way in Britain," Beric said, as he drew her to him and kissed her. "The husband is not the lord of his wife. They are friends and equals, and such will we be. There is honour and respect on both sides." "It will be but your betrothal at present," Norbanus said. "Neither Beric nor I would like to see you in the palace of Caesar, but the sponsalia shall take place today, and then he can claim you when he will. Come again this evening, Beric. I will have the conditions drawn up, and some friends shall be here to witness the form of betrothal. This haste, child, is in order to give Beric power to protect you. Were you free, Rufinus might obtain an order from Nero for me to give you to him, but once the conditions are signed they cannot be broken save by your mutual consent, and moreover Beric can use his influence with the emperor on behalf of his betrothed wife, while so long as you remain under my authority you could scarcely interfere did Nero give his promise to Rufinus." "Will my mother be here?" "She will not, nor do I desire her presence," Norbanus said decidedly. "She has defied my authority and has gone her own path, and it is only for your sake that I have not divorced her. She comes and she goes as she chooses, but her home is with her family, not here. She has no right by law to a voice in your marriage. You are under my authority and mine alone. It is but right that a good mother should have an influence and a voice as to her daughter's marriage. But a woman who frequents the saturnalia of Nero has forfeited her mother's rights. It will be time enough for her to hear of it when it is too late for her to cause trouble. Now, do you two go into the garden together, for I have arrangements to make." At 6 o'clock Beric returned to the house. In the atrium were gathered a number of guests. Some were members of the family of Norbanus, others were his colleagues in office. All were men of standing and family. Beric was already known to most of them, having met them at suppers at the house. When all were assembled, Norbanus left the room and presently returned, leading Aemilia by the hand. "My friends," he said, "you already know why you are assembled here, namely to be witnesses to the betrothal of my daughter to Beric the Briton. Vitrio, the notary, will read the conditions under which they are betrothed." The document was a formal one, and stated that Norbanus gave up his potestas or authority over his daughter Aemilia to Beric, and that he bound himself to complete the further ceremony of marriage either by the religious or civil form, as Beric might select whenever the latter should demand it, and that further he agreed to give her on her marriage the sum of 3,000 denarii, and to leave the whole of his property to her at his death, while Beric on his part bound himself to complete the ceremonies of marriage whenever called upon by Norbanus to do so, and to pay him at the present time 1,000 denarii on the consideration of his signing the present agreement, and on his delivering up to him his authority over his daughter. "You have heard this document read, Norbanus," the notary said when he had concluded the reading. "Do you assent to it, and are you ready to affix your signature to the contract?" "I am ready," Norbanus said. "And you, Beric?" "I am also ready," Beric replied. "Then do you both write your signatures here." Both signed, and 4 of the guests affixed their signatures as witnesses. Norbanus then placed Aemilia's hand in Beric's. "You are now betrothed, man and wife," he said. "I transfer to you, Beric, my authority over my daughter. Henceforth she is your property to claim as you will." A minute later there was a sudden movement at the door, and Lesbia entered in haste. "News has just been brought to me of your intention, Norbanus, and I am here to say that I will not permit this betrothal." "You have no voice or authority in the matter," Norbanus said calmly. "Legal right to interfere you never had. Your moral right you have forfeited. The conditions have been signed. Aemilia is betrothed to Beric." Lesbia broke out into passionate reproaches and threats, but Norbanus advanced a step or two towards her and said with a quiet dignity, "I have borne with you for her sake, Lesbia. Now that she belongs to Beric and not to me, I need not restrain my just indignation longer. I return your property to your hands." Lesbia stepped back as if struck. The words were the well known formula by which a Roman divorced his wife. She had not dreamed that Norbanus would summon up resolution to put this disgrace upon her, and to bring upon himself the hostility of her family. Her pride quickly came to her aid. "Thanks for the release," she said sarcastically. "Far too much of my life has already been wasted on a dotard, and my family will see that the restitution of my property is full and complete. But beware, Norbanus, I am not to be outraged with impunity, and you will learn to your cost that a woman of my family knows how to revenge herself." Then turning, she passed out the door, entered her lectica, and was carried away. "I must apologize to you, my friends," Norbanus said calmly, "for having brought you to be present at an unpleasant family scene, but I had not expected it, and know not through whom Lesbia obtained the news what was doing here. I suppose one of the slaves carried it to her, but these things trouble not a philosopher. For myself, I marvel at my long patience and feel rejoiced that at last I shall be free to live my own life." "You have done well, Norbanus," one of his colleagues said, "though I know not what Nero will say when he hears of it, for severity among husbands is not popular at present in Rome." "I can open my veins as Seneca did," Norbanus said calmly. "Neither death nor exile have any terrors for me. Rome has gone mad, and life for a reasoning being is worthless here." "I shall represent the matter to Nero," Beric said, "and as it is seldom that I ask aught of him, I doubt not he will listen to me. When he is not personally concerned, Nero desires to act justly, and moreover, I think that he can weigh the advantages of the friendship of a faithful guard against that of his boon companions. I will speak to him the first thing in the morning. He frequently comes into the library and reads for an hour. At any rate, there is no chance of Lesbia being beforehand with me. It is too late for her to see Rufinus and get him to approach Nero tonight. Let us talk of other matters," Norbanus said. "All these things are but transitory." He then began to talk on his favourite topic, the religions of the world, while Beric drew Aemilia, who had been weeping since the scene between her parents, into the tablinum. "It is unlucky to weep on the day of your betrothal, Aemilia." "Who could help it, Beric? Besides, as it is not for my own troubles, the omen will have no avail. But it is all so strange and so rapid. This morning I was in trouble, alarmed at what my mother told me of her intentions, fearful that my father, who has so long yielded to her, would permit her to have her own way in this also. Then came the great joy when he told me that he would give me to you, that you, who of all men I thought most of, was henceforth to be my lord. Then, just when my happiness was complete, and I was formally bound to you, came my mother. And Ennia and I always loved our father most. He was ever thoughtful and kind to us, while even as children our mother did not care for us. As we grew up she cared still less, thinking only of her own pleasures and friends, and leaving us almost wholly in charge of the slaves. But it was not until Ennia was seized as a Christian that I knew how little she loved us. Then she raved and stormed, lamented and wept, not because of the fate of Ennia, not because of the terrible death that awaited her, but because of the disgrace it brought upon herself. Even after she was brought here she scarcely came in to see her, and loudly said that it would be best for her to die. Lately, as you know, I have seen little of her. She spends all her time abroad, has defied my father's authority, and brought grief and trouble upon him. Still, to a daughter it is terrible that her mother should be divorced." "Let us not think of it now, Aemilia. Your father has acted as he always does, rightly and well. I know much more of what is going on than you do, and I can tell you that Lesbia, who was so jealous of the honour of her name when Ennia was concerned, is bringing far greater dishonour upon her name by her own actions. And now let us talk of ourselves. The act you have just done, dear, may bring all sorts of sacrifices upon you. At any moment I may be a fugitive, and, as you know, the families of those who incur Nero's wrath share in their disgrace, and if I am forced to fly, you too may be obliged to become a fugitive." She looked up brightly. "I shall not mind any hardships I suffer for your sake, Beric. Rome is hateful to me since Ennia stood in the arena. I would rather share a hut with you among the savage mountains of the north than a palace here. I trust that trouble is still far distant, but I shall, as soon as I can, find a release where, in case I fall under Nero's displeasure, you can lie hid until I can send for you. I have such a retreat, Beric. Since Ennia's death I have seen a good deal of the Christians. Lycoris, you know, was captured at the same time as Ennia and was put to death by fire, but her daughter, married to a freedman who has purchased her liberty from my father, managed to escape with her husband when the place was surrounded. I have met her several times since. She and her husband are living hidden in the catacombs where she tells me many of their sect have taken refuge from the persecutions. The last time I saw her, she said to me, 'No one's life is safe in this terrible city, and none, however high in station, can say that they may not require a refuge. Should you need an asylum, Aemilia, go to the house of a freedman, one Minquus, living in the third house on the right of the street known as the Narrow one, close behind the amphitheatre at the foot of the Palatine Hill, and knock thrice at the door. When they open, say, in the name of Christ, then they will take you in. Tell them that you desire to see me, and that you are the sister of Ennia, the daughter of Norbanus, and they will lead you to us. There is an entrance to the catacombs under the house. As the sister of Ennia you will be warmly received by all there, even although you yourself may not belong to us. The galleries and the passages are of vast extent, and known only to us. There is no fear of pursuit here.'" "That is good news, Aemilia. It is sad that, but an hour betrothed, we are forced to think of refuges. But it will be happiness to me to know that if danger threatens you have a place of retreat. You see this ring? Nero himself gave it to me. Mark it well, so that you may know it again. It is a figure of Mercury carved on an amethyst. When you receive it by night or day, tarry not a moment, but wrap yourself in a sombre mantle like that of a slave, and hie you to this refuge you speak of. But first see your father. Tell him where you are going and why, so that he may fly too if he chooses." "He will not do that," Aemilia said, "and how can I leave him?" "You must leave him because you belong to me, Aemilia, and because you are acting on my orders. The danger to you is far greater than to him. You are my wife, he only my father-in-law, and they would strike at me first through you. Besides, there are other reasons. Your father is a Roman of the old type, and like Seneca and Plautus and others of the same school, will deem it no loss when the time comes to quit life. However, you will tell him of the danger, and he must make his own choice. I shall beg him to hand to you at once the money which I placed in his care now a year ago. Do you hand it over to the woman you speak of, and ask her to hide it away in the caves till you ask for it again. These Christians are to be trusted. I have much money besides, for Nero is lavishly generous, and it would anger him to refuse his bounty. This money I have placed in several hands, some in Rome, some elsewhere, so that if forced to fly I can at any rate obtain some of my store without having to run into danger." "One more question, Beric. Should I ever have to take refuge among the Christians, and like Ennia come to love their doctrines, would you be angered if I joined their sect? If you would, I will not listen to them, but will tell them that I cannot talk or think of these things without my husband's consent." "You are free to do as you like, Aemilia. Since Ennia died I have resolved upon the first opportunity to study the doctrines of these people, for truly it must be a wonderful religion that enables those who profess it to meet a cruel death, not only without fear but with joy. You know Ennia said we should meet again, and I think she meant that I too should become a Christian. Ask the woman if I also, as a last resource, may take refuge among them." "I will ask her, Beric, but I am sure they will gladly receive you. Have you not already risked your life to save a Christian?" The other guests having now left, Norbanus joined them, and Beric told him of the arrangements they had made in case of danger. He warmly approved of them. "It will be a relief to me as to you, Beric, to know that Aemilia's safety is provided for. As for myself, fate has no terrors for me, but for you and her it is different. She is yours now, for although but betrothed, she is virtually your wife. You have but to take her by the hand and to declare her your wife in the presence of witnesses, and all is done. There is, it is true, a religious ceremony in use only among the wealthier classes, but this is rather an occasion for pomp and feasting, and is by no means needful, especially as you have no faith in the Roman gods. What are the rites among your own people, Beric?" "We simply take a woman by the hand and declare her our wife. Then there is feasting, and the bride is carried home, and there is the semblance of a fight, the members of her family making a show of preventing us. But this is no part of the actual rite, which is merely public assent on both sides. And now I must be going. Nero will be feasting for a long time yet, but Boduoc, who has been on guard for many hours, and I must relieve him. Farewell, Norbanus. We have been preparing for the worst, but I trust we shall escape misfortune. Farewell, my Aemilia," and kissing her tenderly, Beric strode away to the palace of Nero. He had not seen Boadicea since early morning, and the latter, standing on guard outside the private entrance to Nero's apartments, greeted his arrival. "Why, Beric, I began to fear that some harm had befallen you. I came in this morning after the bath and found you had gone out. I returned again at 6 and found your chamber again empty, but saw that you had returned during my absence. I went on guard, and here I have been for 4 hours listening to all that foolish singing and laughter inside. How Caesar, who has the world at his command, can spend his time with actors and buffoons is more than I can understand. But what has kept you?" As there was no fear of his voice being heard through the heavy hangings, Beric, to Boadiceia's intense surprise, related the events of the day. "So you have married a Roman girl, Beric? Well, I suspected what would come of it when you spent half your time at the house of Norbanus. I would rather that you had married one of our own maidens, but as I see no chance of our return to Britain for years, if ever, one could hardly expect you to wait for that. At any rate, she is the best of the Roman maidens I have seen. She neither dyes her hair nor paints her face, and although she lacks stature, she is comely and is always bright and pleasant when I have accompanied you there. I am inclined to feel half jealous that you have another to love you beside myself, but I will try and not grudge her a share of your affection. Well, hand me your sword, Boadicea, and betake yourself to your bed. I will remain on guard for the next 4 hours, or until the feasting is over. Nero often opens the hangings the last thing to see if we are watchful, and he likes to see me at my post. I wish to find him in a good temper in the morning." The next morning, to Beric's satisfaction, Nero came into the library early. Chiton, as was his custom, retired at once. "I was inspired last night, Beric," the emperor said. "Listen to these verses I composed at the table," and he recited some stanzas in praise of wine. "I am no great judge of these matters, Caesar," Beric said, "but they seem to me to be admirable indeed. How could it be otherwise, when even the Greeks awarded you the crown for your recitations at their contest? Yesterday was a fortunate day for me also, Caesar, for Norbanus betrothed his daughter to me." The emperor's face clouded, and Beric hastened to say, "There is no talk of marriage at present, Caesar, for marriage would interfere with my duties to you. Therefore, it is only when you have no longer an occasion for my services that the betrothal will be converted into a marriage. My first duty is to you, and I shall allow nothing to interfere with that." Nero's face cleared. "That is right," he said graciously. "You might have married better, seeing that you enjoy my favour, but perhaps it is as well as it is. Norbanus is a worthy man and a good official, although his ideas are old fashioned. But it is reported of him that he thinks of nothing but his work, and mixes himself up in no way in politics, living the life almost of a recluse. It was one of his daughters you championed in the arena. She died soon afterwards, I heard. Has he other children?" "Only the maiden I am betrothed to, Caesar, for his wife has long been altogether separated from him, being devoted to gaiety and belonging to a family richer and more powerful than his, and looking down upon her husband as a mere bookworm. He has borne with her neglect and disobedience to his wishes for a long time, and has shown, as it seemed to me, far too great a weakness in exerting his authority. But his patience has at last failed, and when yesterday, in defiance of him, she would have interfered to prevent my betrothal to his daughter, he divorced her." "Divorce is the fashion," Nero said carelessly. "I know his wife Lesbia. She is frequently present with members of her family at my entertainments. She is a fine woman, and I wonder not that she and the recluse her husband did not get on well together. She will soon be consoled. I have mentioned it to you, Caesar, because she is a revengeful woman, and might cause rumours unfavourable to her husband to be reported to you. He is the most simple and single minded of men, and his thoughts are entirely occupied, as you say, with the duties of his office and with the learned book upon which he has long been engaged. But although a philosopher in his habits, he holds aloof from all parties, and even in his own family never discusses public affairs. Had it been otherwise, you may be sure that I, your Majesty's attendant and guard, should have abstained from visiting his house." "I know this to be the case, Beric. Naturally, when I first placed you near my person, I was interested in knowing who were your intimates, and caused strict inquiries to be made as to the household of Norbanus and his associates. All that I heard was favourable to him, and convinced me that he was in no way a dangerous person." Nero left the room and returned shortly bearing a casket. "Give these jewels to your betrothed, Beric, as a present from Caesar to the wife of his faithful guard." Beric thanked the emperor in becoming terms, and in the afternoon carried the jewels, which were of great value, to Aemilia. "They are a fortune in themselves," he said. "In case of danger, take them from the casket and conceal them in your garments." No one could have been more cordial than Nero was this morning, but he is fickle as the wind, and when Rufinus and others of his boon companions obtain his ear, his mood may change altogether. Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Olman. The Outbreak. It was not long, indeed, before Beric found that hostile influences were at work. Nero was not less friendly in his manner, but he more than once spoke to him about Aemilia. "I hear," he said one day, "that your betrothed is very beautiful, Beric." "She is very fair, Caesar," Beric replied coldly. "I know not how it is that I have not seen her at court," Nero continued. "Her tastes are like those of her father," Beric said. "She goes but seldom abroad, and has long had the principal care of her father's household." "But you should bring her now," Nero persisted. "The wife of one of the officials of the palace should have a place at our entertainments." "She is not at present my wife, Caesar. She is but my betrothed, and as you have yourself excused me from attendance at all entertainments, it would be unseemly for her, a Roman maiden, though betrothed to me, to appear there." "There are plenty of other Roman maidens who appear there," Nero said pettishly. Beric made no reply, and the subject was not again alluded to at that time. But the emperor returned to it on other occasions, and Beric at last was driven to refuse point blank. "I am your Majesty's guard," he said. "I watch you at night as well as by day, and as I have told your Majesty, I cannot perform my duties properly if I have to be present at your entertainments. I should not permit my wife or my betrothed to be present in public unless I was by her side. Your Majesty took me for what I was, a simple Briton who could be relied upon as a guard, because I had neither friends nor family in Rome, and was content to live a simple and quiet life. I am willing to abstain from marriage in order that I may still do my service as heretofore, but if I have to attend entertainments you cannot rely upon my constant vigilance." It is for you to choose, Caesar, whether you most require vigilant guards, who could be trusted as standing aloof from all, or the addition of 2 persons to the crowds you entertain. I am sure, Caesar," he went on as the emperor made no reply, "it is not yourself who is now speaking to me. It is Rufinus, formerly a suitor for the hand of the daughter of Norbanus, who has been whispering into your ear and abusing the favour you show him. He dare not show his animosity to me openly, for one who has conquered a lion would make but short work of him. Your Majesty, I pray you, let not the word of men like this come between yourself and one you know to be faithful to you." "You are right, Beric," Nero said. "I will press you no further. It was but a passing thought. I had heard of the beauty of your betrothed, and thought I would see if she were as fair as report makes her. But since you do not wish it to be so, it shall not be spoken of again." But Beric knew enough of Nero to be aware that, like most weak men, he was obstinate, and that Rufinus and his friends would not allow the matter to drop. Every preparation was therefore made for sudden flight. Aemilia was warned on no account to trust any message she might receive purporting to be from him, and the Britons in the palace, who were heartily sick of their monotonous duty, were told to hold themselves in readiness for action. Beric knew that he could depend on the slave who had been assigned to him as an attendant. He was not the man who had at first served him, and who, as Beric doubted not, had acted as a spy upon him. When it was found that there was nothing to discover, this man had been removed for other work, and a slave boy of some 17 years old had taken his place. To him Beric had behaved with great kindness, and the lad was deeply attached to him. He had several times taken notes and messages to the house of Norbanus, and Beric told Aemilia that when it became necessary to send her the ring, he should probably entrust it to him. A week later Boadicea was on guard at 10 in the evening. In the distant banqueting hall he could hear sounds of laughter and revelry, and knowing the natures of these feasts, he muttered angrily to himself that he, a Briton, should be standing there while such things were being done within. Suddenly he heard a step approaching the hangings. They were drawn back, and one of the court attendants said, "Caesar requires the attendance of Beric the Briton in the banqueting hall." "I will tell him," Boadicea said. "He will come directly." Beric was sitting reading when Boadicea entered and gave him the message. "This means mischief, Boadicea," he said. "I have never been sent for before to one of these foul carousals. Philo, come hither." The lad, who was lying on a mat by the door, rose. "Philo, take this ring. Follow me to the door of the banqueting room and stand behind the hangings. If I say run, Philo, carry out the orders that I have before given you. Speed first to the room where the Britons sleep, and tell them to arm and come up by the private stairs to my room instantly. They know the way. They are then to pass on through the passage and the next room and wait behind the hangings, when Boadicea will give them orders. Directly you have given my message, speed to the house of Norbanus and demand in my name to see the lady Aemilia. If she has retired to her room, she must be roused. If the slaves make difficulty, appeal to Norbanus himself. He will fetch her down to you. Give her this ring and say the time is come." "I will do it, my lord. Where am I to join you afterwards?" "I shall take the road to Olman hills first. I think that if you are speedy you may be on the Alban road before me. Now follow me, Boadicea. Do come as far as the hangings of the banquet hall and stand there with Philo. You will be able to hear what passes within. Do not enter unless I call you. Bring my sword with you." Beric passed through 2 or 3 large apartments and then entered the banqueting hall. It was ablaze with lights. A dozen men and as many women in the scantiest costumes lay on couches along each side of the table. All were crowned with chaplets of flowers, and were half covered with roses, of which showers had fallen from above upon them. Nero lay on a couch at the end of the table. His features were flushed with wine. Beric repressed the exclamation of indignant disgust that rose to his lips, and walked calmly up to Nero, said coldly, "I am told that you want me, Caesar." "I do, my fighter of lions," Nero said unsteadily. "I would see this paragon of whom Rufinus tells me, whom you guard so jealously from my eyes. Send and fetch her hither. She will be a worthy queen of our revels." "It is an honour to me to obey your majesty's commands in all matters that regard myself," Beric said, "but in regard to my promised wife, no. This is no place for a Roman lady, and even at the risk of your displeasure, Caesar, I refuse to dishonour her by bringing her into such assembly." "I told you he would refuse, Caesar." Rufinus, who was lying on the couch next to Nero, laughed. Nero was speechless with surprise and anger at Beric's calm refusal to obey his orders. "Do I understand," he said at last, "that you refuse to obey me?" "I do, Caesar. It is not a lawful command, and I distinctly refuse to obey it." "Then, by the gods, your life is forfeit," Nero said, rising to his feet. "You may thank your God, Caesar, that I have more sense of honour than you. Were it otherwise, I would strike you dead at my feet. But a British chief disdains to fight an armed foe, and I, who have eaten your bread and taken your wages, am doubly bound not to lift my hand against you." Then he lifted his voice and cried, "Run, Philo!" The revellers by this time had all started to their feet, Nero shrinking backwards behind them, calling loudly for help. Rufinus, who had shown bravery in the wars, drew a dagger from beneath his toga and sprang at Beric. The latter caught his uplifted wrist, and with a sharp wrench forced him to drop the weapon. Then he seized him in his grasp. "You shall do no more mischief, Rufinus," he said, raising him in his arms, hurled him with tremendous force against the marble pillar, where he fell inert and lifeless, his skull being completely beaten in by the blow. The hall rang with the shrieks of women and the shouts of men. There were sounds of heavy footsteps, and 8 of the Praetorian guards with drawn swords ran in on the other side of the chamber. "Boduoc!" Beric shouted, and in a moment his followers stood beside him and handed him his sword and buckler. "Kill him!" Nero shouted frantically. "The traitor would have slain me." Beric and Boduoc stepped back to the door from which they had entered, and awaited the onset of the Praetorians. For a moment these hesitated, for Beric's figure was well known in the palace, and not one of them but had heard of his encounter with the lion. The emperor's shouts, however, overcame their reluctance, and shoulder to shoulder they rushed forward to the attack. 2 fell instantly, helmet and head cloven by the swords of the Britons, who at once took the offensive and drove the others before them, slaying 3 more and putting the others to flight. But the success was temporary, for now a great body of the guard poured into the room. "Step back through the doorway, Boduoc," Beric said. Their numbers would not avail them then. The doors were 10 feet in width. This gave room to but 3 men to enter at once and use their arms to advantage, and for 2 or 3 minutes the Britons kept the Praetorians at bay, 8 of them having fallen beneath their blows. Then there was a shout, and the Roman soldiers came running in at a door at the end of the chamber. "Fall back to the next door," Beric said, but as he spoke there was a rush behind, and 19 Britons ran into the room, and uttering the war cry of the Iceni, flung themselves upon the Roman soldiers. These, taken by surprise at the sudden appearance of these tall warriors, and ignorant of what further reinforcements might be coming up, gave ground and were speedily beaten back, a score of them falling beneath the Britons' swords. "Now retreat!" Beric cried as the room was cleared. "Retreat at full speed. Show them the way, Boduoc, by the staircase down into the garden. Quick, there is not a moment to lose. I will guard the rear." They ran down the passage, through Beric's room, down a long corridor, and then by stairs leading thence into the garden, which was indeed a park of considerable size, with lakes, shrubberies, and winding walks. The uproar in the palace was no longer heard by the time they were halfway across the park, but they ran at full speed until they reached a door in the wall. Of this Beric had some time before obtained a key from the head gardener, and always carried this about with him. As they stopped they looked back towards the palace. Distant shouts could be heard, and the lights of numbers of torches could be seen spreading out in all directions. Beric opened the door and locked it behind him when all had passed out. "Now," he said to his companions, "make your way down to the road leading out to the Alban hills. Break up and go singly, so that you may not be noticed. It will be a good half an hour before the news of what has occurred is known beyond the palace. Do not pass through the frequented streets, but move along the dark lanes as much as possible. When half a mile beyond the city we will reunite." An hour later the whole party was gathered beyond the city. All were delighted to escape from what they considered slavery, and the fact that they had again bucklers on their arms and swords by their sides made them feel as if their freedom were already obtained. "This puts one in mind of old times," Boadicea said joyously. "One might think we were about to start on an expedition in the Fens. Well, they have taught us all somewhat more than we knew before, and we will show them that the air of Rome has robbed us of none of our strength. Where go we now, Beric?" "First to the ludus of Scopius. I learned a week since that he has taken his band out again to the Alban hills for the hot season. I believe that most of his men will join us, if not all. As soon as the news is spread that we are in arms we could, if we wished it, be joined by scores of gladiators from other schools. There are hundreds who would, if the standards of revolt were raised, prefer dying fighting in the open to being slain to gratify a Roman mob. Aye, that there are, but put in another of the band. I have never ceased to lament that I did not fall that day on our island in the Vens." "Think you there will be pursuit, Beric?" another asked. "No, the first thought of Nero will be to assemble all the praetorians for his protection. They will search the palace and the park, expecting attack rather than thinking of pursuit. In the morning, when they find that all is quiet, and that it is indeed only us with whom there is trouble, they will doubtless send parties of searchers over the country, but long before that we shall be a day's march ahead. My wish is to gain the mountains. I do not want to head a great rebellion against Rome. Disaster would surely come of it at last, and I should have only led men to their death. 100 men is the outside number I will take. With that number we may live as outlaws among the mountains to the south. We could move so rapidly that large forces could not follow us, and be strong enough to repulse small ones. There is plenty of game among the hills. We should live as we did at home, chiefly by hunting." Just as they were approaching the hills a quick step was heard behind them, and the lad Philo ran up. "Ah, you have overtaken us, Philo. 'Tis well, lad, for your life would have been forfeited had you stayed in Rome." "Well," he asked, drawing him aside, "you saw the lady Aemilia? What said she?" "She said, 'Tell my lord that I obey, but that I pray to let me join him and share his dangers if it be possible. But be it tomorrow or 5 years hence, he will find me waiting for him at the place he knows of.' Norbanus was present when she spoke. I told him what I had heard in the banqueting room, and he said, 'Beric has done rightly. Tell him that he has acted as a Roman should do, but as Romans no longer act, caring less for their honour than do the meanest slaves, and that I thank him for having thus defended my daughter against indignity.' He was glad, he said, that his life would end now, for it was a burden to him under such conditions. He gave me this bag of gold to bring to you, saying that he should have no further need for it, and that, leaving in such haste, you would not have time to furnish yourself with money." "It is heavy," the boy said. I should have caught you some time earlier, but 20 or more pounds weight makes a deal of difference in a long run." On arriving at the house of Scopus, Beric bade the others wait without, and stepping over the slaves lying at the entrance, he went quietly to the sleeping chamber of the lanista. "Who is this?" Scopus asked as he entered. "It is I, Beric. Throw your mantle on and come outside with me, Scopus. I would speak with you alone, and do not wish that all should know that I have been here." "In trouble?" Scopus asked as they left the house. "Aye, lad, I expected it, and knew that sooner or later it would come." "What is it?" "Nero ordered me to fetch Aemilia to his foul carousal. I refused. Rufinus, at whose instigation he acted, attacked me. I hurled him against a pillar, and methinks he was killed. And then Nero, in alarm for his life, called for the praetorians. Boadicea and my countrymen joined me, and we slew some 30 of them, then made our escape and are taking to the mountains." "Have you come to ask my gladiators to join?" Scopus said shortly. "No," Beric replied. "When I started I thought of so doing, but as I walked hither I decided otherwise. It would not be fair to you. Did I ask them, some would join, I know, others might not. The loss of their services I could make up to you, but if it were known that we had been here, and that some of your band had joined me, Nero's vengeance would fall on you all." "I thank you, Beric. If some went I must go myself, for I dare not remain, and though I wish you well, and hate the tyrant, I am well off and comfortable, and have no desire to throw away my life. There is one I should like to take with me, Porus. We were good friends when I was here, and I know that he hates this life and longs to be free from it. He would have run away and joined the gladiators when they rose at Praeneste had I not dissuaded him. He could leave without the others knowing it, and in the morning you might affect the belief that he had run away, and give notice to the magistrate here, and have him sought for. In that way there would be no suspicion of his joining us. I know that he is valuable to you, being, I think, the best of your troop, but I will pay you whatever price you place his services at." "No, no," Scopus said. "I will give him to you, Beric, for the sake of our friendship, and for your consideration for me in not taking the rest with you. I have done well by you and him. Stay here, and I will fetch him out for you. It may be that many will desert both from me and the other lanesti when they hear that you have taken to the mountains, but for that I cannot be blamed. You have come far out of your way to come hither." "Yes, 'tis a long detail, but it will matter little. We shall skirt around the foot of the hills, cross the Liris below Praeneste, and then make straight to the mountains. They will not search for us in that direction, and we will take shelter in a wood when day breaks, and gain the mountains tomorrow night. Once there we shall be safe, and shall move further south to the wild hills between Apulia and Campania, or, if it is too hot for us there, down into Bruttium, whence we can, if it be needed, cross into Sicily. I am not thinking of making war with Rome. We intend to live and die as freemen, and methinks that in the mountains we may laugh at the whole strength of Rome. You will find plenty of others in the same condition there, Beric. Escaped slaves and gladiators constantly make for the hills, and there have been many expeditions against the bands there, who are often strong enough to be a danger to the towns near the foot of the mountains. We are not going to turn brigands," Beric said. "This is game on the hill. There is game on the hills, and we are all hunters, and I have money enough to pay for all outfit required did we live there for years. But fetch me Porus. We must be far from here by daylight." Porus soon came out, much surprised at being suddenly roused from sleep, and silently brought out of the house by Scopus. As soon as Beric explained to him what had happened, he joyfully agreed to join him, and stole in and fetched his arms. Then, with a heavy adieu to Scopus, Beric placed himself at the head of his band and struck off by the road to Praeneste. Walking fast, they arrived at the bank of the Liris before daybreak. Crossing the river in a fisherman's boat they found on the bank, and just as daylight showed in the sky, entered an extensive grove, having walked over 40 miles since leaving Rome. They slept during the day, taking it by turns to watch at the edge of the wood, and when it was again dark started afresh, and were, when morning broke, high up on the slopes of the Apennines. "I feel a free man now," Boadicea said. "It does not seem to me that I have drawn a breath of fresh air since I entered Rome. But fresh air, good as it is, Beric, is not altogether satisfying, and I begin to feel that I have eaten nothing since I supped the day before yesterday." "We will push on for another hour," Beric said, "and then we shall be fairly beyond the range of cultivation. At the last house we come to we will go in and purchase food. Flour is the principal thing we need. We shall have no difficulty in getting goats from the herdsmen who pasture their animals among the hills." An hour later Beric, with Boadicea and 2 of his followers, went up to a farmhouse. The farmer and his servants ran into the house, raising cries of alarm at the sight of 4 tall armed figures. "Do not fear," Beric said when he reached the door. "We are not brigands, but honest men who desire to pay for what we need." Somewhat reassured, the farmer came out. "What does my lord require?" he asked, impressed by a nearer view of Beric's dress and arms. "How much flour have you in the house?" Beric asked, "and what is the price of it?" The farmer had 3 sacks of flour. "I will take them all," Beric said, "and 3 skins of wine if you have them. I will also buy 2 sheep if you name me a fair price for the whole." The farmer named a price not much above that which he would have obtained in the market, and Beric also brought him a number of small bags capable of containing some 15 or 20 pounds of flour each. Then one of the men fetched up the rest of the band, and the flour was divided and packed into small bags. The sheep were killed and cut up. 3 of the men lifted the wine skins on their shoulders, the rest took the flour and meat, and they marched away, leaving the farmer and his family astounded at the appearance of these strange men with fair hair and blue eyes, and of a stature that appeared to them gigantic. Still ascending the mountain, the band halted in a forest. Wood was soon collected and a fire lighted. The contents of one of the bags was made into dough at a stream hard by, divided into cakes, and placed on red hot ashes, while the meat was cut up and hung over the fire. "We have forgotten drinking horns," Beric said, "but your steel cap, Porus, will serve us for a drinking cup for today." After a hearty meal they lay down for some hours to sleep, and then resumed their march. They were getting well into the heart of the mountains when a figure suddenly appeared on a crag above them. "Who are you?" he shouted, "and what do you here in the mountains?" "We are fugitives from the tyranny of Rome," Beric replied. "We mean harm to no man, but those who would meddle with us are likely to regret it." "You swear that you are fugitives?" the man called back. "I swear," Beric said, holding up his hand. The man turned round and spoke to someone behind him, and a moment later a party of 15 men appeared on a crag and began to descend into the ravine up which Beric's band were making their way. "It is the Britons!" the leader exclaimed as he neared them. "Why, Beric, it is you! Tired already of the dignities of Rome? How fares it with you, Boadicea?" Beric recognized at once a Gaul, one of the gladiators of Scopus, who had some months before fled from the looters. In a minute the 2 bands met. Most of the newcomers were Gauls, and, like their leader, escaped gladiators, and as Beric's name was well known to all, they saluted him with acclamations. Both parties were pleased at the meeting, for, akin by race and speaking dialects of the same language, they regarded each other as natural allies. "The life of an outlaw will be a change to you after Nero's palace, Beric," Gatho, their leader, said. "A pleasant change," Beric replied. "I have no taste for gilded chains. How do you fare here, Gatho?" "There are plenty of wild boars among the mountains. We can always get a goat when they are lacking. There are plenty of them wild all over the hills, escaped captives like ourselves. As for wine and flour, we have occasionally to make a raid on the villages." "I do not propose to do that," Beric said. "I have money to buy what we require, and if we set the villagers against us, sooner or later they will lead the troops after us up the mountains. I would gladly do that too, but the means are lacking. We owe the peasants no ill will, but one must live, you know. Have you any place you make your headquarters? An hour's march from hence? I will lead you to it." The united bands continued to climb the hills, and on emerging from the ravine, Gatho led them for some distance along the upper edge of the forest. Then he turned up a narrow gorge in the hillside with a little rivulet running down it. The ravine widened out as they went up, till they reached a spot where it formed a circular area of some 150 feet in diameter, surrounded on all sides by perpendicular rocks, with a tiny cascade 100 feet in height falling into it at the farther end. Some rough huts of boughs of trees were erected near the centre. "A good hiding place," Beric said, "but I see no mode of retreat, and if a peasant were to lead a party of Romans to the entrance, you would be caught in a trap." "We have only been here 10 days," Gatho said, "and never stopped long in one place, but it has the disadvantage you speak of. However, we have always 1 or 2 men posted lower down at points where they can see any bodies of men ascending the hills. They brought us notice of your coming when you were far below, so you see we are not likely to be taken by surprise, and the Roman soldiers are not fond of night marches along the mountains." As it was some hours since the Britons had partaken of their meal, they were quite ready to join the Gauls in another, and the carcass of a wild boar hanging up near the huts was soon cut up and roasting over a fire, the Britons contributing wine and flour to the meal. After it was over there was a long talk, and after consulting together Gatho and his band unanimously agreed in asking Beric to take command of the whole party. "We all know you, Beric," Gatho said. "None could like you have fought a lion barehanded, and I know that there was no one in the ludus who was your match with the sword, while Boadicea and the other 5 were infinitely superior to any of us in strength. Besides, you are well versed in Roman ways, and have led an army against them. Therefore, we are all ready to accept you as our leader, and to obey your orders if you will take us." "I will do so willingly, Gatho. I do not wish to have more than 50 men with me, for it would be difficult to find sustenance for a larger number. 100 is the outside number, and doubtless we shall be able to gather other recruits should we choose to raise the band to that number. But all who follow me must obey me as implicitly as did my own tribesmen in our struggle with the Romans, and must swear to do no harm to innocent people, and to abstain from all violence and robbery. I am ready to be a leader of outlaws, but not a brigand. I desire only to live a free life among the mountains. If the Romans come against us, we will fight against them, and the spoil we may take from them is lawful booty, to be used in exchange for such things as we may require. But with the peasants we will make friends, and if we treat them well they will bring us news of any expeditions that may be afoot for our capture. As I have said, I have money enough to buy everything we want at present, and can obtain more if necessary, so that there is no reason for us to rob these poor people of their goods. Here we are too near Rome for them to be disaffected, but further south we should find them not unwilling to aid us, for the provinces are ground into the dust by the exactions necessary to pay for the cost of the rebuilding of Rome and to support the extravagance of Nero." The Gauls cheerfully took the required oath. "You, Gatho, will continue to act as my lieutenant with your Gauls. Boadicea commands the Britons under me. It may be necessary at times for the band to divide, as when game is scarce we may find a difficulty in keeping together, especially if we recruit our band up to 100. I am determined to have no malefactors who have fled from justice nor riotous men among us. I should prefer that they should be chiefly your countrymen, but we will not refuse gladiators of other nations who have been captured as prisoners of war. We want no escaped slaves among us. A man who has once been a slave might try to buy his pardon and freedom by betraying us. We will be free men all, asking only to live in freedom among the mountains, injuring none, but determined to fight and die in defence of that freedom." These sentiments were warmly welcomed by the Gauls. The next day the number of men on the lookout was increased, and the band, breaking up into small parties, scattered among the mountains in pursuit of wild boars and goats. Some were to return successful or not at night to the encampment, and on the following day to take the place of those on watch, and relays were provided so that during the week each would take a turn at that duty. Never did men enjoy a week's hunting with greater zest than the Britons. To them life seemed to begin anew, and although the skies were bluer and the mountains higher and rougher than those of Britain, it seemed to them that they were once again enjoying their native air, and of an evening rude chants of Gaul and Britain echoed among the rocks. Porus the Syrian stood somewhat apart from the rest, not understanding the tongue of the others, and he therefore became naturally the special companion of Beric, for having been 6 years in Rome he spoke Latin fluently. "It is I who must go down to get you news, Beric," he said one day. "You Britons could not disguise yourselves, for even if you stained your cheeks and dyed your hair, your blue eyes and your height would betray you at once. The Gauls too, though shorter than you, are still much taller and broader men than the Romans, and there are none of them who speak the language well enough to ask a question without their foreign tongue being detected. I am about the height of the Romans, and am swarthier than the Gauls, and could, if I borrowed the dress of one of the goatherds, pass among them without notice. It would certainly be well, as you were saying, to know what is being done below, and whether there is any idea of sending troops up into the mountains to search for us. You may be sure that after the scare you gave Nero and the defeat of his guards, the matter will not be allowed to drop, and that they will search all Italy for you. I should think that at first they will seek for you in the north, thinking that you would be likely, after taking to the hills, which you would be sure to do, for such a party could never hope to traverse the plains unnoticed, to keep among the chain to the north, cross the Cisalpine plains, and try the passage of the great mountains. At any rate, it will be well, Porus, to know what they are doing. If they are at present confining their search to the northern range, we can stay where we are with confidence. I should be sorry to move, for we are well placed here. There is good water and game is abundant. We certainly shall soon lack wine, but for everything else we can manage. We have meat in abundance, and have flour to last for some time, for both we and the Gauls eat but little bread. Besides, if pushed, we can do as the peasants do, pound up acorns and beech nuts and make a sort of bread of them." "Very well, Beric, I will go down tomorrow." Early in the morning, however, two of the men on sentry came in and said that they observed the glitter of the sun on spearhead and armour far down the hillside. "If they are after us," Beric said, "as I expect they are, they have doubtless learned that we are somewhere in this part of the mountain from the man of whom we brought the wine and flour. I don't suppose he intended to do us harm, but when he went down to purchase fresh supplies he may well have mentioned that a party of strong men of unusual height and with fair hair had brought up his stock, paying for it honestly, which would perhaps surprise him more than anything. If the news had come to the ears of any of the officials, they, knowing the hue and cry which was being made for us, would have sent word at once to Praeneste or Rome. We must at once recall that those who are away. Philo, take a couple of brands and go and light the signal fire. pile of dry wood had been placed in readiness upon a projecting rock a mile away, and standing in position where it was visible from a considerable extent of the hillside. It had been settled that the parties of hunters who did not return at nightfall should occasionally send one of their number to a point whence he could get a view of the beacon. Directly the pile is well alight, Philo, pluck up green bushes and tufts of grass and throw upon it, so as to make as much smoke as possible. There were 18 men in the encampment, and 4 out on guard. Boadicea and Gatho were both away, and as soon as Philo had started with the brands, Beric and Porus set out with the 2 scouts. "That was where we saw them," one of them said, pointing far down the hillside. "But by this time they will have no doubt entered the wooded belt." "We must find out something about their numbers," Beric said. "Not that I wish to fight, for were we to inflict losses upon them they would more than ever make efforts to overtake us. Still, it would be as well to know what force they may think sufficient to capture us." "I will go down through the forest," Porus said. "Doubtless they will have some light armed troops with the spearmen, but they must be fleet indeed if they overtake me after all my training. Do not let them see you if you can help it, Porus, or they will follow close behind you, although they might not overtake you, and that might bring on a fight." "I will be careful," and leaving the buckler behind him, Porus started on his way down the mountain. In an hour and a half he returned. "I have had a good view of them," he said. "They have halted at the place where we got the flour. There are 100 heavy armed troops and 100 archers and slingers." "They have come in strength," Beric said. "It shows that they do not hold the Britons cheaply. We will return at once to the camp. By this time the hunters should be back." Sending one of the men to call in the other sentries, they returned to the huts. Boadicea with a party of 10 men had already come in, and said that they had seen Gatho's party making their way down from a point high up on the mountains. "We will pause no longer," Beric said. "We shall meet them as they descended. Take the flour and what little wine remains, and let us be going. Scatter the fire and extinguish the brands. Unless they have found some goatherd who has marked us coming and going, they may not find this place. I hope they will not do so, as it would encourage them by the thought that they had nearly captured us." The party had ascended the mountain half a mile when they met Gatho returning. "I like not to retreat without fighting," he said, when he had heard from Beric of the coming of the Romans and their force, "but I agree with you that it is better not to anger them further. I want 3 of the fleetest footed of your men, Gatho, to stay behind with Porus and watch them, themselves unseen. We will cross over the crest of the hills to the eastern side. Porus, do you mark that tall crag near the summit? You will find one of us there, and he will lead you to our camping place. I want to know whether the Romans, after spending the day searching the hills, go back through the forest, or whether they encamp here. In the one case we can return, in the other it would be better to move south at once. We could laugh at their heavy armed spearmen, but their archers and slingers carry no more weight than we do, and would harass us sorely with their missiles, which we have no means of returning." As soon as the men to remain with Porus were chosen, the rest of the band proceeded on their way. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Olman. Outlaws. It was late at night before Porus with the 3 Gauls joined the rest of the band in their new encampment on the eastern slope of the hill. "As soon as the moon rises, Beric, we must be up and moving. The Romans are in earnest. When they came through the forest they ascended for some little distance, and then the spearmen halted, and the light armed troops scattered in parties of 4, searching the country like dogs after game. They were not very long before they discovered the signs of us. Whether footmarks or broken twigs I know not, but following them they soon came upon the entrance of the ravine. No doubt our marks were plain enough there, for the spearmen were brought down. What happened then I know not. No doubt they entered and found that we had gone. At any rate, in a short time they set out briskly up the mountain, the spearmen as before keeping together, and the light armed men scattering. All day they searched, and it was well that you crossed the crest. They halted for the night halfway between the forest and the summit, and I determined to learn something of their intentions. So after it was dark I laid aside my arms and crawled into the camp. The ground was broken and rough, and there was no great difficulty in getting close to their fires. I learned that the whole of the legion of Praeneste had been sent into the mountains, and that there were 20 parties of equal force. They were but a mile and a half apart, and considered that they could search every foot of the ground for 30 miles along, and would assuredly discover us if we were still in this part. More than that, troops from Corfinium and Marrubium had started to search the eastern slopes, and between them they made sure that they should catch you. Now that they had found, by the heat of the earth where our fire had been, that we must have been there but an hour or so before their arrival. "If that is the case we must make our way to the south at once," Beric said. "It is well indeed that we decide to retreat without fighting, for had we retired closely pursued by their archers, their shouts would certainly have been heard by some of the other parties. It is fortunate we did not light a fire. Had we done so it might have brought some of the troops from Marrubium, which cannot be far distant from here, upon us. The moon will not be up for 3 hours yet, and it is useless to try to make our way among these mountains until we have her light. Therefore let all lie down to sleep. I will keep guard, and will rouse you when it is time to move." Beric sat listening intently for any sound that would tell of the approach of foemen. He had, however, but small fear that the Romans were moving at present. It would be even more difficult for them than for his men to make their way about in the darkness. Besides, the day must have been an extremely fatiguing one for them. They had doubtless started long before dawn, had had to climb the mountains, and had been all day on their feet. They would scarcely recommence the search before morning. Easy on this score, his thoughts turned to Rome. That Aemilia had gained the shelter of the catacombs he had no doubt, and he wondered how she fared there among the Christian fugitives. As to Norbanus, he had but slight hopes of ever seeing him alive. Nero's vengeance always extended to the families of those who offended him, and Norbanus would certainly be held responsible for the flight of Aemilia. He thought it indeed probable that as soon as Aemilia left, Norbanus would have called his friends together, and having opened his veins would die as Piso had done, discussing philosophy with them. As soon as the moon was fairly up he aroused his companions, and they started along the hillside. It was difficult work making their way on, now descending into a deep ravine, now climbing a rugged slope, now passing along a bare shoulder. There was no pause until day broke, when they descended into a gorge and lay down among some clumps of bushes, one man being sent half a mile down, while 2 others were posted on each side of the ravine. They had good reason for hope, however, that they had got beyond the point to which the searching parties would extend on the eastern side of the hill. The day passed without alarms, although the sentries above more than once heard the sounds of distant trumpets. As soon as the sun set they continued their way, halting again until the moon rose, and then keeping south until daybreak. They were sure now that they were far beyond the parties of Romans, but after a few hours' sleep they again pressed on, and at night lighted their fires and prepared for a longer stay. But the orders of Nero were so imperative that the troops, having thoroughly searched the mountains at the point where they had ascended them, united, and also moved south in a long line extending from the summit of the hills to the lower edge of the forest, and after 2 days' halt the fugitives again moved south and continued their journey until they found themselves among the wild and lofty hills of Bruttium. But their numbers had swollen as they went, for the other fugitive bands among the hills were also driven south by the advance of the Romans, and it was a miscellaneous body of gladiators, escaped slaves, and malefactors, in all over 500 strong, that crossed the mountains into Bruttium. There was a general wish among them that Beric should take the command of the whole. This, however, he absolutely declined to do, upon the ground that it was impossible for so large a body of men to keep together, as there would be no means of feeding them. Scattered about they would find an ample supply of meat from the wild goats, boars, and semi-wild swine, but together they would soon scare away the game. From among the gladiators, however, he picked out sufficient men to raise his own force to 100 strong, and, separating from the rest, he led them, guided by a charcoal burner, to one of the wildest and most inaccessible points in the promontory. Here they were safe from pursuit. Bruttium, now called Calabria, is a chain of rugged hills, at that time thickly covered with wood, and although it was possible fairly to search the Apennines in the centre of Italy with 6,000 or 7,000 men, a large army would fail to find a band of fugitives in the recesses of the mountains of the south. On the evening of their arrival at the spot they determined to make their headquarters, Beric held a sort of council of war, the whole of the band, as was the custom both in Gaul and Britain, joining in the deliberations. "So far," Beric began, "we have retreated without fighting. Rome cannot complain that we have been in insurrection against her. We have simply acted as fugitives. But as there is nowhere else whither we can retire, we must turn upon them if they again pursue us. We must then regard this as our abode for a long time, and make ourselves as comfortable as we can. Huts we can erect of the branches of trees. The skins of the goats we kill will provide us with bedding, and if need be with clothing. Meat will not fail us, for should game become scarce we can buy goats and sheep from the shepherds who come up with their flocks and herds from the villages by the sea. But besides this we need many things for comfort. We must have utensils for cooking, and drinking cups, and shall need flour and wine. We must therefore open communications with one of the towns by the sea. This is the great difficulty, because of all things I fear treachery. For nigh a year we fought the Romans at home, and could have fought them for 20 more had we not been betrayed and surrounded. Of that there will always be a danger. I have gold, and shall always pay for what we require, but the other bands among these hills will not be so scrupulous, and as, indeed, they will be forced to take food, they will set the inhabitants against us, and the Romans would have no difficulty in finding guides among them. So long as we keep ourselves far apart from the rest we are comparatively safe, but none of the natives must know of our hiding place. Can anyone propose a good plan for obtaining supplies?" There was silence for some time. These men were all good for fighting, but few of them had heads to plan. At last Porus said, "We are, as our guide tells me, but 2 hours' journey from the hills whence we may look down upon the gulf dividing Bruttium from Sicily. The lower slopes of these hills are, he says, closely cultivated. There are many small villages some distance up on their sides, and solitary farms well nigh up to the crest. It seems to me that we should use one of these farmers as our agent. He must be a man with a wife and family, and these would be hostages. If we told him that If he did our bidding he would be well rewarded, while if unfaithful we would destroy his farmhouse and slay his wife and children. I think we might trust him. 2 or 3 of us could go down with him to the town on the seashore, dressed as men working under him, and help bring up the goods he purchases. The quantity might excite suspicion that he always go to the same place for them, but he need not always do this. If we found it impossible to get enough by means of one man, we might carry out this plan with 3 or 4 of them. None of these men need know the direction of our camp. It would suffice that the wine and flour were brought to their houses. We could always send a strong party to fetch them thence as we require them. I do not think we can hit on any better plan, Porus." And as there were a murmur of assent, he continued, "I propose, my friends, that we appoint Porus the head of our victualling department, and leave the arrangements to him entirely." The point was settled. The next morning Porus, taking 3 of the gladiators who most resembled the natives in appearance, started on his mission. He was completely successful. The farmers on the upper slopes of the hills lived in terror of the banditti among the mountains, and one was readily induced by the offer of a reward for his service and of freedom from all molestation to undertake the business of getting up corn and wine. Henceforth supplies of these articles were obtained regularly. Huts were soon erected, the men were divided into hunting parties, and the life of the fugitives passed quietly and for a time without incident. The persons with whom Beric had deposited his money had all been chosen for him by Norbanus. He himself had been too long away from Italy to be acquainted with any outside the walls of Rome, but among his friends there were several who were able to recommend men of property and character, to whom the money could be committed with the certainty that it would be forthcoming whenever demanded. At present Beric was amply supplied with funds, for the money that Norbanus had sent to him would last for at least a year, but 4 months after reaching Bruttium he thought it would be as well to warn those in whose charge his own stores had been placed to hold it in readiness by them in case it should be suddenly asked for. Philo seemed to him the only person he could send on such a mission, and upon the more important one of going to Rome and communicating with Aemilia. He was certain of the fidelity of the lad, and properly disguised he was less likely to be recognized in Rome than Porus would be. Clothes such as would be worn of a well-to-do cultivator were obtained for him, and he was directed to take the road along the coast to Rome, putting up at inns in towns and giving out that he was on his way to the capital to arrange for the purchase of a farm adjoining that of his father. Letters were given him to the persons holding Beric's money, and one for the goldsmith in Rome, with whom a portion of the money he had given for the jewellery that Beric had received at the games was still deposited. This letter was not to be delivered until he had been to the catacombs and seen Aemilia. Although Scopus had spoken very highly of the man, it was possible that he might, to gain favour with Nero, hand over Beric's messenger to him. Beric fully impressed upon Philo the risks he would run, and told him to make all his calls after nightfall, and to be prepared for instant flight if he mistrusted the manner of any of the men he visited. "Do not be afraid, Beric," Philo said. "I will not be taken alive. I know that they would torture me to force me to lead them to your hiding place, and I would rather die 1,000 times first. I was but a slave when I was allotted to you in the palace of Nero. You have been kind to me and trusted me. You have allowed me to go with you, and have behaved to me as if I had been free and one of your own people. I have my dagger, and if I see that evil is intended me I will not wait until they lay their hands on me, for then my blow might fail, but will make sure. But before I start give me full instructions what I am to say to the lady Aemilia, for however fully you may write she will be sure to want to know more, and above all instruct me what to do if she demands to join you, and commands me to bring her here. This, methinks, she is sure to do, and I must have your instructions in the matter. I shall tell her in my letter, Philo, that this is no place for her, and that I cannot possibly have her here, among rough men, where at any moment we may be called upon to make distant and toilsome journeys, and even to fight for our lives. This is all very well, my lord, but suppose she says to me that it is only because Beric thinks that I cannot support fatigue and hardship that he does not send for me, but I am willing and ready to do so, and I charge you, therefore, to take me to him." This was a point that Beric had many times thought over deeply. He too felt sure that Aemilia would choose to be with him, and accustomed as the Britons were for their wives to share their perils and to journey with them when they went on warlike expeditions, it seemed to him that she had almost a right to be with him. Then, too, her life must be dreary in the extreme, shut up in caverns where the light of day never penetrated, in ignorance of his fate, and cut off from all kinsfolk and friends. The question so puzzled him that he finally took Porus into his confidence, having a high idea of his good sense. "She cannot come here," Porus agreed, "for I do not see why you should not bring her from that dismal place where you say she is, and establish her near at hand, either at one of the upper farmhouses or in a town by the sea. Let me think it over. In an hour I will tell you what seems to me the best plan. My counsel is this," he said, after he had been absent for an hour from the hut. "I myself will go with the lad to fetch her. A Roman lady, even though a fugitive, should not be travelling about the country under the protection of a lad. I dare not go into Rome. I have known too many of the gladiators, and, disguise myself as I might, I should be recognized before I had been there an hour. I will obtain a dress such as would suit a respectable merchant. I will go down to one of the ports below and take passage in a trading craft bound for Ostia. There I will take lodgings, and giving out that my daughter, who has been staying with friends for her education in Rome, is about to return to Messina with me, will purchase 2 or 3 female slaves. When she arrives with Philo, who can pass as a brother, and my son, we will take ship and come down hither. I can then bring her up and place her in the house of one of the farmers, or can, if you like, take a house in the town, or lodge her there with people to whom one of the farmers might recommend her. But at any rate she could come up to one of the farmhouses first to see you, and then you could arrange matters between you. She would really run no danger. You say she went out but little in Rome, and it would be ill luck indeed were there anyone on this coast who met her there. If it were not for your preposterous height, your yellow hair and blue eyes, there would be no difficulty about the matter at all, for you have had but to cross the straits into Sicily, to buy a small property there, and to settle down quietly. But it is impossible with your appearance to pass as one of the Latin race. Besides," Beric said, "I could not desert my comrades. Whatever their lot may be, mine must be also. If we are ever to escape, we must escape together. But for the rest, I think your plan is a good one, Porus, and thank you heartily. When you get to Ostia you will learn all that is going on in Rome, what has befallen Norbanus, and other matters. If Norbanus is alive, Aemilia will certainly be in communication with him by means of the Christians, and will of course be guided by his advice." The next day Porus and Philo set out together. 3 weeks passed, and then one morning Philo entered the camp. "All has gone well, my lord. The lady Aemilia is at the house of the farmer Cornelius, with whom Porus arranged to receive her on the morning we left you. She has sent no letter, for there was no writing materials in the house, but she awaits your coming." Beric hastened away at once, accompanied by the lad, who, by the way, gave an account of the journey. "It was as I thought," he said. "When I came to the house you told me of, I knocked as you instructed me. gave the ring to the man within, and begged him to take it to the Lady Aemilia. He at first pretended that he knew nothing of such a person, but at last, on my showing him the letter addressed to her, he said that some friends of his might know where she was, and that if I called again 2 hours before midnight he might have news of her. When I came back the Lady Aemilia was there. She asked many questions about your health before she opened your letter, the one that you first wrote to her. When she had read it she said, 'My lord bids me stay here, Philo, and I am above all things bound to obey him, but he says that he bids me remain because the hardships would be too great for me. But I know that I could support any hardship, and kind as they are to me here, I would rather go through anything with my husband than remain here. The darkness and the silence are more trying than any hardships.' So you see that my lord's orders were given under a misapprehension, and as I am sure he would not have given them had he known that I was not afraid of hardships, and desired above all things to be with him, I shall disobey them, and he, when I join him, must decide whether I have done wrong, and if he thinks so, send me away from him." "Then, my lord, seeing that it was so, I gave her your second letter, in which you said that if she wished to join you, you had made arrangements for her doing so. Then she kissed the letter and cried over it, and said that she was ready to depart when I came to fetch her. Then she told me that Norbanus had opened his veins the night after she had left, and that the soldiers of Nero arrived just too late to trouble him, that all his property had been confiscated, and that she had no friends in the world but you. It took a week for Porus to obtain 2 suitable slaves, the one an elderly woman and the other a young servant. The goldsmith handed over your money to me at once, saying, 'I am glad to hear that Beric is alive. Tell him that he did badly in not slaying the tyrant when he had him at his mercy. Tell him too that there are rumours of deep discontent among the legions in the provinces, and a general hope among the better class of Romans that they will ere long proclaim a new emperor and overthrow Nero. Tell him also to be on his guard. There is a talk of an expedition on a large scale to root out those who are gathered in the mountains of Bruttium. It is said that it is to be commanded by Caius Muro, who but a week ago returned from Syria." "Is it so?" Beric exclaimed. "I know him well, having lived in his house for years. I should be sorry indeed that we should meet his enemies. Heard you aught of his daughter?" "Not from the goldsmiths, but afterwards. She is married, I hear, to Pollio, who is of the family of Norbanus." "I am indeed glad to hear it, Philo. He also was a great friend of mine, and as he knew Muro in Britain, would doubtless have sought him out in Syria, where he too held an office. 'Tis strange indeed that he should have married Berenice, whom I last saw as a girl, now fully 4 years back. And all went well on the voyage?" "Well indeed, my lord. I took the Lady Aemilia down to Ostia in a carriage with closed curtains. She stayed 2 days in the place Porus had hired, and none suspected on the voyage that she was other than his daughter." "And how is she looking, Philo?" "At first, my lord, she was looking strangely white, and I feared that her health had suffered, but she said that it was dwelling in the darkness that had so whitened her, and indeed the sun during the voyage had brought colour back to her cheeks, and she is now looking as she used to do when I carried letters to the house from Nero's palace." Once arrived at the brow of the hill looking down upon the straits of Messina, Beric's impatience could be no longer restrained, and he descended the slope with leaps and bounds that left Philo far behind. Porus was at the door of the farm. Beric grasped his hand. "She is in there," he said, pointing to a door, and a moment later Aemilia fell into his arms. In half an hour the door opened. "Come in, Porus and Philo," Beric called. "I must first thank you, both in my own name and that of my betrothed, for the great service you have rendered us, and the care and kindness with which you have watched over her. We have settled nothing yet about the future, except that tomorrow I shall complete the betrothal, and she will become my wife. It should be done today, but my faithful Boadicea must be here as a witness. It would be a disappointment indeed to him were he not to be present at my marriage. For the present, at any rate, my wife will remain here. She would fain go up into the mountains, but that cannot be. Not only is our life too rough for her, but her presence there would greatly add to my anxieties. Here she will be safe, and you, Philo, will remain with her. I am convinced that I can trust Cornelius. You have told me, Porus, that you are assured of his honesty, and as I can pay him well, and he can have no idea that the Romans would be glad to pay a far higher sum for my capture, he has no temptation to be unfaithful to us. Besides, his face is a frank and open one. I shall charge him that, while Aemilia remains here, none of his men are to accompany him when he goes down to the port, for, without meaning harm, they might talk to people there of what is going on, and the matter might come to the ears of the authorities. "There is one thing I must tell you, Beric," Aemilia said when he went in alone to see her. "I have become a Christian." "I thought it was likely you would do so, Aemilia," he said. "Living among these people, and knowing how Ennia had embraced their religion, he could hardly be otherwise. You should tell me about it afterwards. I know but little of its tenets, but I know how those who held them faced death, and there must be much indeed in a religion which teaches men so to die." "You told me that you would not object, Beric, or I would have abstained from attending their assemblies. Still, it was right. I should tell you before I became your wife." Porus and his companion had spent the morning in gathering flowers. These the slaves had made into wreaths and had decorated the room, which was completely changed in appearance since Beric left it on the afternoon before. The roughly built walls were hidden by rich hangings. The floor was covered with matting, on which were placed thick rugs woven in the East. 2 or 3 carved couches were placed against the walls, and as many small tables on tripod legs stood beside them. The farmer and his wife were called in, and in their presence and that of his 3 followers Beric performed the simple ceremony of a Roman marriage, consisting only of taking Aemilia's hand in his, and declaring that, in conformity with the conditions of the pact before made and signed, and with the full consent and authorization of her father, he took her to be his wife. Beric remained 3 days down in the college, and then rejoined his band. A few days later a messenger came in from one of the bands at the other side of the promontory of Bruttium, saying they had obtained news that preparations were being made at Sybaris for the landing of a very large body of troops, and that it was said to be the intention of the Romans to make a great expedition through the mountains and entirely exterminate the outlaws. "They would have left us alone," Beric said bitterly, "if it had not been that you made yourselves scourges to the country, pillaging and ravaging the villages among the hills and slaying innocent people." "We are obliged to live," the man said. "Rome has driven us into the mountains, and we must feed at the expense of Rome." Beric was silent. He felt that had he himself not had means, his own bands would have also taken to pillage. The men who took to the hills regarded themselves as at war with Rome. Rome sent her soldiers against them and slew every man captured. She hunted them like wild beasts, and as wild beasts they had to live at her expense. Beric was not in advance of the spirit of his time. It was the custom in war to burn, destroy, and slay. That as Rome warred with them they should war with Rome seemed natural to every fugitive in the hills, and they regarded their leader's action in purchasing what he could have taken by force simply as an act of policy. Their own people had been slain by the Romans, they themselves doomed to risk their lives for the amusement of the Roman mob. If recaptured they would, like the followers of Spartacus, be doubtless put to death by crucifixion. that under these circumstances they should be in the slightest degree influenced by any feeling of pity or humanity towards Roman would, if suggested to them, have appeared supremely ridiculous. Beric felt then that for him to say any further word of blame would only have the effect of causing him to be regarded with suspicion and dislike, and would lessen his own influence among the mountain bands. He therefore said, that you should take what is necessary is not blamable. Against it I have nothing to say, but it was to the interest of all of us that nothing more should be taken. Rome would not have been stirred to send an army against us merely by the complaints of peasants that some of their goats and sheep had been driven off or their granaries emptied. But when it comes to burning villages and slaughtering their inhabitants, and carrying fire and sword down to the seashore, Rome was roused. She felt her majesty insulted, and now we are going to have a veritable army invade the mountains. It is no longer viewed as an affair of brigands, but as an insurrection. However, there is no more to be said. The mischief is done, and we have now only to do our best to repel the invasion. Tell your leaders that tomorrow morning I will set out and join them, and will with them examine the country, mark the lines by which the enemy are likely to advance, decide where obstacles had best be erected, and when the first stand should be made. It may be weeks yet before they come. Roman armies are not moved as quickly as a tribe of mountaineers. The following day Beric, taking with him the greater portion of his band, marched across the hills under the guidance of the charcoal burner, who had now enrolled himself regularly in its ranks, and had taken the oath of obedience. Their course lay to the northeast, as it was in the Bay of Tarentum that rumour reported that the Romans would land. As, after 2 days' marching, they neared the spot fixed upon for the rendezvous, they came upon other bands journeying in the same direction, and when these united on a shoulder of the hill commanding a view of the great bay, some 800 men were assembled. Fires had been already lighted, and a number of sheep killed and roasted. The leaders withdrew from the rest as soon as they had finished their meal, and seating themselves at a point whence they could see the plain stretching away from the foot of the hills to the gulf, began their consultation. "I wonder why they are coming round here," one of the chiefs said. "They might have landed at Rhegium in the straits, and thence marched straight up into the hills. From where your camp is, Beric, you should know what is going on there, for the town stands almost below you. Is naught said there about military preparations?" "Nothing whatever," Beric replied, "nor do I think it likely they will attack from that point, for if they advance thence we should simply retire through the mountains to the north, just as we retired south when they before attacked us. It is clear what their object is. They will sail up the river and will disembark at Cosenza. The hills narrow there, and it is but a short distance across them to the western sea. Ascending them they will at once cut us off from any retreat north. They will have their magazines close at hand. 1,000 men stationed in a chain across the mountains will suffice to bar our way, while the rest will move south, penning us up as they go, until they drive us down to the very edge of the promontory, where, joined perhaps by a force coming up from Rhegium, they will have us altogether in their grip." An expression of dismay spread round the circle. They had thought that the Romans would but march straight through the mountains, in which case it would be easy to evade them, but they saw at once that by the erection of a chain of permanent posts across the hill from Cosenza they would be completely hemmed in, and must sooner or later be hunted down. "Then you think their only chance is to move to the mountains north of Cosenza before they land, Beric?" "I do not say that," Beric replied. "To begin with, we are not going to remain passive and allow ourselves to be driven like a flock of sheep into the hurdles. Did they bring against us only heavy armed troops we could laugh at them, for we can march 2 miles to their one, and move easily among the rocks where they could find no footing. It is only their light armed soldiers we have to fear, But even these must move at the same rate as the hoplites, for if they venture far away from the protection of the spearmen, we should make short work of them. We have over 1,000 fighting men in these mountains, and each one of us in close conflict is a match for at least 3 of their light armed men. In the plains, of course, we should suffer greatly from their missiles before we came to a close conflict, but among these woods and precipices we could fall on them suddenly, and be in their midst before they have time to lay arrow to bow. Therefore, you see, the Romans can move but slowly among the hills, and we will soon teach them that they dare not scatter, and even 12,000 men do not go for much among these mountains, extending some 70 miles from Cosenza to Rhegium, and from 10 to 20 miles across. How about food? One of the others asked. In what respect we shall be far better off than they would. We shall really have no difficulty about food. It would need 20 legions to form a cordon along the slopes of these hills on both sides, and we can, while opposing the Romans, always detach parties to make forays down into the plain and drive off sheep, goats, and cattle. Besides, among the lower forests there are herds of swine pasturing, which will be available for our use. The question of food will be of no trouble to us, but on the other hand it will be a vast trouble to the Romans. Every foot that they advance from their magazines at Cosenza, their difficulties will increase. They must make roads as they go, and their convoys will always be exposed to our attacks. Very large body of men must otherwise be employed in escorting them. They may form depots at the foot of the hills as they advance, but even then their difficulties will be prodigious. I should propose to fight them as we fought them in the swamps of my native land, to harass them night and day, to wear them out with false alarms, to oppose them in the defiles, to hurl down the rocks on them from the precipices, to cut off their convoys, and fall upon their camps at night until they lose all confidence in themselves, and dare only move hither and thither in a solid body. Not until they have destroyed the whole of the forest between Cosenza and Rhegium, and made roads everywhere across the mountains, ought they be able to overcome us. It will be time enough to think of retiring then. By descending the western slopes, a long night march would take us north of Cosenza, and we could then take to the hills again, or we could descend upon the coast near Rhegium at night, seizing a fishing village, embark in its boats and cross the strait, and before the morning be among the mountains of Sicily, which are so vast and far stretching that operations which, though possible, are difficult here, could not probably be carried on against us. Beric's words were received with enthusiastic approval. Before, all had dispirited and thought ready to fight to the last, had deemed that the resistance could be but short and their fate certain. Now they saw before them a veritable war, in which they could hope to defend themselves successfully, and if beaten here, escape to renew it elsewhere, and which promised them an abundant opportunity for encountering the Romans. This was what they most longed for. Not one there but hated Rome with a bitter hatred, as the author of unnumbered woes to their tribes, their families, and themselves. Death had no terrors whatever to these men, so that they could die fighting with Romans. Rising to their feet, they returned with exulting shouts to their comrades. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Beric the Briton by G.A.Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Olman. Mountain Warfare. The gladiators sprang to their feet as their leaders returned to them, and eagerly questioned them as to the news that had so reanimated them. But they only replied, "Beric will tell you," and Beric was obliged to mount a rock near the spot where they had been feasting, and to repeat to the whole of the assembly his plan for the campaign against the Romans. Loud shouts greeted his speech, the Gauls and Britons clashing their swords against their shields, as was their custom, and the others signified their approval, each after the manner of their country. "Beric is our leader! Beric is our leader!" they shouted. "We will follow him to the death." When the tumult had subsided, Beric raised his hand for silence. "I am willing to accept the leadership," he said, "but if I must lead, I must be obeyed. In a warfare like this, everything depends upon the orders of him who commands being carried out promptly and without question. I only accept the command because, although younger than most of you, I have already fought the Romans often and successfully. Each of you will remain under your respective chiefs, who will act as my lieutenants, and all must be ready to sacrifice their own wishes and their own opinions to the general welfare. Those whom I order to fight will fight. I know those whom I tell off to fell trees, to raise obstacles, or to pile stones on the edges of precipices must labour with equal zeal, while those who are dispatched to drive up cattle or to guard them until needed in the forest will know that their turn for active fighting will come in good time. The man who disobeys me dies. It is only by acting as one man and under one leader that we can hope to resist successfully. You are free men, and may consider it humiliating thus to obey the orders of another, but the Romans are free men too, and yet they submit to the severest discipline, and, without the slightest question, obey the orders of their general. So it must be here. If all are disposed thus to follow me, I accept the command. Let those who cannot so submit themselves withdraw and fight in their own fashion. They shall be free to depart, none harming them." A great shout followed the conclusion of Beric's speech, and the whole of those present lifted up their hands and swore implicit obedience to him. The next few days were spent in making a careful examination of the mountains above Cosenza, and fixing upon the points where an active resistance could be best made. "We must have missiles," Beric said one day when his lieutenants were gathered round him. "We will not begin the war until the Romans do so, but we must have weapons. Boduoc, you will tomorrow take the whole of my band and descend to the plain. Fall upon the town of Castanium at daybreak. The bands of Victor and Marsus will accompany you, and will be also under your orders. My orders are strict, that no one is to be injured unless he resists. Tell the inhabitants that we wish them no harm. Ransack the armourers' shops for arrow and javelin heads, and search all the private houses for weapons. Also bring off all the brass, copper, and iron you can find, with every axe head and chopper in town. We can erect charcoal furnaces here, similar to those we used at home, and so provide ourselves with an ample store of missiles. Bring off from the carpenters' shops any seasoned wood you can find suitable for making of bows. Touch no gold or silver ornaments of the women. The metals are useless to us here. Neither take garments nor spoil of any other kind. I would show them that, until driven to it, we are not the foes of the people at large. Above all, frighten no woman. Let them see that we, though gladiators and outlaws, are as well disciplined and as humane as their own soldiery." Accordingly, at sunset Boduoc marched away at the head of 200 men, and returned to the mountains late on the following afternoon with a large store of arms and metal, Beric's orders having been scrupulously carried out. "You should have seen the wonder of the people," Boduoc said to him, "when they saw that we meant them no harm, and that we touched neither person nor goods save in the matter of arms. They gave us their best to eat, and many even accompanied us some distance on our return, overjoyed with the clemency we had shown the town. There was no lack of charcoal, and in many places the stacks had been left by the charcoal burners untouched when the bands first appeared among the mountains. Those who had been accustomed to the smelting of metals at home were appointed to cast heads for arrows and javelins. Others cut down and split up tough wood and fashioned the shafts. Others made bows. Strong parties were set to work to fell trees and form obstacles in defiles where the rocks rose steeply, while others piled great heaps of stones and heavy rocks along the edges of precipices. And yet there were no signs of the expected fleet, and when the preparations were complete, the bands again scattered, as it was easier so to maintain themselves in provisions, and, a party being left to watch for the arrival of the Roman legions, Beric returned with his band to his former station. "There will be plenty of time to gather again before they move forward," he said to their lieutenants. "They will have to collect the carts from all the country round, to land their stores, and to make their arrangements for victualling. They will know that it is no easy task that they are undertaking, and that they have desperate men to meet. It will be a week after they land at the very earliest before they leave Cosenza." For a fortnight Beric remained quietly, passing the greater portion of his time at the farmhouse with Aemilia. "It is terrible to me that you are going to fight the Romans, Beric," she said. "I have no desire to fight the Romans. It is they who want to fight with me," he replied, "and as I have no desire for crucifixion, or any other form of death which they bestow upon their captives, I have no choice but to resist. As you do not think any the worse of me, Aemilia, for having fought your countrymen before, I don't see that you can take it to heart that I am going to do it again, especially as you have very small reason to be grateful to them for the treatment that you and yours have received at their hands. You must remember, dear, that as my wife you are a Briton now, and must no longer speak of the Romans as your people. Still, were it not for my countrymen, I would gladly bury myself with you in some cottage far up among the hills of Sicily, and there pass my life in quiet and seclusion. But without a leader the others would speedily fall victim to the Romans, and as long as the Romans press us, I must remain with them." At the end of the fortnight a messenger arrived, saying that a great fleet had arrived at the mouth of the Crathis river. "I will from time to time send a messenger to you, Aemilia," Beric said as he took a tender farewell of his wife, "to tell you how matters go with us. But do not alarm yourself about me. For some time there is little chance of close fighting." The bands gathered in their full force above Cosenza, and during the week that elapsed before the Romans advanced renewed their labour at various passes through which it was probable that the enemy would move. Some of the men were already skilled archers, and the rest had spent their time for the last fortnight in incessant practice, and could manage their weapons sufficiently well to be able to send an arrow into a crowded mass of men. It was with a feeling of satisfaction that the Roman column was seen one morning issuing from Cosenza and moving up the road that there crossed the mountains. Once on the crest they proceeded to cut down trees and form a camp. While they were so occupied the gladiators remained on the defensive. Light armed troops had been pushed by the Romans into the woods, but after being permitted to advance some distance the sound of a horn was heard, followed instantly by a flight of arrows, and then by a rush of the gladiators, who drove these light armed troops before them, killing many, till they reached the protection of the spearmen. Again and again during the ensuing week the Romans endeavoured to penetrate the woods, heavy armed troops accompanying the archers. Before they had penetrated far into the forest they found their way arrested by obstacles, lines of felled trees with the branches pointing towards them, and these were only taken after severe loss, the defenders shooting through the green hedge, which was only broken through when working parties with heavy axes came up covered by the spearmen. One party, pushing on incautiously, was suddenly attacked on all sides, and after pouring in their missiles the gladiators charged them, broke the ranks of the spearmen, and destroyed the whole party, 300 in number. After this the advance was delayed until the fortified camp was complete and stored with provisions. Then the Roman army moved forward, and was soon engaged in a succession of combats. Every valley and ravine was defended. Invisible foes rolled down masses of rocks among them, and a hail of arrows, and it was only when very strong bodies of archers, supported by spearmen, climbed the heights on both sides that the resistance ceased. The Romans halted for the night where they stood, but there was little sleep for them, for the woods rang with war cries in many languages. The sentries were shot or stabbed by men who crawled up close to them. At times the shouts became so threatening and near that the whole force was called to its feet to repel attack, but in the morning all was quiet. As before, they were attacked as soon as they moved forward. No serious opposition was offered to the columns of spearmen, but the light armed troops who covered the advance and formed a connection between the columns were exposed to incessant attack. The third day the Romans, after another disturbed night, again advanced. This time they met with no opposition, and as they moved cautiously forward wondered uneasily what was the meaning of this silence. Late in the afternoon they learned. They had advanced, each man carrying 3 days' provision with him. Beric, being aware that this was their custom, had during the night led his men some distance down the hillside, and making a detour occupied before morning the ground the Romans had passed over. At midday a great convoy of baggage animals laden with provisions came along. It extended over a great length, and came in straggling order, the men leading their animals and making their way with difficulty through the thick trees. 500 Roman soldiers were scattered along the line. Suddenly the sound of a horn rose in the woods, and in an instant, at points all along the line of the convoy, strong bodies of men burst down upon them. In vain the Roman soldiers tried to gather in groups. The animals, frightened by the shouting and din, broke loose from their leaders and rushed wildly hither and thither, adding to the confusion. Greatly outnumbered and attacked by foes individually, their superiors both in strength and skill of arms, and animated by a burning hatred, the Romans could do little, and the combat terminated in a few minutes in their annihilation. The men with the convoy were all killed, a line of gladiators having been posted through the woods, both ahead and behind it, before the attack began, so that no fugitives might escape either way to carry the news. The animals were then collected and their burdens taken off and examined. The flour was divided up into parcels that a man could easily carry on his shoulder, and a large number of skins of wine set aside. All that could not be taken was scattered and destroyed, and the animals then slaughtered. As soon as it became dark, the band descended the mountain side, marched for many miles along its foot, and then again ascended the hills, ready to oppose the Roman advance. But there was no movement in the morning. Surprised and alarmed at the non-arrival of the train by nightfall, the general sent a strong body of troops back to meet them with torches. These in time came upon the bodies of men and animals, and at once returned with the news of the disaster to the camp. "This is a terrible blow, Pollio," the general said to his son-in-law. "We had reckoned on an obstinate resistance, but did not dream that the gladiators would thus oppose us. It puts me in mind, Nero, of the work in the fens of Britain, and indeed more than once I have thought I recognized the war cries with which the Iceni attacked us. The strategy is similar to that we then encountered. Can it be possible that Beric is again opposing us? I heard during the short time we were in Rome that the Britons in the palace of Nero had risen and escaped. I was too heartbroken at the fate of my uncle and his family to ask many questions, and was fully occupied in our preparations. My first thought would have been to find Beric out, had I not been met on landing with the news of the disgrace and death of Norbanus, and I shunned the palace of Nero as if the pestilence had been there. No doubt Beric would have left with the other Britons, and in that case he may well be at the head of those opposing us. The tactics they are adopting certainly look like it, Pollio, and if they continue to fight as they have done so far, we are likely to have no better fortune than Suetonius had in his campaign against them. It is 10 days since we left Cosenza. We have made but some 10 miles advance among the hills. We have lost already 800 hoplites, and I know not how many light armed troops. At this rate our force will melt away to nothing before we have half cleared this wilderness of rock and forest. Hitherto, in their revolts, the gladiators have met our troops in pitched battle, but their strength and skill have not availed against Roman discipline. But in such fighting as this, discipline goes for little. They are fighting on ground they know, can choose their moment for attack, and hurl all their strength on one point while we are groping blindly. But how can they have got through our lines in the night, Muro?" Pollio asked. "Our men were posted down to the edge of the forest on either side of the hills. There were 2,000 under arms all night." "But there was nothing to prevent them, Pollio, from descending far below the forest line and coming up again in our rear. This is what they must have done. Nor have we any means of preventing their doing so, for nothing short of a force strong enough to reach down to the sea on either hand would prevent their passing us. At any rate we must halt here for a time. The whole of our baggage animals are destroyed, and nothing can be done until another train is collected." The war proceeded but slowly. The Romans indeed made some slight advance, but they were worn out and harassed by incessant alarms. To prevent the recurrence of the disaster to the baggage trains, the supplies were now carried along the plain at the foot of the hill, and then taken up under very strong escorts directly to the point at which the army had arrived. The soldiers, worn out and dispirited by constant alarms, became reluctant to advance unless in solid order, and in this way 5,000 men, taking 9 days' provisions with them, made their way through the heart of the hills till they reached the southern slopes, and the sea lay before them. But they occupied only the ground on which they stood, and their passage brought them no nearer to the end they desired. The fact that the army had made a passage right through the mountains was regarded as a triumph in Rome, and believing that the end was near, fresh reinforcements were sent to Nero to enable him to finish the campaign rapidly. His reports, however, to the Senate left no doubt in the minds of those who read them as to the situation. "We are fighting," he said, "an enemy who will not allow us to strike him. 3 months have passed since I entered the mountain, and yet I cannot say that I am nearer the end than I was when I began. I have lost 3,000 men, of whom half are spearmen. The gladiators have suffered but slightly, for they always burst down in overwhelming numbers, slay and retire. At least 20 times my camps have been attacked, and although I have lost but one convoy, the difficulty and labour of victualling the troops is enormous. If the gladiators would but take to the plain we should annihilate them in the first battle. As it is they who select the ground for action, not we. The troops are utterly worn out and well nigh mutinous at what they consider a hopeless task. You ask me what had best be done. My own opinion is that we should retire from the mountains and establish the troops in camps near their foot, so as to restrain the gladiators from making excursions, and to fall upon them when hunger drives them to leave the mountains. Treachery may then do what force has failed to. Among such a body there must be traitors, and when the war is apparently ended we may, through shepherds or goatherds, open communication with them. My great fear is, and always has been, that as we gradually press them south, they may pour down onto one of the villages on the straits, seize the boats, cross to Sicily, and take refuge in the mountains there, where they can laugh at our efforts to pursue them. I should advise that it should be announced publicly that our army, having traversed the whole mountains of Bruttium without meeting with a foe, the objects of the expedition have been obtained, and the enemy may now be considered as a mere mass of fugitives, whom it would be impossible to root out as long as they take refuge among their fastnesses. but that for the present the army will be placed in a cordon of camps round the foot of the mountains, by which means the fugitives will be starved into surrender. If this course is not approved, I have but one other to suggest, namely that the whole of the population of southern Italy should be ordered to take part in the total destruction of the forest of Bruttium. Every tree must be cut down to the level of the soil, every trunk and branch must be burned by fire. The task would be a tremendous one. The loss to the country around by the destruction of the forest, wherein their flocks of sheep and goats and their herds of swine find sustenance and shelter in winter, would be enormous. But thus, and thus alone, I am assured, can these bands of gladiators be rooted out. Muro's advice was taken, and the exulting gladiators beheld the troops descending from the mountains to the plains below. Their own loss had not exceeded 300 men, and their shouts of triumph rose high in the woods and reached the ears of the Romans retiring sullenly down the slopes. In a few days the plan of the Romans became apparent. The camp in the pass above Cosenza was still strongly held. 4 well fortified camps were established in the plains on either side of the hills, and Muro himself took up his post at Rhegium, where 2,000 legionaries were posted. The gladiators again broke up into bands, Beric returning to his former encampment to the delight of Aemilia. "You must not suppose that our troubles are over, Aemilia," he said. "We have indeed beaten them on our own ground, but we shall now have to fight against famine. The wild animals have already become scarce. You may be sure that the villagers will be allowed to send no more flocks or herds up into the hills to pasture, and before long it will be necessary to make raids for food. You will see that, emboldened by their successes, the men will become rash, may be cut off and defeated. As for us, there is no fear as long as we can pay for provisions. We shall be able to obtain them, for although there may be difficulty in obtaining regular supplies, now that the troops are on Rhegium, all these upland farmers and villagers will continue to deal with us, knowing that if they do not, we shall take what we need without payment, and perhaps burn their houses over their heads." It was not long, indeed, before Beric's predictions were verified. As soon as provisions became scarce, the bands on the other side of the mountains recommenced their forays on the villages, but from the Roman camps parties of soldiers were sent off after nightfall to the upper villages, and the marauders were several times surprised and almost exterminated. "We must be more and more careful," Beric said to Aemilia when he heard of one of these disasters. "The prisoners the Romans take will, under torture, tell all they know, and it will not be long before the Romans ascertain the general position of our encampment. The force will dwindle rapidly. In the last 2 months they have lost well nigh as many men as in the campaign in the mountains. More than that, I have seen several of the leaders who told me they had determined, seeing that starvation was approaching them here, to endeavour to pass between the Roman camps with their bands and regain the mountains beyond Cosenza, so as to establish themselves far north. And indeed I cannot blame them, but their retreat adds to our danger. So long as they roamed the eastern hills there was no danger of a Roman force surprising us, but when they have gone some of the captives may be forced to lead the Romans across the hills to our neighbourhood. Boadicea is vigilant, and his scouts are scattered far around the camp, and at the worst we may have to carry out my plan of crossing to Sicily. At any rate, he has my orders what to do in case of a sudden surprise. If I am absent, knowing every foot of the wood now, he will at once make his way north, leaving it to me to rejoin him as I best can." But upon one thing Beric had not reckoned. So long as the gladiators were in force among the mountains, the country people on the slopes above the straits were glad enough to purchase their safety by silence, but as they heard of one band after another being crushed by the Romans, and learned that parties from various camps had penetrated far into the hills without meeting with a single opponent, their fear of the gladiators decreased. There were 2,000 legionaries at Rhegium. These could crush the band that remained somewhere about the crest of the hills with ease, and they need no longer fear their vengeance. The Roman general would surely pay a great reward for information that would lead to his being able to deal a final blow to the gladiators. The farmer with whom Aemilia lodged had no such thought. He had earned in the last 8 months as much as his farm had brought him in the 3 best years since he inherited. He found these terrible outlaws gentle and pleasant, ready to lend a hand on the farm if needful, and delighted to play with his children. As to their chief, he was a source of never-ending wonder to him. Gladiators were, according to his idea, fierce and savage men, barbarians who were good for nothing but to kill each other, while this tall man bore himself like a Roman of high rank, conversed in pure Latin, and could even read and write. Aemilia too had become a great favourite in the house. The farmer's wife wondered at seeing one with 2 slaves to wait upon her, active and busy, interested in all that went on, and eager to learn every detail of the housework. "I could manage a Roman household, Beric," she said. "I did so indeed all the time we were in Rome, but we may have to live in a hut, and I must know how to manage and cook for you there." In Rhegium life was more cheerful than usual. Many of the upper class of Rome, who shrank from the festivities of the court of Nero and yet dared not withdraw altogether from Rome, had their country estates and villas along the coasts, where they could for a time enjoy freedom and live according to their taste. Berenice had joined Pollio 3 weeks before, when she found that he was likely to remain stationed at Rhegium for some time. They lived with Nero in a villa a short distance from the town and looking over the straits. "I should feel perfectly happy there, Pollio," Berenice said one evening as she walked to and fro on the terrace with him, looking at the water in which the moonlight was reflected, bringing up into view the boats rowing here and there with pleasure parties, with music and lanterns. "If it were not for the thought of Beric, it is curious that he should be mixed up with both our lives. He was my playmate as a boy. He saved me at the massacre of Camalodunum and restored me to my father. When we left Britain he was fighting against Suetonius, and we expected when we left that the news of his defeat and death would reach Rome before us. At Rome we heard but vague rumours that Suetonius had not yet overcome the final resistance of the Britons, and glad we were when Petronius was sent out to take his place, and we heard that greater measures were to be used towards the Britons. Then, after a time, when we were in Syria, came the news that Suetonius had returned, bringing with him Beric, the British chief, with 20 of his followers, and my father at once wrote to the emperor praying him that clemency might be extended to him for his kind action in saving my life. Then, when you came out to Syria, Beric's name again came up. You had journeyed with him from Britain to Rome, and he had become your friend. Then, a few months afterwards, a newcomer from Rome brought us the story of how your cousin Ennia, having turned Christian, had been condemned to the lions, how a British gladiator named Beric had sprung into the arena and craved to fight the lion, how Nero had cruelly ordered him to do so unarmed, and how he had, as it seemed by a miracle, overcome the lion and bound him by strips torn from his mantle. Then again we learned from one who came from Nero's court that Beric stood high in favour with Caesar, and that he was always about his person, and that rumours said he kept guard over him at night. Then again, when we returned to Rome, my father was at once ordered to take command of an expedition against some revolted gladiators, among whom were, it was said, the British captives who had created a disturbance in Nero's palace, well nigh killed the emperor, and, after slaying many of the Praetorians, escaped. After you and my father had left me at the house of my uncle Lucius, I made many inquiries, and found that Beric had doubtless escaped with the other Britons, as he had never been seen in the palace that night. I heard too that it had been whispered by some of those who were present at the supper that the fault had not been his. He had been betrothed to your cousin Aemilia, and Nero, urged thereto by Rufinus, a disappointed suitor, ordered Beric to bring her to the orgy. Upon his refusal, Rufinus attacked him, and Beric slew him by dashing his head against a marble pillar. Then Nero called upon the Praetorians, and the Britons ran into the aid of their chief, and, defeating the Praetorians, escaped. It was the same night that your uncle died and Aemilia was missing. It may be that she fled with Beric, knowing that she would be sacrificed to the fury of Nero. Is it not strange, Pollio, that this Briton should be so mixed up in both our lives?" "It is indeed, Berenice. There is no one to whom I owe so much. First I owe your life to him, then I owe that of Ennia, my cousin, for although she died afterwards, it was in her father's house, and not a terrible and disgraceful death in the arena. And now we have been fighting against him for months, and though of course we made the best of matters, there is no doubt that we had all the worst of it. We had 12,000 men against 1,000, and yet Beric kept us at bay and inflicted some terrible blows upon us, for we lost a third of our number. After the first battle there was no longer any doubt that Beric was the leader of our opponents, even had we not heard them shout his name as they attacked us. We who had fought against him in Britain would have recognized that he was again our opponent, for he used the same tactics among the mountains that he had done in the swamps. We know from prisoners we have taken since that he was unharmed in the struggle with us, and certainly neither he nor any of his Britons have been among the raiding bands whom we have surprised and destroyed. Indeed, the Britons never joined in any of the attacks upon the country people before we came hither. I have questioned many of the sufferers by their depredations, and none of them had seen among the plunderers any tall men with light hair. The only time that they had been seen on the plains was a fortnight before we landed, when they entered Castanian and carried off all the arms. The Britons were among that party, and a Briton commanded it, but from the description it was not Beric, but was, I think, the principal follower, a man with a British name which I forget." "Was it Boadicea?" Berenice said. "I have often heard him speak of a friend of his with such a name, and indeed he once came or twice to see him when he was with us. That was the name, Boadicea," Pollio said. "They behaved with the greatest gentleness, injuring no one and taking nothing, neither jewels nor ornaments nor garments, but departing quietly after taking possession of all the weapons in the town. Your father reported the fact to Rome, bringing into prominence the fact that this was the first time the Britons had ever descended from the mountains, and that the inhabitants of Castanium were filled with gratitude and admiration for the treatment they received. Last week he wrote to Rome saying that so far as he could learn all the bands that had not been destroyed had gone north, save one composed of Britons and Gauls, about 80 in number, commanded by the Briton Beric, and suggested that as months might pass before they could be captured, he should be authorized to treat with them and to offer them full pardon if they would lay down their arms, especially as they had taken no part whatever in the misdeeds of the other gladiators, and had injured no one either in person or property. I know that it was a great disappointment to him, as well as to us, when the letter came yesterday saying that they were to be hunted down and destroyed, and that all not killed in fighting were to be crucified. but we had better go in, Berenice. The dew is beginning to fall." They entered the villa. The general was alone in the atrium. "Is anything the matter, father?" Berenice asked, as she saw that he looked disturbed. "Yes, Berenice. I have received news that as a Roman general ought to delight me, but with us as Caius Muro, your father and the father-in-law of Pollio, vexes me greatly." "What is it, father?" "A man arrived half an hour since saying that he had news of importance to communicate. He was brought in here. He told me he was a cultivator whose farm lay far up on the hillside. For upwards of a year he had, in fear of his life as he said, been compelled to sell food to the bandits in the mountains. He acknowledged that he had been well paid, and that he had no cause of complaint against them, but he now possessed a desire to do service to Rome, for which he evidently expected a handsome reward. I told him I could not bargain with him. He had aided the enemies of Rome, and by his own account his life was forfeited, seeing that for a year he had been trafficking with them instead of doing his duty and reporting their first visit to the authorities here. He said that he was not alone, and that most of the farmers high up on the hills had been compelled to do the same, and had kept silence, knowing that the brigands would have burned their houses and slain their wives and families had they reported aught against them to the authorities, and that indeed they were altogether ignorant of the position of the camp of the outlaws, beyond the fact that it was somewhere among the mountains. "What then have you to report?" I said angrily, for I hate to have to do with traitors. "It is this," he said. "For some months there have been living a lady, supposed to be the wife of the chief of the outlaws, at a farm next to mine, belonging to one Cornelius. The chief often visits her and stays there. 5 of his fellows live in an outhouse adjoining the farm, and one of these is always on guard night and day. The chief himself is a very tall young man, and is called Beric by his followers. 4 of them are also of his race, tall and very fair like him. There is also a youth who lives in the house. He belongs to the band, but appears to be a native of Rome. He sometimes comes down and makes purchases in Rhegium. The house cannot be approached from below without an alarm being given, owing to the strictness of the watch, but I could lead a body of troops high up above it so as to come down upon the rear of the house and cut off all escape when another band comes up from below. I told him that his information was valuable, and that he was to come here tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock to lead a party of light armed troops up into the hills." "And you will send them, father?" Berenice broke in. "Surely you will not take advantage of this treachery?" "I have no choice but to do so," the general said gravely. "As a father I would give my right hand to save the man who preserves your life. As a Roman soldier my duty is to capture the outlaw Beric by any means possible. Pollio will tell you the same." Berenice looked at her husband, who stood in consternation and grief at the news. "Do you say this too, Pollio?" Pollio did not answer, but the general spoke for him. "He can say nothing else, Berenice. To a Roman soldier duty is everything, and were he ordered to arrest his own father and lead him to execution, he could not hesitate." "But I am not a soldier," Berenice began passionately. The general held up his hand suddenly. "Hush, Berenice, not a word farther. I am a Roman general. If you say one word that would clash with my duty I should order you to your chamber, and place a soldier there on guard over you. Now I will leave you with your husband," and the general left the room. "What do you say, Pollio? Will you suffer this man who saved your wife, who risked his life for your cousin, and is, as it seems, your cousin by marriage, to be foully captured and crucified?" "I am a soldier, Berenice. Do not tempt me to break my duty. You heard what your father said." Berenice stamped her foot. "Does your duty go so far, Pollio, that, like my father, You would place a guard at my door if I said aught that would seem to run counter to your duty?" "Not at all, Berenice," he said with a smile. "Say aught you like. I here as a husband, but not as a soldier." "Well, that is something," Berenice said, mollified. "Well, Pollio, if you will not warn Beric of his danger, I will do so. Have I your permission to act as I choose?" "My full permission, dear. Do as you like. Act as you choose. You have beforehand my approval. If you fail, and harm comes of it, I will stand by you and share your punishment. But tell me nothing of what you would do beforehand. I trust you wholly, but for my sake, if not for your own, be not rash. Remember, if by any means it becomes known that you aided Beric to escape, both our lives are surely forfeited." "Thank you, Pollio," Berenice said, throwing her arms round his neck. "That is spoken like my husband. You shall know nothing, and I will save Beric." Chapter 20